Certainly, thank you. Robin Allen is not present. The Honorable John Bullock.
Present.
Christine Griffin is being replaced with Robert Stratford.
Present.
Talib Horn is not present. Claudia Jolin is not present. Douglas McCoach.
Present.
Justin Williams.
Present.
Eric Stevenson.
Present.
And John Laria.
Present, thank you. I want to just make note, depending on your vintage and experience, you will either recognize or be unfamiliar with this horseshoe configuration. This was the configuration of this commission room prior to COVID, I think, and when everything became completely virtual and there were technological reasons to do the other format, which none of us have liked very much because it makes it hard for people who are testifying, looking at the backs of half the commission, and it makes it hard for half the commission to twist and turn. And I thought we would draw lots for who got the bad seats. But this way, I think everybody here gets a more comfortable position to appreciate the testimony, to see the audience, and for the audience to see the commission as you're interacting and testifying. So I think I know it's probably been a little bit of a scramble for our technical staff, so I appreciate very much the effort to do this, and I hope that everybody will find it to be sort of a better setup. So just a note and a word of thanks, Mr. Director, to you and to the staff. Okay, we have minutes to approve from our prior meeting. That's the meeting of August 7th. Is that correct? Yes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved, thank you. We'll now turn to the consent agenda items. The consent agenda, there are no CIP transfers, is that correct, Mr. Director? Yeah. So the other consent agenda item, I can just read it. It's minor subdivision final plans for 1643 Cuba Street. The information has been posted on the Commissioner's site as well as the public site, includes a development plan, elevations, and a deed letter. Is there a motion to approve this item on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. That item is now approved. Okay, we're going to move now to item number 5 on the regular agenda. I'm going to recuse myself from this item because the firm with which I'm associated does some work for Johns Hopkins. It has nothing to do with this particular project, but nonetheless, I think it's appropriate, if not required, for me to do that. So I'm going to recuse myself, turn the meeting over to the Vice Chair, and return when this item is over. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, would you introduce the item?
First item is street closing of 2 portions of Wyman Park Drive and the 200 block of Wyman Park Drive for Johns Hopkins University in the 14th Councilmatic District. Brandon Canoy will present.
Good afternoon, members of the commission and members of the public. As the secretary just said, we are going to be considering a street closing of 2 portions of Wyman Park Drive in the 200 block. This is just the air rights above a section and the subterranean rights below a section. We received this request from Mid-Atlantic Neighborhood Corp., care of Drew Tilden and Caroline Hecker, on behalf of the Johns Hopkins University. It's located in the North Planning District, and the community planner for this area is Marie McSweeney Anderson. What you're seeing on the screen right now are the proposed plans for the DSII buildings north and south. What we are considering today is not the construction of those buildings, just the little portion outlined in red there for a tunnel and a bridge that are proposed. And then, in case you'd like to see what's more like what's developed there now, this is the approximate area where the requested closure is, and then this is the satellite view to kind of give folks all the context of looking at the map various different ways in case you need to do that. And then we have a very rudimentary mock-up kind of showing the spacing of what it's going to look like. As you can see, it's not to scale. I am not the greatest artist here, so I apologize for that, but hopefully this gives folks just an idea of what's being requested here. And then same, this is looking south. The previous slide was looking north, and then this is back to the south. The tunnel and bridge are proposed to connect the two structures to allow for service access under the street between the two various buildings. They would connect their basements, and then the air rights area would connect to the second story of each building. The south building is a little bit higher. It's got a couple more stories above that second story. So this is, once again, a very rudimentary mock-up. It's unlikely to be published in any art magazines, but hopefully it gives you an idea of what is being proposed. General area is, the site's obviously located right next to the Remington neighborhood, which is a very vibrant area with residential commercial uses. And this kind of gives you a better sense of the scale of what's proposed. These are the building plans that were approved through Site Plan Review Committee as item number 2025-006. And with that, the measurement of the pinch point between the bridge and the closest point to the ground is just over 19 feet, which, as we'll get into here with the analysis, is acceptable for emergency access in limited scenarios. The international, I'm jumping ahead a little, but the International Fire Code requires a minimum clearance of 13.5 feet. So this will be substantially above it, but because it is a projection from a building, there would be, in very extreme scenarios, situations where the fire department would not go under. Like, if it caught on fire, it's unlikely to happen as long as everybody follows the building code, but it is not something that a fire truck would drive under outside of substantial emergencies. Other than that, there are currently no public utilities within the air rights that are requested to be closed. Our records do show that there are gas and electric lines under the street in the subterranean rights portion, which we will be requesting a utility easement for to maintain those if they are not located into an appropriate public area. The design of the building and the bridge and tunnel have been reviewed and approved by our Urban Design and Architecture Review Panel. So that's not what we're considering today. This is just, should it be allowed to proceed as a bridge and tunnel? We don't anticipate any substantial disruption to traffic with this development other than necessary construction traffic, but past that, we don't expect any major impacts there. And nothing in this project will impact a regulatory special flood hazard zone. The current projections show that the flood height in this area is just around 130 feet in elevation, and the lowest point of disturbance on the approved plans is around 170 feet, 165 feet, somewhere in there. So a good 20 or 30 feet in elevation away from a regulatory flood zone. And then we did receive a couple of questions about the process for this item. Since there's currently no council bill tied to it, this is something that under the master planning authority of the Planning Commission and the Planning Department, this is the slower preferred process to make sure that we consider all the options, that everything comes to the Planning Commission first, and then if the Planning Commission believes that this is an appropriate use for the public land or lack thereof, then it can proceed to council for a bill to be drafted and all of that. And then a couple of different similar concepts that we've had folks ask us questions about that we want to make sure we clarify for everyone here would be franchise versus closure. Franchise is a right that the city grants to usually utilities or railroads to utilize public rights of way or public land for a certain period of time. Sometimes that's 99 years for $1. Other times it's for 20 or 30 years. Any number of different ways you can phrase it like that where it's time limited, but generally something that's much more permanent, like a railroad crossing or utility. Closure, on the other hand, is the permanent sale or disbursement of former public rights-of-way. That's usually to allow for actual structures, not just utility lines or railroad crossings. And it can be subject to conditions on the sale, which we are going to be recommending some conditions to make sure that the public utilities still are able to provide service to folks in the area here. And those conditions are, number one, that a utility easement is going to be provided for all the utilities not relocated as a result of the closure of the subterranean rights. Condition number two is that any and all expenses related to any sort of relocation are the responsibility of the applicant, property owner, or their designee. City's not going to foot the bill for any of that. And that any relocation work will need to conform with all the applicable and necessary construction, reconstruction standards, so making sure that the utilities that go back are in the proper working order, as well as anything that's removed, like if the road needs to come out for a little bit, they will have to fix it back up to its pre-construction standard. And with that, I will turn it over to y'all to hopefully answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Kanoy. Any questions for staff? Commissioner McCoach?
I have one question for you, Brandon. By the way, your artistry and your explainer is quite helpful.
Thank you.
But I do have one question about the graphic that you could maybe explain. It's the plan view. Keep going, keep going, keep going. There we go. The two areas that are straddling the right-of-way, this, is the one to the right subterranean and the one to the left elevated? Or are they both elevated?
So the tunnel is on the left side, it's the skewed off one.
Okay.
And then the bridge is the square one,
Okay.
connecting the corners of the buildings.
All right. That was my question. Very simple. Thank you.
A simple question. So, do you have an idea of the current utilization of that at that span of Wyman Park in terms of foot traffic?
Foot traffic, we don't have a good number on. Vehicle traffic, it's in the hundreds of vehicles at most. We did double check the traffic numbers around that area, and it's relatively minor.
Deputy Mayor?
And the applicant is here.
Great. So I guess we'll hear from them next. We can hear from the applicant. Ms. Hecker?
Good afternoon, Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg, Martin, Greenberg, on behalf of the applicant. And just as a moment of clarification, the petitioner, in this case, that must have been carried over from an earlier application. The petitioner is Johns Hopkins University. The Mid-Atlantic Neighborhood Development was another client of ours on another project. So just to be clear, there's not another entity involved in this. Also, I just want to clarify one tiny thing. Mr. Kanoy's report was excellent. But the bridge and the tunnel are the reverse of what he described. Sorry. So thank you. Also, your artistry is excellent. We're going to hire you on the staff of the Johns Hopkins architecture team. It's his cubist phase, yes. Well, thank you, commissioners. I'd like to just talk for a minute about the DSAI Institute project generally, and then I'll talk a little bit more specifically about the need for the closures, both for the underground and above grade connections. The Data Science and Artificial Intelligence Institute will be an academic building located on Johns Hopkins Homewood campus that's dedicated to the application, understanding, collection, and risks of data and the development of machine learning and artificial intelligence systems. This is a collegiate academic space that will include lab space, classrooms, and an auditorium. Importantly, it's not a data center. I've heard that repeated over and over again. It's not a data center. This is an academic building. It's estimated that the DSAI Institute will generate nearly $2 billion in economic activity and nearly 11,000 jobs throughout the Baltimore region during its construction phase through 2029, in addition to spurring world-leading advances in healthcare, medicine, engineering, and public health. The DSAI Institute will advance Baltimore as the place to develop and launch products and companies based on data science and AI technology. Now, the project consists, as you see, of 2 buildings located on the north and south sides of Wyman Park Drive that are connected by a pedestrian bridge and a tunnel linking them. The project, including the bridge and the tunnel, has gone through extensive design review, including by UDAP and the Site Plan Review Committee, and it's been designed to comply with the requirements of the EC2 zoning designation where it's located. Johns Hopkins has hosted 14 public meetings over 2 years to vet the project with local stakeholders, which dialogue has resulted in several changes to the project to address the feedback that we've received. The size of the building has been reduced by 30% from its original iteration, and the buildings have been pushed back significantly from Remington Avenue, resulting in an average setback of 55 feet from the property line to the building. Hopkins has also established a dedicated website with biweekly construction updates to keep the community informed about the project. Now, the scope of this hearing is limited to the question of whether there is a public need for the air rights and the subterranean rights to remain open, or whether they can be closed and conveyed to Hopkins in connection with this project. Now, as a practical matter, there's no history of the air rights or subterranean rights in Wyman Park Drive ever having been used or needed for any type of public use. We believe that closing them to allow the above and below grade connections between the buildings will result in a significantly better project that will have fewer impacts on the community. The closure of the subterranean rights will allow for the construction of an underground service connector between the 2 buildings. This will allow all of the building loading and trash removal to be accommodated from a private service road owned by Johns Hopkins, located attached to the north building, that reduces noise disruption and eliminates a lot of truck activity on Wyman Park Drive. And it also eliminates the need for an additional external loading facility in the south building. This directly responds to comments that we received from the community who stated that they wanted to minimize truck traffic on Wyman Park Drive. The closure of the air rights is necessary to allow for accessibility. Due to the steep slopes along Wyman Park Drive, the bridge will provide a safe access between the 2 buildings and connecting up to the rest of the campus for all populations, including disabled students, faculty, and staff who would otherwise be required to navigate a busy intersection and pedestrian walkways along city streets that are not ADA compliant. So as there's no need for these air and subterranean rights to remain open to the public, we respectfully request that the Commission approve the proposed closure. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hecker. Any questions from the commission? So Mr. Knoy pointed out at the beginning of his presentation a very important distinction, that this is the subterranean and air rights only, and that the surface street will remain open for public access, of course, with the likely exception of during construction.
Correct.
Is there an estimate as to how long construction might be?
Not yet. We don't have permits yet. I mean, it's hard to say at this point, but it won't be
Yeah.
forever. It'll take a little while to build it, but I don't yet know exactly how long it's going to take.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a simple question again. Is there any, in terms of the bridge and the tunnel, are these exclusively circulation, or is there any other type of programming?
There's no programming.
Okay,
no.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a corridor.
It's just a corridor, right?
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hecker.
Thank you.
All right. In a moment, we'll open up the hearing for public testimony. If I could see a show of hands of folks who are here to testify on this subject. Great. Thank you very much. If I could first ask anyone who is testifying in support of the project to come up first, and then we'll give an opportunity for anyone who has concerns to testify. Councilwoman?
I'll be testifying against.
Okay. Councilwoman?
Good afternoon, everybody. See, you changed the configuration, but not the size of the podium. So I do need to get on the tiptoes here.
I can move it to any slide if you need.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Odette Ramos. I am the councilwoman for the 14th District. I represent this area. I'm testifying against this particular issue, but I want to give a little background before I give you my reasons. The first is, I'm sure you've seen some of the news around this, that this building is going to be bigger. These two buildings together are going to be bigger than the convention center. They are really, really big buildings. And when Hopkins came to me initially, I guess it was like 3 years ago now, about this, the first pictures that I saw were about Harvard and MIT's AI buildings, which were also huge. So rather than looking at what is needed in terms of space, it was about the size of the building, okay? There were a lot of discussions. We did have public meetings. To Johns Hopkins' credit, we did a lot of public meetings to get thoughts about this. Initially, they wanted to go just build it all on one side, closest to the hospital in Agora, and go up 125 feet. We were negotiating that back and forth because that would have required giving you all and the city a campus master plan with the height in the EC2 zoning, right? So there would have had to be an ordinance. And so there was lots of negotiation, talk about that. We tried to figure out whether there were some needs in the community, et cetera. And the community didn't really have a chance to vote on it because within themselves, and I'm talking about specifically the Wyman Park South community, which is right across Remington, who is most affected by this, and Remington Avenue. And so instead, Hopkins said, no, we're just going to build it by right. So the height is 65 feet, which, as we know in the zoning code, is kind of the mean between the highest and the lowest point. So it's actually higher than 65 for the whole thing. And in order to fit the entirety of this monstrosity of a building, they need to split it into two places. So that's where we get this two sides. The north side will be replacing the daycare center. The daycare center is moving to another place. Communities and the school population is super happy about that. It's actually going to be a nice building, the daycare center. So that's, I think, a positive thing. The worry that we have on the north side is the runoff into the Stony Run. I think it's just too close, and the construction is going to be a problem. But where it comes to this is that if it was all on one side and we would have had a chance to decide whether to go up to that 125 feet, we wouldn't need this. The other thing, I just have a process question and a process sort of protest, if you will. This is, we have had, in my district, we had 2 sales of property. We also had a franchise with Johns Hopkins about the Agora building, which worked out all fine. The idea here is that you, the Planning Commission, would be looking at whether or not those two pieces, the subterranean and the air, are needed for public use. And there is no campus master plan, so you don't know that. This is not part of the Remington master plan. There is one, so you don't know that. It is not stated anywhere in the comp plan that you all voted for, the city council voted for, I voted against for different reasons, whether or not this is here. So this is just a process issue where it doesn't make sense to me why the Planning Commission is first looking at whether or not this air rights and subterranean rights can be used for public use. I mean, the community may want to fly balloons or something in the area, or fly kites, or grow more trees, or all of that, but you wouldn't know that because you all haven't had the conversation with the community about what the public would want in that area. So I'm just saying that, I know there's going to be an ordinance. I will not be introducing it, and I will vote against it. But there has to be an ordinance for this closure, so it has to go through that process, which is a public process, and there would be a hearing, so you would be able to get a chance to hear from residents, et cetera. So my understanding from what the staff said is that this is, traditionally the way it has gone in terms of it comes to you first before it comes to us. I don't think that makes any sense. And so I'm just, telling you that I think that a vote here is premature until the ordinance comes, because you're going to then get it anyway, right? Because there's the ordinance, then you all get it for a hearing, and then we get it again. So I think that that's just something to kind of look at in terms of the process. We had closure of public property in Waverly where you all didn't get it first. Oh, that's not true. You actually had to look at it for a different reason. You had to look at it, right? And then there was the franchise agreement. So I think that there's, we just need to figure out what exactly is this process, because it's also not in statute in terms of looking at whether or not the planning commission determines whether this is still need to be used for public use. I do want to give Hopkins credit that they have listened to the community in terms of making sure that the storage and the loading is on the one side, so you would have to have the tunnel. I'm trying to understand exactly how this is going to work, because initially in the plan, they were going to build parking, and then they said, oh, we can't build parking because it's too rocky underneath. So how they're going to build the tunnel, I have no idea. Something to look at. So I think that it's just something that we need to think about in terms of that, further process. Because again, Planning Commission, which I value all of your time, you spend a lot of time with us. You're going to be spending a lot more time today. You've got a very busy agenda. But in terms of making sure that the public is involved and letting you know what the plans are, because there's nothing written about this particular building or the air rights and subterranean rights in any of the plans that have been approved by this body. Thanks.
Any questions from the commission for Councilwoman Ramos? I've got just a couple.
Sure.
So I heard a few things in there.
Mm-hmm.
One,
I could actually talk about this all day, but we don't have.
so you mentioned that in terms of the public need for the subterranean or air rights, there's nothing in any of the master plans about this that speaks to this.
Correct.
So there's no conflict.
There's nothing that says that there's
Way or the other.
one way or the other, right? So I'm just saying one way or the other. That's not something that we would need to have a process to figure that out. But nobody's come to the community and said, "Hey, do you all need this to fly kites or grow more trees or anything that you were planning on doing in this area?" Nobody's come to us for that.
So trees you mentioned as well, and of course
There's trees that are coming down on this road.
This hearing is in reference to the bridge and the tunnel. How many trees do you think would be affected by the bridge and the tunnel?
All of the trees on Wyman Park Drive on this block are coming down. And it's not because of part of it is because of the tunnel and the bridge, but also the construction. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing and you reminded me. But the construction of this building is the city, Johns Hopkins has asked the city to take down trees here, all of them, and there's 7, 9, a little more on Remington Drive, on Remington Avenue, that are city trees that are going to come down. And so in terms of this, the city trees, what I worry about also in terms of closing this road is how long it's going to be, because the building of the whole building is going to be 5 years. Closing this road for 5 years would be a problem. So it would have to be only closed for the bridge and only for a limited amount of time. But all the trees are being torn down here.
Okay, now you spoke to process, and we have a process to address trees, which is under our forest conservation plan. So while it's not a part of this hearing, certainly any trees that are removed would be replaced per the requirements. So I don't.
That's true.
You mentioned the size of the building.
Yeah.
And I've also heard a couple of times that the design's been reviewed by UDAP, which would be the authority to opine about that. For our role, this is within the zoning requirements. Right, so the size of the issue, I don't think, the size of the building. You also mentioned runoff, which again is regulated by very strict construction, erosion, and sediment control regulations.
which are going through review right now. There's a lot of consternation about that, which is not the subject of this hearing. I think you can also tell that in general, I'll just say this. I have been very clearly and publicly totally against this building going in right here. So that is also part of this opposition to the bridge and the air and the subterranean. Is just, this is not the right place for this building. And the community will talk about the impact that this building is going to have on their property. Again, to Hopkins' credit, they've listened to the community in a lot of ways, not every way, and have been doing some things to help with like construction noise and that kind of thing. But there's a lot of other impacts that are going to impact this community for 4 years and more, in particular because it's just going to be really, really hard on the community to have this big of a building constructed in this area.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think there's any further questions. Anyone else who would like to testify can please line up behind the young lady in orange. We do ask folks to limit their testimony to 3 minutes and try to avoid repeating points that have already been made. Ma'am, if you would just introduce yourself for the record, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Anita Chibata, and I'm a resident of Wyman Park. I apologize for my motion. My main concern for the ground and air rights for the DSA project are the limitations in access of the walking path during construction. I am suggesting that the city recommend the design committee to change the current design to keep the sides of the street separate and build a walking path or a sky bridge to connect the two. This will minimize the impact to the vehicle and pedestrian traffic. I understand 100 vehicles going through there doesn't seem like a lot, but for our neighborhood, it's a lot. There's so much more pedestrian traffic going through that specific access point on Wyman Park Drive to San Martin Drive. I personally use that as my mental and emotional stability. I recently started a job as a critical care nurse. That route, I walk that several times a day. It is the only well-lit path and the safest path in the neighborhood. So to take away my access to that is why I'm emotional. I apologize. I firmly believe that the closure of Wyman Park Drive is unnecessary and would be detrimental to the mental and physical health of the community and students and employees at Hopkins. There have been studies that show the many benefits of walking in nature. Wyman Park Drive is, like Odette had said, has lots of trees and they're big. They're not small trees. To remove and replace them would be like putting in bushes instead of having a canopy over my head. I can email the studies to you if you would like. I understand that Wyman Park Drive is a more convenient place for the construction of the buildings, but to tell telling my community that their way of self-care is unimportant is extremely disrespectful and harmful, and some people aren't physically capable of the alternate routes that closing Wyman Park will have. I won't feel safe in the hours that I have to walk. This path isn't as safe either. I apologize, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick Shelley. I've lived on Wyman Park Drive for 25 years. Any request to develop a tunnel and bridge across Wyman Park Drive should be rejected because it facilitates closing part of Wyman Park Drive for 5 years or more. Wyman Park Drive is a public street and a primary east-west route for pedestrians, bicyclists, cars, delivery trucks, and emergency vehicles. In an emergency, the 200 block of Wyman Park Drive provides quick access for fire trucks, ambulances, and police vehicles to large areas of Baltimore. According to the Baltimore City Fire Department website, the fire station on Roland Avenue is the only station specifically designated to service Waverly, Charles Village, Remington, and JHU's own campus. Last spring, I witnessed fire trucks from the Roland Avenue station using the 200 block of Wyman Park Drive to reach an emergency at JHU's Mason Hall, about 500 feet from the Baltimore Museum of Art. If Wyman Park Drive had been closed, critical time might have been wasted in taking a less direct route to that emergency. By closing Wyman Park Drive, JHU is putting its neighbors and its own visitors, students, staff, and employees at risk. JHU's proposed construction activities for the DSA complex would compromise other essential emergency routes as well. JHU representatives stated the necessity to periodically close Remington Avenue and 31st Street to move in tower cranes, heavy equipment, and building materials to the DSA construction site. Remington Avenue would be restricted by a truck aisle along the east side, further complicating access for emergency vehicles to our neighborhoods. With these streets compromised, along with the closure of Wyman Park Drive, how could firefighters, medics, and police get to emergencies in a predictable and timely way? They couldn't. Emergency vehicles from the Roland Avenue station would have to take a longer route via University Parkway to the winding San Martin Drive, or take 28th Street, which has been reduced to a one-lane congested stretch. Other fire stations would have to be activated. And Mr. Kanoy himself talked about the height limit of that bridge and how some emergency vehicles will not be able to get under it, even if as built.
Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry, but just to be clear, the height that Mr. Kanoy showed was 19 feet 7 inches.
Then why was that addressed as an emergency issue?
By a matter of procedure. That was a bit of a tangent. As a matter of procedure, firefighters don't fight fires from underneath the fire, but a vehicle would certainly be able to pass under that bridge. So I just want to clarify that so there's no misinformation.
Thank you for clearing that up. I'm almost finished.
Thank you.
JHU Representative Lee Coyle, who's here today, stated at public meetings and with visual documentation that JHU would develop the DSA complex by right. It is my understanding that developing this tunnel and bridge is not by right and requires a franchise ordinance from the Baltimore City Council. And to clarify one other point, at these meetings, Hopkins had said very clearly this will close Wyman Park Drive for 5 years, this construction project. The tunnel is part of that. And the tunnel also facilitates the closing of Wyman Park Drive for 5 years. That's a minimum. That's only what's stated. This could go on much longer. So my last statement is surrendering the public's air and subterranean rights on Wyman Park Drive would facilitate a construction project that, as proposed, could cause potential harm to me and to many other citizens of Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I leave this with you?
Please.
Who shall I give it to? Thank you. Sir.
Ma'am, if you'd please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Gonzalez. I am a member of Wyman Park Drive. I've lived there for 6 to 7 years now. Can't quite remember at this time, but it's home. Thank you for holding this meeting. Last night, myself and members of our community spoke directly to neighbors who will be impacted by this project. Of the many doors we knocked on, not one person voiced their support for this project. I personally do not support the selling, leasing, or renting of any city-owned property to JHU, and therefore respectfully request that the Planning Commission reject JHU's request to obtain the air and subterranean rights for the public road that is Wyman Park Drive. The community based along Wyman Park Drive, Remington Avenue, Gilman Terrace, Beach Avenue, and Keswick Road have experienced significantly lower qualities of life since JHU's Agora construction site began. And that is just one of their projects, which is much smaller than this planned project. Agora is not even half the size the DSAI facility will be. At the same time JHU plans to break ground, Seawall also has a large construction project planned for the Remington neighborhood. The combination of the two projects will put both Hamden and Remington in a gridlock every day during morning and evening rush hour traffic, create hazardous conditions for pedestrians and bicyclists, further lowering our quality of life, not to mention the wildlife in the park who will also be affected by the constant light and noise pollution and present a new danger to the Stony Run watershed. Skipping ahead here to minimize my time. I want to respectfully speak on the trees since you mentioned that. While the trees will be replaced, it will take 20 to 30 years for the newly planted trees to produce the same benefits that the healthy and mature trees are already providing our neighborhood. The design of the DSAI is in direct opposition to the surrounding neighborhoods and feels less like they're trying to become better neighbors and become more involved with the community, but more like they're creating a bit of a fortress and walling themselves off from the surrounding neighborhoods. The design is anti-urban, does not add value to the historic neighborhood it will be sitting against. Our neighborhood has worked with JHU in the past to help them create better infrastructure for their school and students, but there is zero benefit to the neighborhood if this facility is allowed to be built where it's currently planned. And I'm going to skip ahead because I do have some testimonies from some neighbors who I spoke with this last evening. This is from Chandler Curran, who lives off of Keswick Road, and this is a small bit of what he wrote to me. As we have seen, this will have a detrimental impact on the residents of Wyman Park. As a resident of Keswick Road, I have been harassed by construction crews, struggled with the near constant construction noise as a work-from-home employee, and mourn trees and Stony Run's current landscape. And now I'm going to skip ahead to Brian Batchelor, another resident of Keswick. He speaks directly about the Stony Run Trail. While the university emphasized that it will remain open and accessible, there was mention of detours and rerouting during phases of construction. The trail is this is an in and out trail, meaning that there is only one or two ways in and out. Thus, by suggesting a reroute or detour, you would have to close off the trail's usage almost entirely. The city has spent a great deal of money to revitalize the Stony Run. This project, as we've seen with the immense amounts of stormwater runoff that we've seen from Agora, is going to be sitting much closer to Stony Run. As a community, as neighbors who will directly be impacted by this, we have great concerns about the health and safety of the Stony Run watershed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I will be skipping around for sake of time. My name is Nicole Lucia. I am a class of 2023 alum of Johns Hopkins University who received her BA in Public Health Studies. I've done a lot of work for the university, both in their communications as a student. I was part of a lot of student organizations, and I'm also a resident of the area that will be affected by this project. I'm here to voice my concerns, and I, again, will be skipping around because some people have said some points that I already had written here, so great. In a JHU Hub article that was published earlier this year, one of the benefits of this building is that the project will, quote, bring new investments to Baltimore and boost the economic vitality of the surrounding Remington and Wyman Park neighborhoods. And yet for the people who actually live in the Remington and Wyman Park neighborhoods, such as myself, and some of whom have been living here for decades, this project is wildly unpopular, as you've seen. I spent yesterday afternoon and evening as well talking with folks in the neighborhood, and I've yet to come across anyone that thinks this construction project is a good idea. I understand we're talking about the subterranean and air rights, but obviously that facilitates the larger project at hand. Common complaints as we've heard already, traffic. One I want to speak about personally is residential parking, which is particularly unhelpful, the potential removal of residential parking for disabled and elderly neighbors, or someone like me who goes to work every day and when the academic year is in full swing, already struggles to have like good parking in the area. Also speaking to the times that BGE has had construction on my street, those are particularly frustrating days, and I can only imagine how much worse and how much less parking would be available during the period of construction should this project go through. At least with BGE, they're providing a service to the residents that actually benefit them, and it's a much more temporary period of time. I'm going to skip ahead here to mention that potential foundation damage to historic homes and businesses, also potential for homes in the immediate construction area to lose property value is another concern that I've heard from people. Like I mentioned earlier, JHU claims this project will boost the economic vitality of the surrounding neighborhoods, but the question is for who exactly? It doesn't appear to be for the residents, some of whom, again, have been living here for decades. My understanding is that Hopkins wants to be a leading global hub for data science and artificial intelligence research, and it's one of their Big 10 goals. Again, I'm an alum of the university. I keep close look at the things they're up to and the research they're doing. I have friends myself who are researchers. But one of their other stated goals is to develop a new generation of partnerships and programs to support the aspirations of our neighbors, to strengthen the city we call home, to make our university more open and accessible to our neighbors, all taken from their 10 for 1 plan website. And yet, not only is this project unpopular to the university's neighbors, it literally shuts us out through construction and building design. Like she mentioned, it kind of is more akin to a fortress. And further encloses the Homewood campus. As a student, people would always joke about how we live in a Hopkins bubble because of just the way Hopkins functions in the city. There are plenty of construction projects the university has undergone without major pushback from local residents, such as the Student Center and the library. But for many, the potential construction of the Data Science and Artificial Intelligence Institute takes things too far. And if it happens, it will further ruin public perception of the university for people who live in the immediate area and city at large. Again, I know this is about a specific portion of the project, and that is Hopkins' perception is potentially not of concern for you guys. But it's worth noting, as one resident told me after a conversation about shared concerns yesterday, thanks for spreading the word. I won't hold it against you that you're a Hopkins alum, which she said half jokingly, but the fact that the joke could even be made to begin with speaks volumes. If that doesn't go to show what kind of impact this is having on the immediate neighborhood, I don't know what does. And closing out here, I just want to say, I came to Hopkins to study public health, and it's truly disheartening to see the ways in which the institution can harm its tax-paying neighbors, city residents, and nature sites for the sake of research. And I say this as someone who has many friends who are in research. Like I said, I was a student of this university. I feel there has to be a limit. I feel like the limit should be a project that isn't so big, a project that isn't near such precious wildlife, and a project that doesn't disrupt the lives of local residents, some of which, again, have been living here for decades. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Miss, may I just ask you a question as Ms. Gonzalez before you mentioned how many folks don't want to see Hopkins continue to take public land, which is a position that I agree with. And frankly, when I saw this project, I was happy that they weren't building it in the park. And you mentioned their fortress and the bubble, which is all very real. You don't have to go to Hopkins to know that. But as I'm looking at this on Street View and looking at the trees, which are mostly modern plantings, not 100-year-old trees. But it's with my point here, is that this is within their fence, right? They already have a monumental entry there, a brick wall around the site, to your point. And while in a way, this closure and the bridge and the tunnel facilitate the larger project in a way, but actually they could build both of these buildings without the tunnel. It would just be not as good for everyone because there would be more congestion on the street and harder travel times. And so I've heard, and I'm sorry that I'm putting you on the spot, please don't feel pressured to answer this, but I've heard a number of people say just not in this spot, as if there's another spot that would be better, but isn't within their existing campus, instead of continuing to sprawl. Maybe the lesser,
Are you saying, is there like another area that they could use, or are you saying like this is like the best option?
I'm not necessarily saying it's the best option, but I guess, do you agree that this is within their existing bubble? So it's not an expansion of their bubble, I guess is what I'm asking, how the community feels about that.
It's definitely brinking on something a bit uncomfortable for the community. And regardless of whether or not the site itself the site itself being on Hopkins campus, it will greatly impact people outside of Hopkins campus and like outside of that area, is, well, my perspective on that.
Thank you for sharing.
Yep.
Hello, my name is Theodore Eccleston. I'm a resident of Harwood, but I go to Stony Run almost daily to visit its nature and to take a little reprieve from the city. There are great blue herons that live there. There are kingfishers that live there. There are deer, foxes. It's a very rich wildlife corridor. If you ever get the chance to see a great blue heron fly overhead, it's really quite a sight. I go there almost daily, and I see the great blue heron there almost daily. And I think that it's irresponsible of Johns Hopkins to not consider the other living creatures that live and that share this space. Mr. Stevenson, I'm glad you brought up that point about the existing bubble of Johns Hopkins, because they're going to have to use public roads to get into this site facility. They're going to be building and making lots and lots of construction noise day and night right along one of the most treasured parks in this area. So while it might be within their bubble, that the impact to the community exceeds far beyond just the footprint of their campus. And I was wondering if we could switch back to the diagram that shows that one that's right there. And it's no offense to you, but those are wild underestimates of the size of these buildings. If you can see that the Agora building that's in construction right now.
Those are showing the tunnel and the bridge.
No, these ones are the red ones to show the site. The one prior was the tunnel area. These are just representations of the two red buildings.
I didn't interpret it as a building, but fine.
Yeah, no, it's important for us to understand the context of what the impact of these buildings are, because I haven't heard the commission ask any questions about the size of this tunnel, and it's a little confusing to me whether or not trucks are going to be driving through this tunnel as an access road, how big this tunnel is going to be. There is only really one way in to that back parking area, which is on Remington Ave, or you can go through San Martin, which is a little tighter for big trucks to make. So the concern is, although there might be that tunnel connecting these two buildings, the construction trucks that would have to get in there, the maintenance trucks, the maintenance vehicles will have to use the public roads to access this facility. And that whole parking area there on the north side is going to be a building, a 4-story building, right up against Remington Ave, right up against Wyman Park. And I feel like the important thing to consider here is the subterranean and air rights is part of this key process for Johns Hopkins to move this building project along. And I think many, many people don't want to see a large project happen right along this park, which is very sacred to a lot of people, and not just the humans that live there, but the non-human creatures that live there. And it will greatly disrupt what's happening there. The mention that Johns Hopkins planning team has of the wildlife considerations is buried at the bottom of their DSAI page. Yes, it's there, but just like the notice for this public hearing, it was posted reverse side, facing out of a busy road. So I don't know exactly who it was for. I'm glad we have active members of the community letting us know when these public hearings are happening. But I biked around that area yesterday looking for the notice, and it is in a very inconvenient spot. Not accessible to read if you're a pedestrian, certainly not able to read if you're driving on the road. So all of this to be said, I do feel like Johns Hopkins is just moving ahead with whatever plans they have to develop their state-of-the-art research university without really considering the impact to the surrounding community. So I asked the commission here to just take some extra thought into understanding this is a key part of this phase, but this larger project deserves a lot more of attention, and listening to the public's view on the overwhelming negative view of that this building is going to cost. So thank you for your time. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Ecclestein.
Hi, my name is Emma Dunbar Freeman. I'm a Bolton Hill resident. I've lived in Baltimore my whole life. I've been in Bolton Hill for about 5 years. I'm a small business owner and I am a local theater artist. And I wanted to talk about the history of Wyman Park just really briefly. Wyman Park used to be a large green space and stream valley. Over the last century, it has been broken up and gifted and donated to Hopkins. Now lies piecemeal as a, I'm sorry, I lost my place, as a green space for the local community, and it has been built upon and broken up over the years. This, to me, feels like a continuation on breaking up that park. I wanted to make a comment on a comment that was made that this building is within Hopkins property. That is true when you look at the neighborhood like a map. When it comes to the environmental impact of these buildings, and not just the construction, but the environmental impact that this facility will have for decades to come, you can't measure that by property lines. The impact that it will have on the environment is something that I believe that we have never seen in this neighborhood before, and I understand this in the city before, let alone. I understand that this is a meeting about the subterranean and the air rights, but I second the idea that there's no separating any part of this project from the larger issues at play. The fact that this project is so far along already means that Hopkins is aware of the environmental impact that these facilities have. They are aware of how many stories are popping up around the country of neighborhoods and communities that have been decimated by these facilities, the environments that have been destroyed by these facilities, the residents in communities across the country who have been speaking up against these facilities. The extreme and immediate consequences are well documented, and that's not just something that can be measured by the property lines on this project. That is something that will continue to affect the surrounding area. We all breathe the same air. We all drink the same water. It's not a measure of just land rights. I drive this portion of Wyman Park Drive every day, sometimes multiple times a day for my job. I use it to get to San Martin, to get to North Charles Street, so that I don't have to take 28th Street because it's crowded, it's noisy, it stinks. It's beautiful, it's relaxing, it's green, it's lush, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. And I'm just wondering why that would be limited to people who work for or pay to attend Hopkins exclusively, rather than the community members who have been accessing it for years.
Ma'am, in what way would this, right, like, the issue here is that access to Wyman Park Drive is going to be limited during construction.
Sure.
Only during construction, and it'll be limited to everyone. So, like, the issue of, I thought I heard you say, like, only Hopkins people would be allowed to use it or something like that.
That's my understanding. The trail is being cut off from that access point at Wyman Dell. Is that not the case?
That is not my understanding, but I will ask someone who is more informed to confirm that.
Okay. It seemed to me that the access to this area would be greatly limited by the closure of a street there, whether it be to the trail, which I've heard one of the entrances will be closed as part of this project for some time, or driving through, which it would directly affect my daily commute.
I'll make sure we get clarification on that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kyle Kirkby, and I'm a current resident of Remington. Hopkins is what brought me here to Baltimore, and I've seen just firsthand in the 7 years that I've been here how they ignore the concerns of the community and how they abuse their historic and institutional power to basically get whatever they want. As not to be redundant with what a lot of these lovely people here have said today, my concern more specifically is with the Remington Avenue Bridge that overruns Stony Run. If you go back to like one of those pictures, yeah, it's that bridge that's like up above Remington Avenue, kind of that street. It goes above Stony Run. I just pulled from the Department of Planning website. There was like a bunch of like surveys done on a bunch of like infrastructure projects around the city, and this bridge scored a 17.1 out of a 100. And it said it needed to be repaired immediately. And it seems like there are current like plans for rehabilitation of this bridge, but Hopkins has been using it, you know, to bring in their large construction, like heavy construction trucks over the bridge. And if they close Wyman Park Drive for whoever knows how long this construction project is going to take, where are those trucks going to be diverted to? They're not going to be able to drive down San Martin Drive, at least. Like they'll have to drive potentially over the Remington Avenue Bridge that it only has a 17% rating. Yeah.
That's new information. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Margot Cheaper. I'm not going to go too deep into things because everybody said a lot of really concise and cool stuff. I am a resident of Charles Village. I am a cyclist as well as pedestrian. I don't drive. I don't have a car. And getting to and from Hamden is actually very challenging because of Hopkins campus. So the closure of Wyman Park Drive for any period of time will be very restrictive for me. I'm saying this as a very able-bodied person. It's very easy for me to walk places and bike places. The idea that pedestrians who are less able-bodied than me will have to choose alternate routes is quite concerning. And this is a beautiful walk. This is a beautiful way to get places. I would be very sad to lose that for an extended period of time that I don't know the length of. And this is just my personal reasons behind this. Thank you, guys.
Hello, my name is Jessica Hudson. I have lived in Baltimore for 15 years. I bought my home at 301 Wyman Park Drive, which is that home right there on the corner that's directly across from the proposed construction. I bought my home in 2017. I was able to get a grant from the city to commission 3 different murals as a welcoming to Baltimore City. If you're familiar, I'm the Cat Lady House. Hi.
Honor to meet you.
I did that because I bought my house from my neighbor who kind of let that house go into derelict. I bought it directly from him. Before I owned it, I was clearing off weeds, etc., trying to make it look nice because it was kind of the welcoming position of Remington. There's a lot of similarities between that owner and what Hopkins does. They kind of just let things rot and say, oh, sorry, we have to tear this down or we can't do anything about it. That's what this entire lot here is. If they were to move this whole project over and consume the entire lot that they have, we wouldn't be in this position. We wouldn't be having this discussion right now. Just want to make sure that that's clear. Sorry, my passion gets over my eloquence.
Can I ask you just to clarify the last one? Are you saying that you would prefer that the project was further off of Remington Ave, just slid over?
What I'm saying is that they don't need to make 2 giant towers, is what they were originally proposed to do. They took that ability from us to vote on it. So then they said, fine, we're going to have 2 long buildings. However, they're holding and reserving the buildings that are closest to 31st Street, the very bottom, like where you see the aerial word. That building is rotting, and they're not doing anything about building that. Instead, it's just going to be a small little parking lot that already exists. They're saving that because they're going to build more. It's ignorant for me to think that me moving and buying that house and thinking that Hopkins wasn't going to build on their land. I just didn't think they're going to build something that belongs in an industrial park. I just want to also, I agree with everything that everyone has said. I just want to note when Gilman, the first president of Hopkins, during his inaugural address, and they were given this entire portion of Wyman Park Drive, he declared that we need to build men, not buildings. Hopkins has become a real estate agency. They are no longer an educational institution in the sense of what we think about bringing in new ideas, etc. They are about a land grab. That's why it's very concerning to me about us giving them this route. And it's not just because of inconvenience and everything else, because that is definitely something that I'm concerned about. I have had to deal with the Agora construction, which was supposed to be about 2 years long. It's now gone indefinitely. And the way that Hopkins has treated our concerns as a neighborhood with the construction noise, the construction parking, overall, just making our lives miserable is, sorry, we can't do anything about it. We'll try again next time. We don't have confidence in them in doing that anymore. They've really lost our trust. We used to be able to be pretty copacetic with them. They asked us originally to have the PUD changed so they could build the Agora building, and we said yes. In exchange for that, they got 60 parking spaces that were on the 200 block of Wyman Park Drive. The city gave them that freely. They built BIOS walls that have, from the very beginning, failed. We have documentation that I've reported to the state and the city of all the construction runoff that goes along the 200 block of Wyman Park Drive that goes directly into Stony Run, the stormwater drain. So to say that it's not really going to be a big deal is incorrect. I also want to point out when you said the trees look modern, on the 200 block of Wyman Park Drive, they are somewhat modern because they already had to tear down trees that were already existing. They planted junk trees, so their trees have become a placeholder for Hopkins. Just kind of like, oh yeah, we'll plant some more. These trees are already not appropriate that they planted for where they're at now. We have zero confidence that they're going to be able to do a better job next time. The trees that are along Remington, the 9 oak trees, are close to 90 years old. So not 100, but pretty close. I think it's also fair to say that 5 years of construction, building your kitchen you think it's going to take 6 months, it could take 2 years. It'd be ignorant for us to think that this can be done quickly in 5 years. It's going to be more like a 10-year project just based on the Agora project. That means that our public right-of-way is going to be disrupted consistently. And I also want to note that it's not just the 200 block of Wyman Park Drive that's going to be taken away. The 31st Street block there's also going to be infrequent closures because they have to do utility work. They're building their substation. So that means that everyone is going to be inconvenienced except for Hopkins. They are pushing this through quickly because they have a donor that set a time limit to get this done. I do not support the selling, renting, or giving of any subterranean or air rights to Hopkins because once they take that, they're going to continue to push and push and push. It's fair to say that we're all concerned that our homes are next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I begin, I haven't heard acknowledgement of all the letters from people that the testimony was received in writing, but not here today. Could we please do that?
Acknowledge people as they get them.
I mean, for the record. It used to be that the commission would read, say who they'd had letters from.
That would take a substantial amount of time, but
We have received a number of letters letters in support, letters in opposition, as well as a number of letters just voicing concern. I don't have a count here, but the number of letters in opposition is significant. Looks like I've got as many as 60 here. And we did get 2 letters of support from individuals in addition to institutional support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. My name is Joan Floyd, and first I want to say I haven't heard what the height is where the air rights would begin, and I haven't heard the depth of where the subterranean rights would begin. So I'd like to have some kind of designation of that. It seems rather open-ended right now. So I guess I put a question out there. Maybe that's taking my time. I don't want to take up my time. So I'll just say.
I thought he provided it to 19.
The 19'7" was the height of the bridge. Nuance that we should confirm is if that's actually the height of the air rights or if they start slightly below that, and do they extend up to infinity, or is it just the 15 feet needed for the bridge? It's a valid question.
That's exactly the kind of thing I'm asking for. Thank you. And pretty much the same for the subterranean. But I want to say this. As far as public use, we still definitely do need these for public use. We've already heard that we have utilities in the subterranean area, which means we have to actually negotiate an easement to use back what's ours right now, which I don't agree with at all. Also, when you look at the air rights situation, we have an environmental reason for needing that space because we need the trees, and I mean the trees have to be able to grow. So I can see that if you're putting up a flyover, you're going to have to keep trees a certain distance away. That's not beneficial. So I would say we definitely still need these for practical reasons for public use. We should retain them for that reason. Addressing the chairman's point, which I'm kind of glad it came up. You mentioned the 2, entrances. This is not Hopkins driveway. This is not the entrance to Hopkins campus. This is a community gateway. This is a gateway to the community that I have lived in 30 years coming November. This is a community gateway. And as far as the traffic that we heard, the minimal traffic, anyone who's saying 100, first of all, we're not saying what is the time period for the 100. But we've had many times, we've had many meetings and stood out there on the corner. And of course, so I've been in a car as well, watching the cars go by. Anyone who's telling you 100 and definitely that's not the result of a traffic study. I don't know where that comes from. But this is a well-used, there's an intersection right there that takes traffic all different ways. Okay, so the idea of sprawl takes many forms. And when you live in this neighborhood, when you live in proximity to Hopkins campus, you see those pressures, and you see them coming up in new ways. And one of the ways is that taking down the 90-year-old trees, okay? There are all sorts of ways in which Hopkins exerts that kind of energy on the neighborhood, and you feel it. And there is definitely a feel that if we give them the flyover and we give them subterranean rights, especially the flyover, it's going to be more like a driveway to Hopkins. But it, in fact, is a community gateway. What they put on that flyover is not going to say Remington, it's going to say JHU. It's hurtful. It can actually be hurtful when you live there to see some of the things, some overt, some subtle. One of the most hurtful things is to hear Hopkins officials at a public meeting pledge that they will only develop this site by right. They only develop this development, this DSAI, by right. This is not by right. They're asking a big thing. a very big thing right now of the city, and it's definitely not by right. You don't need an ordinance if you're developing by right. So I think I would close by saying, you know, they got a franchise for the Duck Banks just a really little while ago, right on the same street up Wyman Park Drive. If you look at the bill file, there's a lot of pieces to that bill file. A lot of things went into it. A lot of specific calculations and so forth went into it with a lot of scrutiny. That seems definitely to be a more appropriate process, at least if they're going to ask for this. They should be asking to use something that we get to keep and not to take something away that we will never get to use again. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd.
I wasn't planning to testify, but I feel a little bit moved to testify. My name is Michelle Geis. I live in the neighborhood on Crestmont Avenue. As my shirt implies, I'm actually really here as a keeper of bees in the neighborhood as well, so right behind this site. And that point of view is wanting me to speak from a more holistic state of where the neighborhood is right now. And I think, you know, on Crestmont Avenue, we're dealing with BGE coming in and dealing with our meters. We've had Charles Street closed for a long time. We've had all of the, you know, the whatever's supposed to save democracy on that corner that they're building. And then this is another one. And I think there's this feeling like the neighborhood is under siege, and that there's sort of, you always watch these deadlines and these dates on the banners of their buildings, and you think, oh, okay, this is when it's going to be like a sigh of relief. This is when you're going to be able to drive like a normal person, you know, to think about how you're routing around. You're going to be able to drive your bike or take your walk in peace. And I think that's what a lot of the neighbors are already testifying to, is this sense of siege and also a sense of invisibility from all of these institutions that are claiming to make improvements, but really not on behalf of residents, more on behalf of the institutions themselves that benefit. To hear that that Hopkins is specifically concerned about the size of other elite institutions in the country makes me think there's some ego going on. It's not the first time that Hopkins is doing something to try to keep up with the Joneses. And the fact that they're dealing in size, I haven't heard a practical argument for that yet. It feels a lot like ego. A lot of the concerns that have been raised around the mature trees on Remington Avenue coming out, my understanding is that has to do with the pace of construction. So we're really dealing in size and speed that's being forced through, despite people being willing to play ball, despite people being willing to enter into dialogue with this stakeholder, who is a neighbor of ours, who is not the only stakeholder in the neighborhood. And I understand they have economic power, and that's the reason it's valid for them to stand up and say and shrug their shoulders as if they don't know what the construction timeline is, when clearly somebody, if they're being hired to do this work, would probably edit their slides and also have a rough timeline to be able to tell you. So that when people are dodging those questions, it makes me feel that they're not actors that are coming in good faith to these conversations. And it feels just like a very myopic, very self-serving set of behaviors that are taking a holistic neighborhood, a living piece of land, a living forest, living airspace, and wanting to really railroad over all of it with very piecemeal plans and little bridges, little subterranean rights. The fact that we have to deal with every single one of these implications of this building through a different jurisdictional pathway is part of what makes it difficult for neighbors to know how to engage and how to fight back and how to push back. And so we're probably lining up in every room and sending letters to every entity that deals with the trees, that deals with the runoff, that deals with the coding, that deals with all of these things. Like, that's a full-time job that's, you know, Councilman Ramos does, but it's not the rest of our full-time jobs. And the fact of the matter is people don't want a building this big right here that is this disruptive. And what I haven't heard is any kind of good faith effort, other than a little bit of tweaking here and there from the institution, to actually consider the place it's building in and the people that live there and the assets that people are drawn to live there. That's the neighborhood's businesses, that's the other residents, that's the green space around. And that's all of the non-human neighbors that have also been invoked into this conversation. And so I don't have a specific recommendation here other than to say this piecemeal approach is very disorienting, and it's part of a intentional set of actions to obscure what's really going on, which is that they're taking this piece by piece so that they can get it through, so that it's difficult to oppose this from taking place for the benefit of the institution, with very little benefit being described around the neighbors themselves. So I'm asking sort of all of us, or testifying on behalf of all of us who are stewards of that land, who are stewards of land in this city, to be able to operate in good faith and to be able to operate with all of those stakeholders around the table, and not just be leaning in these shadowy pieces and these bureaucratic processes and sort of loopholes in order to be able to win at this goal of building a site, but really to take a much longer view of the stewardship of the space. From the bees' point of view, those mature trees are a huge source of forage, not just for honeybees, but for all the pollinators. It's a less known fact, but a lot of the flowers that they're eating from are at the tops of trees, particularly in cities. So I wanted to speak out on behalf of them as a constituency, but also of all of the other sort of non-human residents that have been invoked into this conversation, who would ask us to think about all the pieces, not just the individual parts.
Thank you very much.
And I have a letter from...
Please, you can give it to Mr. Knoy.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you and all of the community members that came to testify on this issue. I really appreciate your interest and your activism. I also have a very deep appreciation for your community. I also enjoy walks on San Martin Drive. I live on the west side, but when I take my bike over east, that's one of my favorite places to go. So I appreciate the importance and the impact. That being said, as my fellow beekeeper in the back said, this can be difficult to oppose simply based on property rights and zoning and things that they are allowed to do and things that we have limited authority over. Now, of course, back to the issue that we do have authority over, which is the rights to build this tunnel and bridge. Mr. Secretary, just as a procedural question, can you please confirm, as was explained at the top of the meeting, we're recommending a body on this at this time, and then there will be a later bill, but our recommendation will inform that bill?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Tiso?
Just a reminder, we have a couple people online and some text for me to read when you get to it.
Let's go ahead and get that out of the way, please.
All right, we have two people that wish to speak. Ariel, if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ariel Gordon, and I've lived in Baltimore for about 14 years. I live then less than a block away from the site in Hampden. First, I want to thank everyone for their input, especially on the importance of protecting nature and wildlife. I echo many of the others' feelings on how important Stony Run Trail is for our mental and physical health. I bought my home in this neighborhood nearly 2 years ago because I love this neighborhood. I love having a little slice of nature in my city life, and also so my family could possibly live car-free. And 3 months ago, we took the plunge and we're now car-free. And I believe that city residents shouldn't need cars to navigate the city, and the city should help facilitate that. I primarily get around by biking, walking, and using public transit. I say all of this because to reach buses, I often walk Wyman Park Drive to cut through the Hopkins campus. If pedestrian access is cut off, it will make it much harder for many of us to reach other parts of the city. Currently, only 2 bus routes serve Hampden directly, and they only run every 40 minutes, which isn't reliable. Accessing additional routes on the other side of campus significantly improves our mobility because those buses run more frequently and to more places. And so while walking around the site is technically possible, it adds a substantial delay. And with buses already infrequent and unreliable, it would make commuting even more difficult. So I just want to say that about making it a little bit more equitable for those of us who choose not to drive places. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel, for adding that to the conversation.
All right, Gabriel Goodenough, coming your way. You can unmute.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm a proud Baltimore City resident. I live in the Wyman Park South community surrounding the proposed JHU DSAI complex. My neighbor and I have collaborated with JHU over the past 2 decades to help them obtain approvals constructing their buildings, other development plans, always with the goal of creating harmonious outcomes that serve the interests of all stakeholders. However, JHU's recent approach to engaging the community and the surrounding natural environment regarding the proposed nearly 500,000 square foot DSAI complex has been different and frankly very disturbing. There has been constant pressure and spin from JHU and its representatives, such as the claim of a 30% reduction in the building size. It is important to note that this so-called reduction of 30% or 250,000 square feet is as a result of moving all of the underground parking from the complex to construction costs, not to reducing the actual the building. This, I remind you, is the largest building ever constructed on the JHU Homewood campus, nearly twice the size of any existing current building and without any dedicated parking. Recently, JHU has also privatized other public assets in the very block, including all public parking spaces on the 2 block of Wyman Park Drive. JHU representatives have stated multiple times that the use of these parking spaces for stormwater retention has been unsuccessful. JHU has refused to relinquish these public assets. I believe this is part of JHU's broader attempt to privatize public property on Wyman Park Drive. Granting these rights would further set the precedent that JHU and other private entities can take public assets. Furthermore, JHU does not need these air rights and subterranean rights. As a previous community member mentioned, JHU could shift the entire DSAI project several hundred feet to the south and avoid building on the park. Doing so would eliminate the need to use public assets and would prevent the destruction of the parkland, watershed, and wildlife. It would also avoid JHU's own forest conservation easement, help protect the parkland for generations to come. The building of the north portion of the DSAI complex will violate JHU's existing forest conservation easement. I'll remind the committee that JHU is one of the largest private landowners in Baltimore City. They have multiple choices where to build their complex. I do not support selling, renting, or granting of any subterranean rights to JHU on Wyman Park Drive.
Thank you, sir. Did we get the gentleman's name for the record?
I did, and we have Jed Weeks next.
Thank you, and thanks, Vice Chair Stevenson. I just wanted to note that this proposal was not brought to the Greater Remington Improvement Association Land Use Committee. Generally, stuff like this is brought to that committee for consideration for a vote on whether or not it's consistent with the neighborhood plan, but we did not receive, no one came to us for this. So that's just a little frustrating from a process perspective because it prevented us from, really having engagement in that case. Just speaking for myself, the neighborhood plan doesn't really directly address this site, but the plan's really focused on increasing community cohesiveness, walking, biking, more people interacting on our streets. I think that really improves town and gown relations and makes, residents and academics feel more indistinguishable than segregated. And personally, I could see like the tunnel aspect potentially aligning with the goals of the plan by mitigating truck traffic on streets with higher pedestrian usage. But I'm not really sure what the skywalk element brings to the table besides that segregation of student and faculty population from residents. But really, I just wanted to focus on two things. One was the concern raised by Ms. Hecker that the adjacent pedestrian infrastructure is not ADA accessible, which is what's necessitating the skywalk. And I just hope that if this moves forward, the city would at least make one of the conditions of the closing Hopkins's investment to make all of that adjacent pedestrian infrastructure accessible. And if that's already happening, I don't really understand the current condition being used as justification for the need of the skywalk. And second, the corridor is on the city's bike network, and so closure for construction does necessitate, under ordinance, creation of an all-ages detour for people walking and rolling. That was a concern I heard from a lot of folks today, is being able to maintain that bike and pedestrian access. So it'd be good to see what that proposed route and design is, before any action here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weeks.
And I have one written comment in the chat from Array G. Just adding my testimony below, and would greatly appreciate if you would pass along to the committee. My name is Ray Glasser. I do not support the planned project. This development infringes on our community's right to nature and places residents at greater risk as summers grow hotter and neighborhood temperatures continue to rise. For many individuals without access to a private car, and even for those who rely on this area as a daily retreat, the surrounding trees provide essential shade and relief. Removing or disrupting this natural cooling system would endanger both our health and our quality of life. In addition, this proposal will directly increase light, noise, and air pollution, further degrading the well-being of our community. And I believe that is all the public testimony we have at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Tiso. With that, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, any comments or deliberation? Commissioner McCoach.
Thank you. A lot of the discussion today has to do with the physical aspects of the structure and the landscaping, the site plan. But just to focus on the bridge and tunnel, I guess I'm curious why Hopkins has not been able to define the duration of the project. And I know that they've recently completed the new bookstore, Campus Center. It's fabulous. It's great. It took forever. Finally, they raced to the finish and they got it done. But I think while this AI Institute may take 5 years to construct, I think the actual inconvenience for the community in terms of access can be made much, much less in duration. I mean, I don't know how wide that subterranean tunnel is. Maybe it's 9 foot wide, maybe it's 15, maybe it's 25 feet wide. But to dig a trench halfway across the street while maintaining traffic and then build it up, cover it up, pave it, and then do the other half, it's not rocket science. And these guys should be able to deliver a concise duration for such a defined part of the project, which I think would change some of the dialogue. I mean, there are people in the audience who really don't see the value of the facility, or maybe the assumptions, the cost associated with it environmentally and socially is greater than the benefit. But that's not us today. This really has to do with subterranean access, which once it's complete, I mean, Hopkins has their 600-car, 400-car garage a block away. You don't even realize that it's there. There's traffic, yes. But generally, subterranean connections are pretty much invisible. And I think that I understand the concerns about the runoff and the environmental degradation. But again, that's, we've got an excellent sort of program of mitigation. And frankly, I would expect a very high quality runoff solution during construction and then after construction. So I think my thinking is that if Hopkins were able to be more specific about the duration of the disruption, that might ease the community's concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoach. I agree with a lot of that. And, I agree with my point that you were reinforcing about erosion and sediment control regulations. I also want to validate the community's concerns that you can see clearly even on Google Earth that the erosion and sediment control could be improved. So I think some of the key issues that I hope will include in our recommendations will be related to, detours, maintaining access, and erosion and sediment control. I mean, I think even supporters of the project might agree that 5 years is too long to close the road.
Doesn't make sense.
And we should get some more clarity on that.
I mean, yeah, so I guess next speaking, I mean, I think people are speculating 5 years of construction for the entire project. I don't think there was any commentary about the street closure. I think the public, understandably, some of many of whom are opposed to the project are conflating, and they think a street closure means blocking the street off for construction. But for the issue before us is there a public need or not to remain open for the air rights and subterranean rights? I get it raises the question of how long it'll take to use those rights. So if the construction will take long, that's something I guess that is perhaps worthy of consideration, maybe more on the political side when it's an ordinance versus us as a planning commission determining if there's a public right or not. But I think also Hopkins is self-interested in not having it closed. They would be also inconvenienced from car traffic more than even the pedestrian. That's why, I mean, to the extent there is a delay for digging a trench, I'm looking at the aerial now. I mean, walking to 31st Street, Google Maps says 2 minutes more, depending on how far you're going around. So I guess that's like setting the framework. I think I've only heard a couple people really address the specific issue of public need. I think Councilman Ramos suggested the kite flying, which I don't find convincing or like as a need for here. So I think on the narrow issue of like the public need for the air rights to remain open, I find, or my position is there's not a public need and it can go forward. But I also acknowledge the community's concerns about the broader project and recognize, I mean, the construction for Agora is inconvenience and it's a friction in a growing city that is unfortunate. And it's unfortunate it is being concentrated for these people on Remington Avenue and the community. But then alternatively, as I think someone mentioned, I think you might have mentioned, Mr. Vice Chair, if there were another DSA building somewhere else in Remington or in Hamden or wherever, there's going to be conflicts and traffic and the things that are unfortunately negative externalities associated with growth and building in the city.
Agree, Mr. Deputy Mayor, on both points that the long-term impact to the public for the subterranean and air rights, in my view, is negligible. The other concerns that are very valid are related, but not necessarily the issue that we have before us. Did you have anything to add?
Yes, in agreement with most of what's been said. The other piece that I would say, and this came up pretty strongly in some of the community comments, is really about the pedestrian access during the time of construction. So I'd like to see more specifics around what that looks like, what that actual path is, and what the level of access would be.
Agreed. Thank you. Christine, anything?
Right now, I came in late.
Sure. Other points that I just want to... I'm sorry, Mr. Kanoy, question, technical question. So I would like for us to have the details that Ms. Floyd requested in terms of the depth. More pressing in my mind right now, the extent. The graphic that you showed with the red boxes kind of implied that the area in question is like just as wide as the tunnel and as wide as the bridge. Is that assumption correct? We're not talking about the whole block?
That's correct. What is presented to us is the minimum viable amount of space to facilitate both of these connections. the specifics of the dimensions are something that are going to be required to draft the ordinance that would effectuate sale of the property, because we need to know what we're selling. So those will come. This is just the general discussion of, is this area considered still needed for the public, or can it be offloaded in some way?
And, you know, other issues that were raised that I think are very important in the larger picture, the issue that was raised about access to transit during the detour period, not in the long term. And well, that was the key one.
While you're looking at your notes,
I'm sorry, sir, the public hearing is closed.
while you're looking at your notes, the other thing I wanted to reference or bring up is that I guess UDAP reviewed, I guess, the planning for
Yes, I'm
this
sorry.
site.
Thank you for rescuing me there. So my point was, some of these other very important issues, the design of the building, the transit issue, there are other bodies that have the authority and review those issues. I've, personally been involved in construction projects where, bus stops have had to be relocated because of, detours and access closures. So those are certainly things that we can expect to be demanded from the contractor.
To follow up on the UDAP point is, like, I know there was questions raised about the necessity, although Ms. Hecker spoke to maybe ADA compliance and maybe that's like official rationale, but I imagine UDAP also looks at the circulation of the building and does it make sense in the context of the environment and all the things to consider there. So I
And the
find that
city also, for those who are less familiar with the development process, and I didn't ask Ms. Hecker about this because it usually comes at the end of the process, but there will be an agreement between the developer and the city for improvements in the public space. And, that may include things like improving the sidewalk ramps if they're not currently accessible. So while, we don't have those agreements now, those things will be addressed. Any other comments from the commission?
I'll make a general comment, that it's been the policy of the department to not require campus plans for higher education in our city. And yet, every single campus that I'm familiar with sits in the midst of a great residential community. And the people that surround the universities are impacted directly by the health of the university, its growth, its contraction, the cars, the deliveries. So it would be great if our city council people, perhaps, would press for a requirement to ask for campus plan. Because these are all legitimate concerns that can be addressed with discussion. And if we don't have a discussion until we're all sitting up here, it's that much harder. So there's a policy change, depending on how city council representatives would want to act, that could make this a better process. That's my observation.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
move to approve, I don't know if it's staff recommendation, or I'll move to
May I?
Thank you.
I would like to move approval with additional conditions. And those conditions are related to timeline. Not only providing a timeline for the overall project and the detour, but taking all practical efforts to limit the time that the right-of-way is closed. Even if these buildings take 5 years to build, there's certainly no reason to close that road for the entirety of construction. And even to go as far as means, as Commissioner McCoach proposed, to do it half and half are totally viable. So that would be my recommendation, and this will come again before us in its form as a bill, and so I would hope to see that information by that time.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Is Robin Allen attending virtually? Yeah.
She was earlier. Yeah, I do not see her now.
Thank you. John Bullock?
Approve.
Christine Griffin?
Approve.
Doug McCoach?
Approve.
Justin Williams?
Approve.
And Eric Stevenson.
Approve. Thank you, everyone. We look forward to seeing you again next time. Yes, someone please bring Chairman Larry back.
Mr. Executive Secretary, would you please call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is City Council Bill number 25-0081, a zoning conditional use conversion of a single-family dwelling to 3 dwelling units in the R7 zoning district at 6901 Reisterstown Road in the 5th Councilmanic District. Brendan Kenoy will present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, again. This is a request for a conditional use conversion from a single-family dwelling to 3 dwelling units at the address located at 6901 Reisterstown Road. The zoning district is R7. This is in the Northwest Planning District, and Carrie Nye is the district planner. We've got an overview of where this is located in the city, right there on the edge of the western border of the city right there. And then this is the overhead view. It's a corner lot, which is requesting this conversion. And then you can see the actual construction of the building there. This is the overhead aerial. This is looking mostly east, but at a little bit of an angle. And then this is the street view, kind of showing the actual scale of the building. And then I believe we have a back view as well. And in general, the zoning administrator has provided an opinion dated May 1 that this project would meet the requirements for conversions of single-family dwellings to multifamily in an R7 district, and noted that it's a conditional use by ordinance of the City Council. And then here are the conditional use approval standards, which we are asking you to consider for this project. These apply to all conditional uses in any district, and they allow us to determine whether a site is appropriate for a specific use. In general, conditional uses are considered approvable unless proven otherwise by not being able to meet these standards. However, this project does meet all of the standards listed here. It complies with section 5-406 regarding conditional use conversions. There are no exterior changes proposed to the building, and that means no proposed impacts to light, air, or access would change. Same with access for emergency vehicles. The exterior character of the block is not changing, and it would also meet the bulk and yard requirements for an R7 district, given that the site is approximately 4,300 square feet, and to allow 3 units, only 3,300 square feet are required. So there's an extra 1,000 square foot of property over and above the minimum here. And this change does align with the comprehensive plan designation for this area for the general land use plan for higher density residential uses. And Per our analysis, we find that this would increase the housing supply and it provides new units at minimal cost to the city and its taxpayers. So it will provide additional rental options in the neighborhood without severely impacting the community character. And we did receive community support from the Falstaff Improvement Association. And we did expressly reach out, the applicant did expressly reach out to Falstaff Improvement Association to make sure they were notified, and obviously they provided that letter of support then. The recommendation we have before you is to adopt the findings that we have in our report and approve this use.
Thank
I'll
you.
take questions.
Yeah, thanks very much. I will note, as you say, there's a letter of support from the relevant Falstaff Improvement Association in the file. This is just a conditional use, no variances, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any questions of staff?
Just briefly, you mentioned it meets the bulk yard requirements. There's not a building square footage requirement?
There is there's not a building square footage requirement. Each unit is required to have a minimum lot area of 1,100 square feet. This property has 4,300 square feet. So 3 units would require a lot of 3,300 square feet or larger.
Thanks. Remind me, I guess, are we requiring floor plan, or is there a floor plan in the file, or are we requiring that these days?
Since the code was modified to remove the square footage of the unit from the code, we no longer require that.
Okay, so then I imagine, well, it's just on the building code, whatever the minimum.
Correct. I think it's 128 square feet of a unit is the minimum viable product for what the building code requires, but obviously there are other codes that increase that sum.
Yeah. It might be good to get that, I thought it was higher, but whatever it is, which I know that there is a code provision to, it's not worth stressing over, but it'd be good to get our hands on the specific facts.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to testify, either the applicant or someone who wants to be in favor or opposed? Would you like to come forward, please?
Sure. It's my first one, and Johns Hopkins really makes you nervous. So follow them.
If you would just, if you would just introduce yourself.
Yes.
And then just tell us anything you'd like to tell us about the proposed conversion, please.
Yes, my name is Kelly Summers. I am the applicant on behalf of the owner. She is not here. Long story short, my client purchased this dwelling. It's already converted to a multi-family dwelling. She was under the assumption that it was all legal, compliant, and legit. The old owner showed her everything, rent roll. She met the tenants, everything. She contacted me, and I did some research, and to find out that, lo and behold, it's not compliant. It's still considered a single family. I found that out by going to get her a use and occupancy because she wants to start purchasing more homes in the area and helping the community. She is from the area, and so she wanted to be legit and everything like that. And then I found out that it wasn't. So then I figured out this whole lovely process. And so we started the process, and, she wanted to do whatever needs to be done to make sure that she's compliant and also to save these residents for these tenants that have been living there, for this whole time thinking that they were fine. So pretty much to save their homes and to make it good for herself as well. So that's why we drafted the whole bill, and sorry, I'm losing my voice. Before you now. So she wants to do everything that needs to be to make sure she's compliant. And after this, if it gets approved, then I'll go back to the permits and get the correct UNO, make sure everything was constructed correctly as well, get all the final inspections. So there, she's good to go.
Thank you. It has to go back to the council, of course.
Oh, yes, I know.
Right, and I see that Councilman Schleifer's introduced the legislation.
Yeah, so I met with him before, got his support, got the Falstaff support as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much for doing that. Any questions for the applicant?
Okay,
I think you might have said, the property is if you've seen it yourself, so it's already been set up for 3 units?
Yes, it has 5 parking spaces out back. It's already 3 units, it's nicely done inside, and they sold it as is, so they're all, they just want to make
You think it'll
sure.
pass inspection based on,
We want to make, she also wants to make sure that, it was done correctly, electrical, she wants to make it safe for her residents, her tenants. So that's why I'm also going, if this gets approved, hopefully get all of inspections to make sure everything's great too, because apparently she can't take this guy's word because he lied to her. So unfortunately, she's got to spend some money to do it, but it's worth it for the risk of the tenants. So
At some point, it would be useful to find out how the thing got converted, assuming it had permits of any kind to do the work.
yeah, so I guess
There
they
should have been
didn't. I did find out that they tried to get the conversion, but he never followed through.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, thank you for tidying it up, and I'm sure that you'll be fine in the council, I hope. So any other questions? All right, if none, is there a motion to adopt the findings in the staff report and to approve this application?
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, sorry, roll call, pardon me.
John Bullock,
Approved.
Christine Griffin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach. Approved. Justin Williams, Eric Stevenson, and John Larry.
Approve. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so that's it?
That's it?
Okay, thanks.
That's it for today, yes, ma'am.
Done.
Thanks for being here. All right, we're going to move, Mr. Executive Secretary, would you call our next item, please?
Next item is the FY 27 through 32 Capital Improvement Program kickoff. Sarah Parnellum will present.
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah Parnellum. This is a non-voting item for discussion purposes only, but we are at the beginning stages of launching the process for FY 27 to 32 Capital Improvement Program. We usually come to the Planning Commission for the first time in January, but we thought that the Commission might want to weigh in as we're kicking off the process. This is an opportunity for both the Commission and the public to really weigh in as we kick off the FY 27 to 32 process. So we're looking for your feedback as we provide instructions to agencies, both in terms of the policy guidance for the upcoming capital improvement program, as well as any specific projects that the Commission might want to highlight, or sets of projects, themes for projects. So just by way of reminder, for those who may not be aware, by city charter, the Planning Commission is charged with annually submitting recommendations for the 6-year capital improvement program to the Board of Estimates, and that will happen in the spring, but we're starting to prepare for that now. And the first year of that 6-year program becomes the basis of the capital component of the Ordinance of Estimates, which is the city's budget, and is adopted by the City Council. So you can see kind of the progression here. Last year, we prepared the FY 26 to 31 capital improvement program, and now the FY 26 portion of that is the budget, and agencies have those funds available to spend. The recommendations that were in year 2 for FY 27 are moving forward to be the budget year. That's the assumption that we're starting the process with, and everything kind of cascades from there. By policy of the Board of Estimates, capital projects are physical betterments or improvements or any studies relative thereto. And so there's a few things that are excluded from the definition of a capital project. So it's not things that are less than $50,000. It does not include vehicles, even our very large vehicles such as fire apparatus or fire boats or that type of thing. It does not include repairs or maintenance costing less than $100,000 or that are emergency in nature. And it only includes salaries that are directly related to capital projects. So just to put the capital budget in context, if you think about the city's total capital needs, they're enormous, right? And our funding over recent decades has been a very, very, very small portion of our total capital needs. The good news is that we are currently experiencing some growth in our capital funding. So we're able to cover a larger share of our capital needs, but we're still not able to cover all of our capital needs. And if you think about capital needs, we have our needs in terms of maintaining a state of good repair, fixing things so that they're not broken, getting to them before they reach a crisis situation. And then we have all of the wants that we have. We want to have modern facilities. We want to have state-of-the-art facilities. And so we have those capital needs as well. And so we're balancing all of those needs. Just in terms of the process, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are right at the beginning stages. And so we thought it would be valuable not just to engage with the commission after we've received requests from agencies, but also to engage with the commission on the front end this year. And we're hoping to do that in the future if you find that valuable. So we are at the stage where we're providing agencies with instructions, and then they will be developing their requests over the fall, submitting final versions of those requests to us in December, which we will be publishing. And then the agencies will be making presentations to the Planning Commission in January. We'll have that work session again in late February. The commission votes in March. And then the recommendations go through the rest of the approval process, Board of Finance, Board of Estimates, and the City Council. So we developed several years ago. I don't know if any of the current members of the Planning Commission were part of this exercise, but we worked with the Planning Commission as well as community stakeholders to develop a set of evaluation criteria. We're going to be asking agencies this year to identify which of these evaluation criteria are most relevant to their projects. So you'll be able to see that as you're looking at recommendations this year. And if you have any comments on these, if there's something that you think is missing or we should tweak, please speak up. And then I just wanted to provide.
I'm sorry, Sarah, could you go back a slide? Comments on these, meaning, I mean, those are just pretty broad headings. Have we looked previously, and I'm relatively new to this cycle, but are there more detailed versions of those evaluation criteria?
Yeah, so we have definitions for them that we have available. They're actually on our website, and I can share them with the commission.
Yeah, it'd just be useful as a framework if you don't mind. Thank you. And these, I'm sorry, while I'm having, these were developed by Planning and Finance together, and by all the parties involved, this set of criteria?
They were developed with a focus group. So I think the focus group was primarily alumni from the Planning Academy, and then workshopped with the Planning Commission.
I mean, it seems like a totally reasonable list. I'm just trying to understand the development of the framework. Thank you.
And then just to remind the commission what the recommendations for FY26 to 31 look like by agency. So you can see that the Department of Public Works in every single year, is the largest share of the capital budget. And this is mostly our utilities, which are funded through the water bill. So this is for water, wastewater, and stormwater, and just a small portion for solid waste, which is funded through local funds outside of the water bill. And then the next largest share is for the Department of Transportation, which you can see in yellow. And if you will recall, after FY27, the city is due to suffer from a loss of highway user revenue funds. And so you can see that the share for the Department of Transportation, which relies on those highway user revenue funds, dramatically decreases in FY28. And then you can see the portions for the other agencies as well.
Can you just remind, I know we talked about HUR, and there's a lot to be said about HUR, but in the later years when you were assessing the loss of HUR, is it coming entirely out of the transportation pale yellow color?
Yes.
Doesn't really affect the other color bars at this moment?
In the capital budget, no.
Right.
On the operating side, it does a little bit, I think, but on the capital, it's all transportation. Yes. When 10, 15 years ago, when we had higher levels, there was highway user revenue available to other agencies, but at this point, it's just transportation. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the goals that we have for FY 27 to 32. We are, as we do every year, we are trying to improve the process and make the process both more strategic and more efficient. So these are some of our goals related to making the capital improvement program more strategic. So we want to make sure that we're reviewing top agency priority projects. That's what the agencies routinely submit to us. But we also want to be looking at other potential projects. So this commission sees only the projects that agencies submit to us. And so we're trying to increase the scope of what you're looking at and what you're making recommendations based on, so that you're not looking at just a very kind of narrow set of potential projects, but you're looking at a wider set of potential projects and being able to prioritize among those. So we're giving the agencies kind of more room to ask for some additional priority projects that we may not be able to fund, but just to put them on the table for discussion. We are looking at priorities beyond those evaluation criteria that I just showed you. So we're working to really create a narrative around what we're achieving through the capital budget, so that it's not just a list of projects, but okay, this is what we're achieving in terms of investments in the impact investment area. Or this is what we're achieving in terms of investing in our youth, or this is what we're achieving in terms of fill in another goal, right? So we're working to develop kind of what those priorities are going to be for FY 27 to 32, and then you will see us present the recommendations kind of in that framework this year. So if you have thoughts about what some of those goals should be, please speak up, because this is the time to kind of set that framework. We're also looking to increase alignment across agencies. So we know that agencies do projects that exist in space, and other agencies may be able to complement those. So if we're building a new recreation center, we want to make sure that kids can safely get there. And so maybe Recreation and Parks builds the rec center, and maybe transportation, complements that with traffic calming on the adjacent street. Maybe Housing and Community Development is building new housing, partnering with developers on new housing. And again, I'll pick on transportation. The road in front of it, needs to be resurfaced to really kind of put together a full package. So how do we create those conversations across agencies and try and facilitate some of that alignment? Once the funding source rules are implemented, which have gotten a little bit delayed. But once that happens, we're also going to be looking to redeploy funds that are currently sitting in projects to projects that are current priorities, if they're currently sitting in projects that are no longer a priority. And so that will be a conversation that'll happen, with the commission, either parallel to this year's CIP process, or as part of this year's CIP process, depending on the timing of the funding source rules implementation. And then I already mentioned, that we're trying to develop this narrative around what the city is investing in. So we're looking at priorities, we're looking at the evaluation criteria. Last year, we included some project categories for the first time, so we're going to continue to do that. So really have different ways, besides just being able to look at it by agency, different ways that we can kind of give you some summaries about the projects and be able to say, this is how much we're putting into resurfacing. There may be 5 or 6 different resurfacing projects, but we can kind of look at them as a collective and compare that. So I'm going to pause here. Any thoughts on kind of what we're looking at in terms of goals for being more strategic? Things things that you think we should be considering that I haven't touched on?
One question.
Yeah.
This is all great, obviously. I see on the Wix site, which I'm sure you're going to get to, is the agency requests, which we're seeing way earlier, and so that's awesome.
That's, so I will explain what you're seeing on the Wix site.
Well,
Okay.
we can get to those.
Yeah.
I also see on the Wix site a few letters from community members asking for particular projects to be considered. My question is, aside from sending an unsolicited email to Eric, what is the process for the community to have that kind of input? And are our neighborhood planners involved in that engagement?
Yeah, so they're not totally unsolicited. By putting this on the agenda for Planning Commission, I think that is what generated those letters to Eric. And so by scheduling this, we're using it as an avenue to get that feedback, which is exciting, and we'll share that with the agencies. We're also setting up a schedule for year-round engagement. So we're looking to do once a month, kind of rotating around the city to do engagement in different neighborhoods. So we're going to start by targeting the libraries and kind of go around the city and have presentations in various libraries around the city. And once we run out of libraries, then maybe we'll, go to other venues. But that's what we're looking at. We did some of this pre-COVID, and it was really well received. And then we tried to do it virtually, and it was not well attended. So we're trying again to do it in person.
Can I add a couple?
Yeah, well, I was just going to add, I think additionally, the neighborhood planners could be helpful, especially in our communities that have master plans and community plans. And as I say that, maybe they could be equally as helpful in the communities that don't.
Yeah. So we have been engaging with the planners to understand kind of what's coming out of community plans that have already been developed that should be flagged for agencies as they're starting their requests. But yeah, they can engage, neighborhoods. I was thinking that they would be part of these sessions, but they can be engaging them outside of these sessions as well. Director.
Yeah, I want to make this a little bit more complicated even, for your sake. I mean, there are two roles here for the commission, right? One is reducing the amount of requests to the capital budget. The second one, which we're exploring today, is how do we align it with planning efforts, right? That's the issue. We really haven't talked about that for a decade because the resources have been so limited. They basically go to almost emergency level projects. So with the change in whether it be hopefully HUR funding, but the bond, raising the bond limits, the new money from the state on the vacant housing initiative, there's an opportunity to include it in our planning efforts. So that makes us look at our small area planning efforts. One conclusion we've had is the present system, which is demand driven, is not equitable. So there's a process going on within community planning, which we would hope you participate in how do we initiate that planning effort, and where do we initiate that planning, and how does that work? We have some ideas. We have some things we've done in the past that worked, so we want to talk about that. And then within those planning efforts, which hopefully the agencies are involved with, how do we filter the recommendations of the plan so that there's comfort level that we can actually implement them? So all that's kind of in play, and I hope through this CIP we keep having these discussions, and by the end of the year have essentially a new small area planning process defined.
Thanks, Sarah. Chris?
Do you want me to explain the resources you're seeing in Wix now?
No, whenever is appropriate.
Okay, it's in a couple slides. I'll explain that. Did you have something else?
No, I was going to ask if anybody else, please go ahead.
Okay. So these are our goals related to making the CIP process more strategic. And then we have some goals around the process itself of developing the CIP, which includes our goals around expanding community outreach and thus setting up kind of these monthly sessions. And I suspect that once we start doing those, then the demand may increase, beyond those, but that will get us out in the community and have people talking about the capital budget, I think. We're also trying to increase transparency. So we are looking to, publish our reports in more timely fashion. We really expanded last year the number and type of reports that we published, and I think we're continuing in that vein. So we're trying to improve our reporting capacity. We've been presenting to the city council on a quarterly basis with some information about kind of the status of projects, so we can bring that into this conversation. So really trying to bring kind of all of these different pieces together. And then more internally, we're working to improve kind of data collection and submission and review processes, all those types of things, which will lead to you having better quality data to make decisions based on. So that's kind of in terms of a process side of things, what our goals are for this year. Again, I'll pause if there's anything in terms of process that the commission wants to.
I could say this, I guess, equally well at the end, but I'll just say it now since you sort of asked. First of all, I just want to say I cannot tell you how much we appreciate the work that you've put into this. You personally and the entire team, this is really, I'm still catching up a bit because this is my first CIP cycle. Others on this commission have been here longer, and I quickly learned about the concerns they have, and I share them. Everything you're doing makes complete sense, and I appreciate everybody who's involved in doing this because it really will make this better. All the things, outreach, transparency, reporting, et cetera. So, congratulations on that. We want to be as supportive as possible. I'm sure that we will have our own ideas, but we also encourage you to sort of suggest to us areas of inquiry. I mean, you're our professional staff, right? So this, you're living it every day. So if you feel free to help guide us, I'm sure we'll push back where we think we want to push back, but be proactive. Sure. Also regarding this is a minor point, but regarding the data and so on, the pendulum needs to swing in the direction that we've just described, I think in a big way. I would just caution also against it swinging so hard that it just becomes an enormous amount of data with no surrounding narrative or storytelling. Mm-hmm. I don't mean storytelling in a sense of, fiction, of course. I mean nonfiction. Yeah. I mean, someone needs to explain what's going on here, and the idea that you're talking about a narrative around it, what are we focused on, the idea of focusing on potentially on buckets of things as opposed to departments. Because of the natural impact that it has. When you go by departments, you can get into silos. So, I'm just really, really enthusiastic about this and want the commission to play whatever role we can play. So that's just my immediate feedback. But please continue.
Yeah, and it's incremental change, right? So we are every year and with every process, we're making incremental changes. So we're not going to be abandoning the fact that this is largely driven by agencies and organized by agency, right? That's still kind of the underlying framework, but we're trying to disrupt those silos, as you said. All right, so the rest of the slides here are really going through agency by agency and providing you a refresher of what was in last year's program. So these are not, Commissioner Stevenson, to your comment, these are not their requests yet for this year. We haven't solicited their requests. This is what was in the program last year to refresh your memory, because this is the starting point for preparing this year's program. So if there's anything here that you're like, why are we spending, $2 million on that? We should be spending $2 million on something else. Please flag that, and we can have those conversations earlier rather than later. It'll make it more productive. And then the materials, you saw that there's a document for each agency on the WIC site. Those were follow-ups that we sent to the agency the chair had asked us to let agencies know as a wrap up to last year's CIP process, to let agencies know what the Planning Commission had discussed. And so we, sent each agency a letter and said, this is what changed from what you requested to what was recommended. These are the highlights of what changed. And then these are some of the things that came up in the Planning Commission's deliberation. So for this first one, for Baltimore City Information Technology, one of the things that came up was CCTV cameras, and asking BSIT to take more of a leadership role in working with agencies, so that Rec and Parks isn't doing their own thing, and another agency is doing their own thing, but that effort is coordinated. And so that's what you're seeing here is our best effort at summarizing the deliberations from the discussions in January and February and March maybe that the commission had, and providing that to the agencies as they start preparing for this year. So that's fresh in their minds. So if there's other things, or if we have captured anything incorrectly, that's the idea here, right? Is to go through and say, is there anything else you want to flag related to BSIT or any of these other agencies?
I can't recall. I've looked at these, which are attached, as you said, or posted on the site. Are we seeing these documents in this form for the first time as part of this presentation? Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to add that we're trying to make things a little bit more straightforward here by giving you this list, and you can compare to what the agency said last year and question a change. Right? You can ask, why did it change? And that will help you narrow down your review of the CIP a little bit. Last year, you could have asked about any project, right? Because it might be the first time you've seen it. This year, it'll be a little bit easier if you want to ask that question.
So, go ahead. No, I was just trying. So starting with BSIT, is there anything any further discussion about kind of the commission's interests in BSIT besides the two items that you discussed previously, which were CCTV cameras and also Unifier? So we saw Unifier come up in BSIT's request. We saw it again in Rec and Parks' request, and kind of wanting more clarity around roles and responsibilities there. Is there anything else related to BSIT?
I'm a little concerned about the prospect of going through each of these slides in real time without us having really sort of had a chance to understand what exercise you want us to engage in. Okay. I guess my question, and these are really helpful, these summaries of our last year's sort of the record. What is the window of opportunity here for us to engage in this exercise productively and contribute to the process?
So,
no, go ahead.
So we're sending out instructions to agencies next week. So we're kind of at that point. This session got delayed. It was going to be earlier in August. So I was just hoping to have, not to go through these in any great detail. These are really just for reference, but just to quickly go through each agency and see if there were things that you wanted to identify as priorities. And then if there was anyone from the public who wanted to do the same. I doubt BSIT is not necessarily the one that's going to have the most conversation, so we can move on, but I just wanted to.
Sir, I have a question for you. Over the past 2 years, we've tried to get a better understanding of the cash flow and its implication for the capital budget. And I was just wondering, let's say using BCIT as an example, and for one reason or another, they had a approved expenditure of $1.2 million on software. But as it turns out, they only spent $800,000. Does that residual amount somehow inform the spreadsheet?
Not this spreadsheet. This spreadsheet is a summary of what is in the program. Right. But we can provide you with a complementary spreadsheet that shows you the expenditures and the balances for projects. What we can't yet do is show you the balances by revenue category, which is what the funding source rules will allow us to do. But we can show you the expenditures and balances by project.
When you say next week you're going to send out instructions, et cetera, are you sending out something that says, here's the format to use, or are you sending that out with some sort of editorial comment or direction about what you want the agencies to do or focus on? Like the question you're asking us, has that question been pre-digested by others, including you and others in the city?
Yeah,
to get the agencies?
We've gone through that exercise as an agency. So staff within the planning department have gone through that exercise and identified things that we want to flag for agencies. So, through the work of the impact investment areas, there are items that have come up in terms of capital projects in each of those impact investment areas. And so we're reinforcing those with agencies and saying, okay, now we're at budget season, let's make sure we get these things funded. So yes, we're doing both. These are the instructions in terms of the form, but also here are some things that we want to highlight.
It would be helpful for me to see those, to see what the staff is thinking, if that makes sense. And then for us to sort of engage in that. And then the one broad thing I would just say, again, it's hard to do this, sort of in real time, but the one broad thing I would say is, and maybe you're already doing this, one of the reasons I'd like to see what you're doing is, are there things in the planning documents that we, the commission or the department, are pursuing that we would like to ask them to make capital budget suggestions or requests for? It's the connection. I think Commissioner Jolin has raised this several times. She's not here today, between our plans and our CIP. And what are we doing to implement? So, for example, there may not be much. BSID, as I think Commissioner McCoach said, or maybe you said, is not necessarily a good example. But when you look at some of these other things that more directly overlap with our commitment and our responsibility to do physical development and economic development, built environment, and all those kinds of things, are there things that we are doing where we're like, hey, we've got these plans. We didn't do them just to look at them. We did them to try and implement them. So what are you agencies who are implementing them doing to try and facilitate? So I don't know how to connect those dots precisely, but that's the concept I have in mind.
Yeah, that's the exercise that staff has gone through, and I just wanted to give the commission an opportunity to identify anything as well.
I think, if I may, that it would be helpful, and this is the furthest thing from a criticism, just a suggestion. I think that as we continue to tweak the process, it would be useful for me if the priorities you've identified before going to the agencies came here. Not necessarily for us to approve them, we can have that discussion, but more like to know what our professional staff is thinking about. These are the things that we think the agencies ought to do. What do you think? And it would give us a chance to say, well, that's a good idea, let's ratify that, or wait a minute, what do you think about that, or whatever, because I just, again, I'm trying to figure out how we plug into this in the most specific and constructive way. So that's why I'd like to see them. I'm not suggesting you should hold them up or anything of the sort.
But in the future, we can do
as
it
we
that
continue to tweak the
direction.
process,
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful.
And Mr. Chair, can I jump in?
Councilman,
real quick?
sure.
Because I want to connect a few dots, and I think this will be helpful. So the concept of community impact and being able to get into this process, and then thinking about sort of the values that we want to then push forward and some of the priorities. So looking at some of the letters that have come in, I'm looking particularly at the one from Clean Water Action and South Baltimore Community Land Trust that are talking about zero waste, and obviously that's been a priority for the city. And I know I'm new to the capital improvement process as well, but I know for years there have been items on the agenda. They might have moved, they might have shifted, and what those look like. And so, is this an opportunity to say, hey, where is DPW on these things? Is it something we're trying to push toward? What does it look like? Just so we can kind of get ahead of this stuff, so we're not sort of at the back end of it. So it is very helpful to have this process. So hear your thoughts and anybody else's thoughts on that too.
I just want to caution against the squeaky wheel gets the right. I think we're very susceptible to that. We have 15 community planners out there asking people what they think, and I would be careful with that.
Oh, no, duly noted. But when some wheels never get oiled, then we still have to try to get to those too. So, yeah.
And also the other side of that, more what I was suggesting is to get away from the squeaky wheels, because that's an equity issue, and there are communities that maybe don't have the capacity to be as squeaky, that's where I think our community planners could help advocate for those communities.
And to Vice Chair's point, I would say, Sarah, I'm glad you talked about the libraries. I'll give you one example. There's no library in the 9th District. So you couldn't even do one in one of our areas, right? So those are some of the equity issues, another thing that comes up there too, so.
So I think that goes back to the original where and how do we do small area plans? If, that's the first threshold we have to talk about.
Yeah, and on the subject of connecting plans, we're working towards this. We've talked this a little bit here before. You and I have talked about it, about sort of getting our arms around all the different plans that are out there, smaller plans, larger plans, et cetera. I mean, it's not clear to me. In a sort of idealized version of this, every plan would have a price tag. Instead of a plan that says we should do these things, we should build this park, we should, whatever might be in the plan, would say, and if you want to do this, this is a $22 million plan. And then at some point, you can prioritize not just by sort of saying squeaky wheel or whatever. You would sort of say, well, how much money can we allocate? And let's go through the plans and figure out how to prioritize. Because I think the problem with my concern about having so many plans is that not only do you have a lot of plans, it's hard to prioritize, but they start to become sort of, they're abstract in a way. Because implementation of most of those plans involves the expenditure of money, in a lot of cases, capital budget. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm just trying.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So one discussion would be sort of from a percentage standpoint or a real number, what part of the CIP are we dedicated to a planning effort? I'll give an example with Rec and Parks. They used to go out to a community and say, what do you want in the rec center? And they would get a $50 million request for a $20 million budget. They didn't go out and say, we have $20 million, what do you want? So that might be a starting point for the commission, that approach.
We haven't really answered your question on each of these slides, and I don't know if we can
need
today.
To go through them
Yeah.
slide by slide, but I think something that I've heard in the past, which is what kind of prompted us to set this up, is the commission is involved as the public largely after the requests are developed, and so wanting to have an opportunity for the commission to identify whether it's values or specific projects, things that are of interest, closer to the front of the process. So one of the things, just rereading kind of what the commission was very interested in last spring, Greenway Trails was a very dominant part of the conversation. And are there other things, is the
composting.
The composting and so forth, is that one of the values of the commission that we should be emphasizing? Are there other values that the commission wants to elevate? So that's really all I'm asking and providing kind of space for that conversation.
I just want to go back to one other point. I was also taken by the fact that we happen to have 3 letters, and I was wondering, the councilman or vice chair, I think it was vice chair, why those, where did those come from? And you explained that it's because it was posted and maybe someone happened to pay attention, et cetera. That, I'm happy to have those, of course, but it seems a bit random. And I guess my question is, and I know you're working on this, but I think it shows, first of all, that communities will give you this kind of feedback. We do have to manage 2 big things there, a squeaky wheel issue and an equity issue, so that the communities that maybe are best equipped or squeakiest, as the case may be, have a disproportionate effect. But for this cycle, is the only is that what we're doing right now, which is we've posted it on the agenda, and for whatever reason, Hamden, Medfield, and the South Baltimore Community Land Trust just happen to be really good at checking the planning website? I mean, I want to make sure that we're not sort of biased in any way to those kinds of organizations. So is there anything we can do to sort of make sure we open that process? Should we be sending something out more broadly, or is it premature to do that?
Did you want to
Well, I
answer
was
and then
gonna
I can
answer
as well.
a question a different way, but I mean, one of those cited an Inspire plan.
That's true.
I don't know that particular plan. I don't know whether those items were included in the plan. If they were, they were transportation related, the Department of Transportation should have participated in that planning process and agreed to these, or agreed to look at these issues. So if all that were true, then it would make a lot more sense than if it was just somebody responding to a random.
Director Ryer, do you think, it seems to me, in light of, as we've discussed, the numerous plans, the overlapping plans, and our wide view of the whole city, do you feel like the community planners would be well positioned to sort of decode those priorities so that we are not receiving as a commission hundreds of letters from all over the city where we're not necessarily as familiar with the intricacies of multiple plans? Whether this year or in the future, it just seems to me like the community planners, because they've already got those relationships, they're already familiar with the plans that are active in their geography, could be really helpful in collating those issues.
No, I totally agree with that. We're trying to figure out the structure, and they are trying to figure out the structure. But what looks like what's been successful in the past is there has been sort of a collective approach to a group of neighborhoods, and a group of neighborhoods define goals with the city. And out of that planning process may come a CIP recommendation that the city can accept. I think that addresses the equity issue, and it gets at a larger process than what's going on in my immediate neighborhood.
Okay. Well, so I think we just leave it there for today. Is there anything else that you want to walk?
Nope, that's
Okay, so I do suggest, I'm sure the commission has looked at, but, I think these summaries, last year the commission was focused on these things. Hopefully, those will be attended to in some fashion by the agencies. And then please send us any of the direction. And then I think we ought to just put this on an agenda at a very near future meeting, whether it's the next one or whatever. Again, I'm certainly not trying to mess up the sequence of the process, but I'd like us to be actively involved. And you've done a great job of keeping us involved. So let's figure out how to do that as we reform. Thank you. Anything else for Sarah? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sarah.
And Sarah, we didn't put you last on the agenda, so this time somebody had to wait behind your item. Okay, Mr. Executive Secretary.
The next item on the agenda is the master plan adoption of Downtown Rise. Caitlin Audette will be presenting virtually.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you all hear me?
Might need to speak up a little bit.
Turn it up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you all hear me? No?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, good. I apologize for not being in person today. I tested positive for COVID yesterday, so I don't want to start a new pandemic in the planning department. So I am quarantining in my basement, and I appreciate you all indulging me by allowing me to present virtually today. Next slide. So today I have to present to you the Downtown Rise 10-year master plan. I'll be joined by several colleagues, including a representative from the mayor's office and representatives from the Department of Transportation. But first I'm going to go through this and through our typical slides before we transition to a different slide deck. So this is an informational session for the Downtown Rise 10-year master plan. There will be no vote today. The intention is to return in October. My name is Caitlin Audette, and the petitioner here is the Mayor's Office and Downtown Partnership. This is obviously within the downtown area, for which I, Caitlin Audette, am the planner. Next slide. So for conformity to plans, the 2024 Comprehensive Master Plan for the City of Baltimore was enacted in December of last year. The master plan included a section on planning efforts in the city with a specific area around downtown. This portion was developed alongside the Downtown Rise 10-year master plan, and the information within the Comprehensive Master Plan is mirrored in the Rise document. Next slide. The proposal is for a high-level master plan for downtown. It includes some specific implementation tactics, which are still very broad, but they're related to two overarching goals, one of which is to promote development and redevelopment with a focus on vacant and underutilized properties, and the other is to connect assets and institutions. The plan is intended to be a living document that can be updated as additional studies are completed. This includes the ongoing traffic study for downtown that is currently underway by DOT, among other plans. Additionally, the plan co-locates information from a variety of existing plans and other sources. So I've outlined the downtown plans here, and then if you go to the next page. Next slide. You'll see citywide plans. And so the idea here is that instead of having to go to all of these different plans that talk about downtown, you can now go to just the Downtown Rise document, which will incorporate elements from each of the plans. So you'll notice, it has references to requests in the Inner Harbor 2.0, requests from the Old Town Master Plan from 2010 and 2016. A lot of these look at lots of plans that have already been adopted and just kind of puts them in one bucket.
Caitlin, can I
Next slide.
just ask you to hang on one second? Just for the record, the chair is asking the commission to take judicial notice of the number of plans on these two slides alone.
There's a lot of them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next slide. So, and I apologize for the amount of words here, but per city charter, the Planning Commission is responsible for preparing and updating plans showing the physical development of the city, and the Planning Commission relies on staff to accomplish this mandate. Generally, city-managed plans that go through Planning Commission are city-wide plans, and Downtown Rise obviously isn't. However, it was completed by multiple agencies or along with multiple agencies for the city's downtown, which is really something that the entire city and region utilize. So its adoption by Planning Commission as a city-managed plan is appropriate given how widely utilized it is by the entire city. Next slide. So for equity, the master plan would provide a guide for improvements in downtown that will help agencies prioritize investments within the area. It's pretty timely that we're having this immediately after Sarah's presentation. We can talk about the prioritization of funding and how critical plans like this are in the CIP process. So these can include transportation improvements, focus on addressing vacant storefronts and connecting downtown to adjacent communities. The plan will allow property owners and developers to better understand proposed changes and their potential impact on their property. It'll provide clear guidance for advocacy. As for engagement, over the past 2 years, and we'll get into this in more detail in another slide, there has been active engagement with the public, including several public meetings. Today will allow for further engagement and discussion, and the hope is that we can get questions from you all, from the public, that we can study and return to answer at a later date. As for internal operations, this will provide agencies with a clear path for downtown priorities. Next slide. So the agenda was sent to 17,000 unique emails that are on file with the planning department, as well as 100 individual downtown stakeholders. I believe we have 9 letters of support that are on the Wix site. We do not have any letters of opposition at this point, but they did have a lot of detail. So I encourage you to read them. Some of them had like specific projects or specific concerns that they wanted to see addressed. So I think what we'll do is go through those in detail so that we can address any of those kind of specific questions or comments that were in the documents that people provided. Next slide. So the recommendation is approval, but there will be no vote until a later date. And now I'm going to transition, similar to how we've done other plan adoptions, to the slide that, to the presentation put together by the applicant, which includes planning. Next slide.
Who will we hear from next, Ms. Shalana?
So-
Okay, so that's fine. Kate, we got it. Caitlin, first of all, Caitlin, thank you very much for your heroism and appearing and in your judgment and not appearing. So we're glad, and thanks for your hard work on this, because I think everybody knows no one's worked harder on this than Caitlin. So thank you. One specific question for you, Caitlin, maybe a note, is you mentioned the letters, and we'll hear testimony today if people choose to testify. I'm not suggesting, we'll see how it goes. I'm not suggesting that at the end of this, we're going to say, we'd like to approve the plan with the following 10 amendments. I guess it's possible. We certainly have done that before. But I would like to at least be able to document comments that come up in this approval process, so that as part of the commission's ultimate approval of the plan, that input is taken into account. And if the commission thinks there are things in the staff's summary of those letters that are worth incorporating, again, whether it's in the plan document or whether it's just sort of in general implementation, I'd like to keep those sort of on the record and not just sort of say, hey, thanks for the letters. So
Yeah,
let's
I
just
think the intent
see
is
how
to
that goes.
actually update the plan to acknowledge what's in the letter. So there may be items in there that say, this is a specific concern we have, and if we can add that as a item within the plan, that would be great. That's why we're taking a whole month, right? So we have all of September to make modifications, to continue to seek responses. So yeah, definitely not going to just be listening and not modifying the document. I think the goal, at least my goal, is to actually modify the document as necessary. And when we come back in October, have a point-by-point list of here's what we changed or here's what we didn't change and why. So there's this very clear response
That's great.
to what we've seen.
Thank you. And the one other thing I'll say just preemptively before you hear from the speakers is, I don't know what questions either the commission or potentially folks who are here to testify might have. I would just say, if there are questions like, did you mean this or did you mean that? Or what does that thing on page 12 mean? Let's try and answer them.
Okay.
But the purpose of doing this format, as frankly we've done for other things lately, is for questions that are more complicated, that need someone to go do a little bit of checking or development to give us the right answer, as opposed to this is what I think answer. We're happy to have you say, may I please get back to you? And that's what the next meeting is for. So please don't be shy whatsoever to say, here's my initial thought about that, or frankly, I'd just like to get back to you. And then we'll account for all of that at the second of these two meetings. Does that make sense?
Yep, it
Okay.
does.
All right, well, thank you very much. Please introduce yourself if you don't need no introduction, but go right ahead anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity. Today, I'm Shalonda Stokes, the president of Downtown Partnership of Baltimore, and in that capacity, our organization is really focused on the cleanliness, safety, and creating vibrancy in the core of downtown, with the hope and impact that it reaches into the broader downtown neighborhoods. To that end, and we saw it in Caitlin's presentation, partnership is the core of our name, and I say it every time I get a podium. I've never seen as much coordination as I have now with the leadership and the plans as we saw as today. And Mr. Chair, as we were listening to Sarah's presentation, I was like, man, the good news is we're putting all of these plans into one plan, like check, layup, I'm coming up next. And then it was, but the budget attached to it. And I think as we've gone through this process, the human capital that's gone into helping us get here gets us to a much better place and being able to prioritize, and you can see that. So just excited about being able to share that. Downtown Rise itself, as we know, is a plan really led by the City of Baltimore and Downtown Partnership with a number of other partners, Mayor Scott and CEO Leach, really leading us in a tremendous way. And so I think this is a transformational opportunity for us in and around downtown, especially when we know we have a growing population. We know people are interested, and we have organizations that are already committed and looking at how they double down. And so part of what we know in that thing, and you know, we say it when we talk about sort of this coordinated leadership from the governor on down, him talking about this being Maryland's decade and Baltimore's time. And if y'all saw anything, I say we always talk about it being downtown's moment because of that confluence of all of these things. And so thank you, Caitlin. Patrick, I know is coming up as we talk about DOT, but these partnerships really matter for us as we have this investment. So when we talk about RISE, and the base of this is the 10-year master plan, but just for the purpose of just on the record, want to make sure that people understand this is sort of a two-parter. We have the strategic action plan, which we started last spring, which has 39 action steps, a website. You can follow the progress. It's quarterly updates. It's important to state that because this is a both and. This is something where, because we do have infrastructure that has not been invested in for a while, we know we need to make large-scale investments, but we know that there's some things that can happen today and midterm, and so the strategic action plan allows us to do that. And so I encourage everybody to follow the downtownbaltimorerise.com site, and you can see the progress on there. In those areas, economic development, infrastructure, public safety and cleanliness, arts, culture, and entertainment, all of the stuff that we know makes us great. On that. So I guess I'm controlling all of that. I could have said all of that. You could see I started talking about it, but you can see the pillars that are there as we look at how all of these projects kind of run together. And so today, really want to talk about the 10-year master plan, talk about the combination of us working together to get that. We know we released this on the site last summer, and as we talked about, it's built on so many decades of work that we believe this is the future of how we will build and plan together. And so we see the work of it. One of the many plans that was in there that was a personal sort of plan to me was the ULI report. Same pillars, you know, helped us really get here, and part of what it said in creating place, we started to see. We see it with Artscape. It said you have these amazing spaces, figure out how to activate them in a sustainable way, and then do that. And so that was a win. All of these assets from CFG Bank Arena, Harbor Place that's coming online, all of these things require pedestrian-friendly, clean, safe activations and connections to those assets. And we believe that this plan helps us get there. And so excited about that. I think I'm passing it back to Caitlin next. Can't talk about the partnership in this, like I said, any more than that. But after Caitlin, we'll hear from Patrick. So thank you for that.
I just want to make sure, Liz, were you going to be speaking at all? No.
She said no, but she can. Right, she said no, but
double
she
checking.
can.
Okay, so next slide.
Okay.
And I apologize, it looks like something happened when this got converted from a PDF to a PowerPoint, but it looks a little odd. This is just to show the depth and breadth of the partnerships that Shalonda just spoke about, right? So this was, next slide. Okay, yeah, so this was not done in a vacuum. This was really done with many, many stakeholders and included a variety of different plans. So here you can see that this was kind of an outcome of the Downtown Rise strategic plan, which Shalonda just spoke about, as well as the comprehensive plan, which included many of the elements. BDC's Baltimore Together, which, you know, these kind of all fed each other and then helped feed into the Downtown Rise Master Plan, as well as the Greater Baltimore Committee 10-year strategy. So these are all aligned, they build off of one another, and they're linked together so that we're all kind of speaking with one voice. Next slide. So the timeline that I spoke about, this has not been a very quick process. It began in the fall of 2023 when work towards the strategic action plan began, which included a review of the existing information and interviews of critical stakeholders. Then in January 2024, the Department of Planning and AIA Baltimore hosted a charrette for downtown that included community groups, professionals, critical stakeholders, and others. And these efforts were all shared at a public event that happened immediately after the charrette. So there are some images on the slide that show some, how the charrette went down. So planning staff then presented the outcomes of the charrette to the Planning Commission and again to UDAP. So I'm not sure if we've ever done that before, but it was a really useful process. We got some great questions from the commission and from the UDAP panelists, and it was a really good way to refine what we had initially put together following the charrette. Then in May of 2024, the Downtown Rise 10-year vision was released. And this started that public conversation about a plan for downtown. And then in July of 2024, an event was held at the National Aquarium to share the vision in a public way and to start beginning to solicit feedback. That continued in September of 2024 with a public event held at Lexington Market to guide the vision specifically for Utah Street. Then in December of 2024, as I've already mentioned, the comprehensive plan was adopted by the mayor and city council, which included specific recommendations for downtown. Next slide. So a lot of the document talks about creating a livable downtown or a livable city. And so what does that mean? And so that's something we needed to define in order to reach. So a livable city promotes equity, opportunity, and a quality of life. And it prioritizes transportation equity and choices. So it's not to say that you can't drive a car downtown, but you shouldn't only be able to drive a car downtown. So we want to make sure that there's access for vehicles, pedestrians, bicyclists, all the various modes of transportation. Safe streets. Something that wasn't in the last slide, but I believe is in the staff report, was the 2022 ULI, which the Urban Land Institute had an advisory panel that basically said, downtown Baltimore is fantastic. You have really amazing assets, but they're not connected, and they're isolated from one another. So all of these things basically speak to that, right? Transportation equity and choices. How do you get from one asset to another? Safe streets. How do you feel comfortable walking from one asset or your home or your parking spot or wherever it might be to another? Walkability. So if you come here for a show at the CFG Arena, how do you get to Lexington Market for lunch afterwards? Housing diversity. If you choose to live downtown, can you live here regardless of your income levels and regardless of what kind of home you're seeking? High quality services. Can you access retail and grocery, healthcare, community facilities, green space, and education? And also, can you access your jobs? So this is what makes a livable city, and it's really the guiding premise for the RISE master plan. Next slide. So the 10-year vision was really about kind of 3 points, and I'll go into these, which was maintaining Baltimore as the economic engine of Maryland. So we know that, as the largest city, it's really critical to the entire state, and that we need to better take advantage of our location along the eastern seaboard and capitalize on the ongoing massive public and private investment that's happening downtown. And that downtown, again, this is something that's going to be brought up time and time again, must be safe and comfortable for pedestrians. So Patrick will speak about this shortly, but categorizing the streets within the Complete Streets Manual to foster a safe and connected walkable downtown, and prioritizing multimodal transit investments. And then the last big point from the vision was to connect the amazing assets already downtown. I've hit on that, but how do we make travel between existing assets intuitive, and how can we activate the street level? Next slide. I'll hand it over to Patrick.
Thank you, Caitlin. Patrick Fleming, Chief of Staff of Baltimore City Department of Transportation. Happy to be here today. I apologize that Director Macbeth isn't able to be here. She was called away, unfortunately. Overall, the goal of Downtown Rise is to make downtown a more pedestrian-friendly, safer, and rich experience for everyone experiencing downtown for live, work, and play activities. Investing in road diets, vibrant public space, and the street-level experience have both economic and social benefits. Coordinating with the city's Complete Streets Manual, the work of the Downtown Rise is an intense coordination, prioritization, and sequencing. As we look at the investments in the stadiums, the promenade, the harbor place, and other key assets, we can leverage this work to address the decades of disinvestment. Next slide, please. Street typologies, by condensing different types, by considering defining street typologies in downtown, we can better plan for how people can experience downtown when they are there and how people can get in and out of downtown. The street topology includes, next slide. Let me just make, yep. Think smaller streets with trees and benches, streets that you might feel more at home on in a neighborhood, but in this case, it's downtown. Consider Redwood Street as an example of this. Next slide. People mover streets. These help people get around in all ways on bus, transit, bikes, scooters, micro-mobility, pedestrian, and vehicles. If we are all more strategic about which streets intentionally move people into, out of, and within downtown, we can both improve the travel experience and the pedestrian street-level experience. Baltimore Street is a good example of a people mover street on the east-west corridor, where you see a mix of various states of traffic movement. The next slide. Place-defining streets. These are places that help someone feel like they're in downtown Baltimore. Right now, Pratt Street serves as essentially the major freeway through downtown, rather than a place-defining street that serves as a community main street in downtown. Next slide. Cultural connectors streets. These streets connect multiple cultural assets. Think about the experience of going from Lexington Market or the Hippodrome down to Orioles Park at Camden Yards. Utah Street can serve as a cultural connector for these assets while highlighting the character of the Bromo Arts District. I'll turn it back over to Caitlin.
Thanks. Next slide. So the document includes a list of tactics, which are recommendations for how to implement the plan. And these are focused on two overarching goals. The first is to promote development and redevelopment with a focus on vacant and underutilized properties. And the second is to connect assets and institutions. Next slide. I'm not going to go through all of them at this point, but I am going to just kind of go through some. These are just kind of recommendations at a glance. They consist of both short and long-term actions, some of which are already underway. Examples include pedestrian improvements along the MLK Boulevard and activating the area below I-83. Next slide. They also include the activation of underutilized spaces to allow for connection with adjacent communities. So it calls for specifically the redevelopment of surface parking lots and connecting M&T Bank and Orioles Park at Camden Yards with the surrounding communities. Next slide. They also include a variety of studies and plans that will allow DOT and others to make decisions that support all modes of travel through downtown. So we aren't saying that tomorrow we're going to go in to Baltimore Street and change, do what's, this rendering shows, but more that if there is work on one of these streets, we know what category it falls under and what that appropriate potential realignment might be. But that can't happen without these studies to inform them. We know that, if we close the spur at Pratt and Light today without a plan for where traffic's going to go, that's not appropriate. We need to have, a plan for how traffic moves through downtown before any large decisions are made. So that's what these studies and plans are speaking to. Next slide. And that's it. There are others here that can help answer questions along with Patrick, Shalonda, and myself, but please let us know if you have any questions or comments.
Thanks, Caitlin.
Are you coming back up, or are you coming up just for questions? I guess I'll start. I read the document in advance, and first of all, I mean, I guess I should say at the beginning, congratulations on an extraordinary effort, an extraordinary team effort, long needed. You know, couldn't say anything better about the, more complimentary about the importance of doing this. I think, Shalonda, we are personalize this a little bit. My firm's office stayed downtown in the core of the CBD when there was a lot of pressure to go elsewhere. We stayed and recommitted and moved offices in anticipation of this kind of effort being undertaken and the work that the Downtown Partnership and others are doing. So it's great to see this kind of commitment, and it's absolutely necessary. So thank you for doing it, first of all, and I'm looking forward to trying to be as helpful as possible. I had a couple of, let me start with maybe sort of more of a narrow question. This is just about the structure of the document. There's an implementation section. I'm sure you all have this, some of you have this memorized. But the implementation section begins on page 46, and then there's a lot of discussion about implementation. And then at the end, on page 71, it says additional opportunities, planning phase, and then it has those couple of things on that slide, and then it goes into this big grid. I'm just not sure, I'm just having a hard time understanding like what the actual recommendations are. Is it the grid, or is it stuff starting on page 46 or 47? Maybe that's too in the weeds, but when I read it, I was just trying to understand what we're really talking about here in terms of, what you're proposing. And I didn't think, the plan spends a lot of time totally reasonably on streetscape and pedestrian and transportation issues and so on. That's why DOT is so essential. But that doesn't seem to be that doesn't seem to be front and center in the big recommendations grid. It's front and center for pages and pages and pages before that. Again, I think for good reason, but the grid that kind of does a bunch of other stuff. Can you just explain to me what we're trying to do here?
Want to highlight, Cassie Clemente with Just Economy.
Yeah, please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Cassie Clemente, Just Economy of Support Downtown Partnership in the Mayor's Office on the work of Downtown Rise. It's a very fair question, and I'll let Caitlin speak a little bit more to the tactics table at the end of the document, most of which was lifted entirely from the comp plan, the city's comp plan.
Mhm.
The portion of downtown in that comp plan is predominantly copied into that tactics table. It's a fair question. So on pages like 46 through 50-ish, these are sort of breaking down things that are already in process through other components or other, like some of the capital money that Downtown Partnership has received from the state. So you're looking at, like, Utah Street is the example of that, where there's $3.5 million of capital money from the state that is sitting at Downtown Partnership to be utilized for streetscape improvements along Utah Street. So that is in a different phase of implementation than most of the tactics at the end of the document, which are at varying stages of implementation or consideration to be implemented. I think the point, Chair, is warranted of to better organize the explanation in the document. We struggled a little bit with how to phrase things, and implementation on page 48 might not be the right word. But there's a series of things, including work in the strategic action plan, which is a separate document, also on downtownbaltimorerise.com, of some capital projects that are already underway, streetscape improvements, planters, hanging baskets, tree pits, things like that street level experience. That work is already underway within the confines of the strategic action plan.
Is it your view that the strategic action plan list, which we have seen, I think was presented to us a couple months ago, before this plan the bigger plan was ready, that it is in Venn diagram world?
Yes. Not
the same as this? They're two separate kind of circles, or what?
There are components that are overlapping. The principles, the foundational principles of it are fully overlapping.
Yeah.
Safety, pedestrian orientation, community and economic development, small business, retaining and recruiting folks. So those are the 39 action steps in the strategic action plan. I would say of those, specifically, I don't want to say a wrong number, but maybe 10% or so are are also included in the master plan. The majority of those are shorter term.
Well, I'm saying this with no objection whatsoever to any of these items in either document. I'm just saying that it was a little hard for me to keep
Understood.
track
Totally
of where I
understood.
was in the, so I don't know how
Great
to fix.
note that we can consider.
Yeah, and I'm
reorient
happy to
some
talk
of
to you about it separately,
Yep.
just as a recipient, whatever, and other people may be willing to do the same. So I don't want to belabor that whatsoever.
appreciate that
in this
feedback.
forum. Very, very narrow question. I just want to be sure that since this is so transportation and sort of pedestrian walkability heavy, we've got a complete streets ordinance. I heard you mention that. Is this plan intended to further and abide by complete streets in all respects? Are there any questions or conflicts with the city's adopted complete streets ordinance?
Not that I'm aware of. It's designed to continue to move forward with the complete streets, manual and plan, and just create a specific emphasis as part of this plan and in downtown.
I mean, it would be game-changing to change downtown to look more like this, so I'm very supportive of it. I was around for the beginning of the enactment of the Complete Streets Ordinance. I don't know that it has always been followed as strictly as I would like it to have been, and I would not want to see this enormous project somehow get at odds with it. And I would say, frankly, this is so big and so important that if there are issues with the Complete Streets Ordinance, let's sit down and talk about the Complete Streets Ordinance. I'm not saying we should go compromise, but if when you start to do a big plan like this, there are contextual issues with complete streets, then we should talk about all that. But at the end of the day, this should be a way of demonstrating a really robust, amazing example of how we can do complete streets in Baltimore. And I just don't have any way of knowing whether they are in concert or in tension or in opposition or what.
Yeah, I'm not aware that they're in conflict with one another, be it complete streets or ADA, compliance and compatibility.
Yeah.
So it's really designed to highlight and focus on those things as we move forward and be intentional as we're defining those places and creating those kind of standards as we look at routes and corridors and blocks.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. And my last question, then I'll turn to my colleagues. And in a way, Shalonda sort of got to it earlier. I'm not suggesting that this plan needed to have a cost or a budget associated with it at this point. So again, this is not like, where's the budget? But I guess the question is, how does that happen? Because there does have to become some sort of sense of what it would take to get this done, and then we have to go find the money, and there are lots of places to look for it. And I think, what I don't want to have happen is to have a vision that doesn't have, it's an implementation plan, but we all know what really makes an implementation plan, which is the
Absolutely,
ability to pay
funding,
for
right.
it. So can you just give us some context on that?
Absolutely. I think and it's once again a both and solution. To some of the comments earlier, there are immediate dollars for some of the projects aligning with what we received at Downtown Partnership Planning and others. And so I think we're there immediate, we can make those work. I think the other thing this allows in sort of a short term, long term is once we know what these costs are, it allows us to really go after dollars in a big way. We know that this part of downtown has not had that type of significant investment. And so to understand what that is in the context of all of these individual, the convention center needs, you have all of these large major projects that now when you get them in one plan, you can look at them holistically. So
Yeah. So is it fair to say that if we were to adopt this plan, that would facilitate a phase where you can then start to do serious
It really does.
cost estimating and so on? Because I think it's
Yes.
really important to get to that as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. That's exactly it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and I'll second what Shalonda said and then add yes, and some of that work, has started insofar as the strategic action plan implementation of broken curbs and potholes and, just the existing infrastructure needs, but then to have a more long-term plan of okay, instead of, I'm not saying that this is not a comment, this is an example. Instead of maybe fixing all the curbs on this street right now, if we know that this street is going to be under future construction in the next year or so, let's look at it from this plan's perspective and make sure we integrate and efficiently use capital dollars.
Fair enough. Yeah, we've got you've heard us talk, you were here, we talked about the CIP, it's all the same discussion, right, about how
That
to.
was a really good, I mean, that is impressive, I think, just in the design. And to me, it just felt like it aligned so much with the process we've taken here, so.
Well, thank you. I'm going to turn to my colleagues, and I just want to remind everybody that, any questions are fair game, obviously. There may be things that can get answered today, clarifications. And if there are things where you just want to dig in or something and need some insight, please tell the folks, and by 3 weeks from now, hopefully, we'll have any questions answered, and we'll be in a position to adopt with amendments, whatever the case may be. So, Mr. Vice Chair, do you want me to start with you?
Sure. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councilman?
No questions, but excited about the prospects.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Commissioner Griffin?
No questions, but also very excited.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, have you seen this plan before, Deputy? No questions, but yeah, as the mayor's representative on this commission, also wanted to recognize Caitlin, and I see Ren and stuff, they also had a big role in this, and want to acknowledge that when these sort of mayoral priorities come down to the planning staff, that there's some friction, and I appreciate the work that had to go into the teamwork and camaraderie that had to be built up to make this thing happen and get it to this point. So I really appreciate all that work, and even that you're doing it from home while sick. So thank you, Caitlin.
Commissioner Coach.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Just an observation, it's a great plan. And I think that when you look at other cities in the region, particularly Washington as an example, I see a lot of precedent there in the sense that Washington's done a great job of recognizing that their streets are really the heart of the solution to make it better. And what you're doing is for us creating sort of prototypes of sort of typical street experiences, I think is a very achievable solution. So unlike a lot of our community plans and master plans, which don't get immediate traction, I think your focus is right on here. It's very good.
It's great, thank you so much.
Thanks to all of you involved.
So I'll just say, we're going to see if anybody in the audience wants to speak, testify, ask questions. That's part of what we're here for as well. We're going to give you, and we'll establish by some email what the date is, but we're going to give you a window to provide any other questions or comments in writing to Mr. Tissot, and they can be forwarded along, because it's possible, I know everybody's had a chance to look at it, but sometimes a conversation like this gives you a different perspective when you go back and really read it. So I just want to give a window so that you can also give questions that would feed into answers that we might get in advance of or at the next meeting. So we'll just figure out what that date is, and in time, give you a little bit of time, and then make sure they have plenty of time to answer any questions.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Okay, so is there anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on the subject of the Downtown Rise Master Plan? Last chance. This is intended I want to be very clear, this was advertised this way with a presentation only, no vote, to be part of this extensive outreach process. So this is just another step in making sure that people have a chance to come and be heard. Yeah. Yep. Mr. Tissot advisors, is somebody online who wants to speak?
Jed, coming your way. Oh, thank you,
Thank you. For the record, Jed Weeks, Executive Director of Bikemore. We're really excited, high level about this plan. I think it's awesome, and the intent here is great, and I can't wait to see some of this stuff getting in the ground. I do have concerns about compliance with the Complete Streets Ordinance. None of the streets listed as vision streets in the plan are compliant with ordinance. They all break the law in some way in terms of their travel lane widths. And so, before we adopt the plan, I think it would be important to, adjust those things at least to be consistent with existing law. And so we're not adopting something that, is showing stuff that we legally can't do. The good news is a lot of those travel lane widths that are in that plan are way too wide, a lot wider than what our ordinance mandates. And so as a result, you have the opportunity to do even cooler things with that space that you could get back. So like on Charles Street, where you have 3 11-foot travel lanes, which is illegal, you could take some of that space back and have a wider buffer for a bike facility or something like that. So I think it actually presents a pretty cool opportunity. But I really do need, we need to have our plans recognize city ordinance. So Thanks.
And if I could just say something really quick, and I think we'll have to do this, is remove all dimensions because we don't have a study yet. So the traffic study needs to be complete before we can actually say what's going to happen in these streets. So I think we need to remove all the dimensions from the plan. That's kind of the takeaway I'm getting from this, because we don't know yet if the proposals we have in here make sense from a traffic standpoint, right? So I don't think that anyone here, probably especially Department of Transportation, wants to commit to any of the dimensioned travel lanes, because we know there's still so much work to be done to make sure we're getting to that right point. So I think that's probably one of the big takeaways from the comments so far, and I appreciate everyone's comments.
Yeah, Caitlin, I would ask you to think about that, whether removing the dimensions is the right way to do it or something else. What I do not want to do, and I don't expect the commission to go. I think everybody's familiar with, but I don't expect the commission to read the complete streets ordinance for dimensions. I do not want us to be put in the position of adopting something that violates city ordinance in even the smallest way. And I understand what you're saying. I'm sure that's not what was intended. And I'd say, zooming out, I'm always open-minded about whether the complete street ordinance itself needs to be tweaked in some way. I mean, if you do a project and it reveals that maybe there's a flaw in the ordinance, I'm just theorizing, then we can revisit that. But if there is an ordinance that we went to the trouble of passing, and it expresses an intention and it has requirements, we should follow it. And I do not want the commission to be endorsing something that is in conflict with that. So one way or the other, we should just work through that problem. I think what everybody said here today is very reasonable and sensible. It's hard to be a complete streets advocate in general and not be thrilled at the prospects of the plan because of what it's doing to these highways, streets, and other things. It's almost a class in sort of in the way we can do different typologies of streets. And it would be nice to see that implemented downtown. So I'm actually excited about it, but I'm respectful and mindful of Mr. Weeks' comments and also obviously compliance with the existing code. Fair enough? Okay. Okay, is there anybody else, Mr. Tissot? No. Okay, so we will give the commissioners a window in case you have any specific comments. We'll see you in 3 weeks with any other, you're making a face, Mr. Fleming. Aren't we not seeing you in 3 weeks?
October 9th.
Oh, it's not 3 weeks. 2 meetings. Sorry. Totally fine. My apologies. I knew we were 2 meetings. I thought it was the next. See you in 6 weeks.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Thank you.
Visit anytime.
Thank you.
No, thank you all very, very much. We really appreciate it and excited to be part of the process. Okay. So we're going to move on to the next item. Mr. Executive Secretary, would you please call that for us?
Next item on the agenda is City Council Bill number 25-0062, a building code single exit from residential occupancy, citywide bill. Caitlin Audette will present.
Caitlin, I'll give you a bit of a quick break because what I want to do, and there is going to be some redundancy between the last meeting and this meeting because we heard these bills at the last meeting as a presentation, no vote. At this meeting, we expect that the commission is going to take a vote. I just want to reiterate a few sort of ground rules, and I don't see, frankly, very many people in the audience. And I'm looking to see if I recognize a few folks who were here at the last meeting who may or may not wish to testify. So I just want to be clear so everybody knows sort of what we're doing. This is a separate hearing. The bills are being heard for a second time. It's not a continuation. Therefore, anybody who is here can testify on these bills for or against with a 3-minute time limit, which we've imposed in the past. It is so if you testified last time, you may testify again. As a courtesy, we would ask you not to say the same thing that you said last time unless there's something new or you have a real reason to do that. But nonetheless, we will give anybody who wants 3 minutes the time to do it. We are hearing each bill separately because even though we realize that there's some overlap in the sort of urban intentions of the 3 bills, nonetheless, the 3 bills are separate. And I think we are required to hear them separately. So there'll be 3 bills coming up, as I think folks well know. For each bill, we'll have a staff report. If there are council members here who wish to speak with respect to the bills, they may, but they did speak the last time, and perhaps they don't need to do that again. And then we'll take testimony, both live and virtual. as well. There are a substantial number of written submissions which are posted on the website. The commission has access to all of those written submissions, and you should assume that the commission has read and reviewed them. If you have submitted a written submission and you are here, you can make reference to it. If you really feel compelled, you may summarize it. Please don't read your written submission, because I promise you we're going to read it or already have read it in most cases. Also, I should say that, again, because we're all well aware that there are 4 bills that are sort of in the council now that are receiving attention. The 3 that we're hearing today, as well as a bill that relates to the prospects for changing the way single-family zoning is handled in the city and eliminating single-family zoning. We are not hearing that bill today. It has not been scheduled in the commission. It has not been scheduled in the council. Some of the comments that we've gotten, obviously, especially the written ones, cover 1 or more bills, including that one, and that is perfectly fine. I mean, we don't mind if people, but today, it is not relevant to any of these 3 bills to talk about the single-family bill. I promise you there will be adequate opportunity. I know the department has done an information session, and we will have, I suspect, in a similar fashion, 2 separate hearings, one for information and one for action, just as we've done for these bills. So I don't want anybody to feel like they're being cut off, but that's not what we're talking about today. Don't mind if you submit written testimony and it covers all of them. We can triage it into the right files. Yeah, I think Mr. Tiso, if it comes in for 3 bills, he puts it in 3 files. So he's very efficient at it. I promise you that we'll look at it. So I think that's just apologize for all that kind of rules of the road, just to make sure everybody is clear and we're managing expectations. Is there anything I'm missing in that regard that you think I should? Okay. Okay, so with that, we will then go back to Ms. Audette and the staff report on City Council Bill 250062 regarding single exits. Caitlin.
Good afternoon again. Next slide, please. So I'm here to present the City Council Bill 25-0062, which is amending the building code to provide single exits from residential occupancy. My name is Caitlin Audette. This was introduced by Councilman Dorsey and co-sponsored by President Cohen, Council members Conway, Gray, Bullock, Blanchard, and Ramos. Next slide. As for compliance with plans, this was specifically called for in the comprehensive plan under goal 4.06, which stated to examine the building code to identify ways to expand opportunities for the creation of affordable housing. For example, raise a story limit for single stair buildings. Next slide. The specific legislation language references various types of construction. So types 1 and 2 construction are those types of construction in which the building elements listed in table 601 are of non-combustible materials except as permitted in section 603 and elsewhere in this code. Type 3 construction is that type of construction in which the exterior walls are of non-combustible materials and the interior building elements are of any material permitted by this code. Type 3A, it's similar to type 3 with the key difference being that the combustible interior structural features must be protected by a minimum 1 hour fire resistance, and exterior bearing walls have a 2-hour fire rating. This is different than type 3B, which is not called for here, which allows for no fire rating on combustible interior materials. Next slide. The building type to continue with type 4 construction, which is that type of construction in which the building elements are of mass timber or non-combustible materials and have fire resistance ratings in accordance with table 601. And the other definition here is for residential group R2, which are occupancies containing sleeping units or more than 2 dwelling units where the occupants are primarily permanent in nature. So again, this wouldn't be a hotel, though it may be like a long-term hotel. Next slide. So for type 5 construction, which is the type of construction in which the structural elements, exterior walls and interior walls are of any materials permitted by code, they would allow, again, the residential group R2 to have a height of no more than 4 stories, whereas the other building types all went up to 6 stories with this legislation. Next slide. This legislation also includes additional requirements to bolster the safety of buildings that would seek this single exit requirement. And these include that they cannot contain a boarding house, which is a unit type under the R2 group. And they could have no more than 4 dwellings per floor. The buildings cannot be of less than 1 hour fire resistive construction. Building must be fully equipped with a sprinkler system and no more than 2 single exit stair conditions within the same building. Next slide. The legislation continues with some kind of additional safety measures that stairways may include an exterior exit stair or an interior exit stair. If it is an interior exit stair, then the stairway must meet all of the following requirements, which is that it be enclosed with 2-hour fire-rated walls and with 1-hour fire-rated doors, be pressurized per the building code, and have doors that swing into the interior, or I believe that's into the exterior, from the interior, I apologize, as long as the door exits to the outside. Next slide. Additional safety requirements include the inclusion of a corridor separating the unit entries from the entry to the exterior stair, a distance of at least distance that cannot exceed 20 feet between the unit entry and the exit stair, a total travel distance that cannot exceed 125 feet. I apologize, I did this when I was sick, and that's my only excuse. And that the elevators must be pressurized. Next slide. Additional safety requirements include that the stairway must either extend to the roof or be constructed along an exterior wall that faces a street and includes at least 1 window, where access to the roof is provided by a non-combustible fire access ladder. And also that the legislation allows for other occupancies beyond residential within the same building, as long as they comply with all aspects of the code, and they must not connect to that residential area. So this would still allow for mixed-use buildings. Next slide. And so some examples here. This is an example of a condo building in Seattle. It is 6 stories tall. It has 13 units that are 1, 2, or 3 bedroom units, and it was completed by Habitat for Humanity. So you can see how it's a very narrow lot, and how it kind of fits into the neighborhood generally with its height, but also, can allow for windows on all sides of the building on this narrow lot. So it doesn't kind of touch those property lines. Next slide. Another example are the Green Avenue condominiums in Brooklyn, New York. So these are 10 5-story buildings that are all adjacent to one another. They're condos, and they have 48 units total that are market rate. Which you can kind of see their structure here in the image where the roofs all have that access point, and that's the stairwell. So you can better understand how these kind of work together, and they maintain the row house style with the building typology that they use. Next slide. And this is something we spoke about at the previous meeting, which was the competition that the Congress for New Urbanism held in this past spring. And so the winner of that was this proposal, which was for a 5- and 6-story adjacent building for a total of 27 units. And it was designed to have an affordable section, which was the 5-story building, and the adjacent 6-story market rate building. And each unit gets cross ventilation due to the interior courtyard. Next slide. So at the August 7th Planning Commission, there was additional information that was requested by both the commission and through conversation with the public. And so one of the first questions was, has the American Institute of Architects, or AIA, commented on the legislation? And so they have. The Baltimore chapter of AIA has provided a letter of support, which is on the WIC site. How would this legislation impact the housing code enforcement? That was a big topic. So we reached out to DHCD, their code enforcement office. We received the following response that they anticipate no significant impact on code enforcement capacity. We would need to do some training to bring everyone up to speed on new requirements. From an inspection standpoint, inspectors are already inspecting all of the areas that would need to be inspected. So it would just be that additional training. Next slide. Additional information was regarding the fire department, which was, does the fire department regulate the area outside the building at the ground floor where there will be potential staging by the fire department when there's a fire? So when there's a single exit, is there a conflict between exiting residents or incoming fire personnel? So yes, the fire department does regulate the area outside the building where there will be potential staging with these 3 specific items from the building code, which are buildings and facilities, that fire apparatus access road shall comply with the requirements of the section and extend to within 150 feet of all portions of the facility and all portions of exterior walls of the first story of the building as measured by an approved route. Additional access, again, about fire apparatus access and dimensions, so specific dimensions around the building. It was less about like staging areas and more about that access by vehicles. Next slide. Can the fire department attend? So we have requested their attendance. I do not know if they are there, but potentially they are. And I believe Director Ryer has been in conversation with them as well. And so we can get to that at the end of this. Can the locations where a single exit building and not a double exit building be constructed be provided on a map? Or can examples of such sites be provided? So it's really difficult to map that where a single exit building can go, as this really depends on the number of units that a developer wants, the underlying zoning restrictions, and market conditions. So we've done our best to review available data and provide a perspective, but we know that's just one perspective and that different developers or different property owners might view this differently. So just one thing, I wanted to go over the underlying zoning and kind of what would be allowed in different zoning categories. So the current building code caps single exit buildings at 3 stories. So this legislation could be used to expand to 4 stories in R5 through R8, where a height of 45 feet is allowed by right. Additionally, the legislation could allow for up to 5 stories in R8, as the zoning board may allow a height up to 60 feet as a conditional use. So we could see these used in those zoning categories to get that additional floor for up to 4 feet, 4 floors, or 2 additional floors for up to 5 floors in R8. Other zoning districts that could benefit would include C1, C1E, C2, C3, C4, and C5, which have a maximum building height of at least 60 feet or more, which could allow buildings up to 5 or 6 stories. Next slide. I think, is there a duplication? Next slide, should be a map. Okay, so just what does that mean? I wanted to provide just a basic map showing where the R5 through R8 is. So you can see that here, this is in the green, the red, so this kind of shows you just kind of where we could where if there was a vacant lot and someone chose to do a single exit stair, they could potentially be allowed to do up to 4 floors. Okay, can you go back 1 slide? Okay. Other zoning districts that would benefit, I mentioned C1 through C5. I did not mention IMU, OR2, or TOD, which are included in that as well. Additionally, OR1 has a maximum building height of 40 feet. So the zoning board, but the zoning board may allow a height of up to 60 feet as a conditional use. Next slide. And then this one. So here's a map of those C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, IMU, TOD, and OR2. So again, this kind of shows you, again, they're along the spurs that go out of the city and the downtown area, and that could allow buildings up to 5 or 6 stories with the proposed legislation. Next slide. But we have some examples for you of specific sites, and I think this will be really helpful so that you can understand while those maps might say, oh, you can go up to 4 or 5, 6 stories, that it's when you get down to the specific level, there are restrictions that would limit, again, how big these buildings could get. So here's an example at the 200 block of East Saratoga. It has the zoning of C5DC. And this in C5DC, there are unlimited units allowed. The height is unlimited. So it has a lot of potential. Next slide. So again, here it is in a map. It's adjacent, has some adjacencies near Lexington Market or Liberty Street. Next slide. And here it is in an aerial view. Again, you can see the proximity to Howard Street. Next slide. And here's what it looks like. So this is an existing building. And it could be retrofitted to go with this legislation. Next slide. So this is the 200 block of East Saratoga. It's an adaptive reuse example. So there's no setbacks required, no parking required. It's an existing building with a compact site, and it's boxed in. There's no public right of way at the rear of the site. Next slide. So what are some opportunities? So they could renovate the existing building, add additional multifamily dwelling units above the existing retail. And here it's just still 3 stories. So you have 8 units total shown. And we're not, next slide. And then here, this is with an additional story added onto that historic building. So you can get 12 units. And just, this is the most, you could go a lot higher if you wanted to, but this is kind of what a reasonable approach would be here, right? So with a single exit stair, you might be able to add 1 more story and still be within that 6 stories. This is kind of a reasonable approach at Saratoga Street and C5DC, which has an unlimited height. Next slide. Another example is the 27 block of Greenmount Avenue. This
Sorry,
is in a
Caitlin,
C1.
can I ask you a quick question? Could you go
Yeah.
back to Saratoga for a moment? Is there sort of an alternative analysis, meaning if the bill were not passed, how that building would be developable otherwise? Is that, I mean, you don't have to have a slide for it, but can you describe it potentially to us?
Yeah, so as a 3-story building, it can have single stair, right? So it just wouldn't be able to add to it. So you wouldn't be getting any additional markets or units. And so it may not get as much, it may not be as developable from a developer. But again, there are so many different things that come into play when a developer is looking at a site. And this is just kind of one real quick study.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And these studies were completed with DHCD's RSP crew, so they were very helpful with this as well. So the 27 block of Greenmount Avenue, C1, this is 3 existing lots that if combined would make a lot size of 45 feet by 90 feet for a lot size of 4,050 square feet. 13 units are allowed by the zoning code. Next slide. So here's where it's located along 27th Street and Greenmount. Next slide. And that's what it looks like in the aerial. Next. So some notes. It would be a new construction example. No setbacks are required and no parking is required. It's a compact site. A traditional multifamily typology is difficult to fit on the site because it's so compact. Next slide. So the current requirements. So I think this is kind of what you were getting at, Mr. Laria. It would be the current requirement if done. So here in this view, you see 2 exit stairs, right? So those are those bulky pink bits on either end with a corridor going between them. The ratio there is that 70% of the building is rentable and 30% is circulation. So there's 12 units shown in the diagram, and the rentable square footage is a challenge. Next slide. And so here, if you have a single exit stair, and again, this can only go to 3 floors. So this is something that you could build today because of the amount of units that's allowed, right? So because of the zoning code, they have to be 300, they need 300 square feet per dwelling unit, and the lot size limits it to that number. I think it was 13 units. So this is only going to be 3 stories anyways. This is a great example where we can say, oh, it's going to be in R8, it's going to be in, all these locations, but the limitations within the zoning code already can provide you that height cap. So here you can see, though, the benefits of a single exit stair, which would be that 88% of the square footage is now rentable, and there's more development potential on this lot. And it's introducing a new building typology in the neighborhood, which is welcome. Next slide. And here's another one where it's like we pick these sites and then we realize, oh, wait, they can't actually have the development to go up to 6 stories. So this is a 100 block of South Monroe Street. It's R8. It's 6 existing lots that are combined. It only allows 4 units because the lot size is 3,484 square feet. Next slide. So here's the location. It's the corner of Lombard and Monroe. Next slide. You can see it here. And the aerial. Next slide. So this is another new construction example. The setbacks required, it has a 10-foot interior side and a 20-foot rear yard setback requirement, has 1 parking space required. It's, again, a compact site. Traditional multifamily typology is difficult to fit. Next slide. But with, again, you can only get 4 units. So that's going to be 2 stories here. It's not even that much. So with 4 units and a double 2 exit stairs, you would have, that would take up 28% of the rentable space, and then 22% would be circulation. Next slide. But if you had a single exit stair, those units would grow, and they would be much more desirable units. But again, this is allowed by right today because with that limitation of the 4 dwelling units, it only goes up to 2 floors. Next slide. So those are just, you asked us to kind of look at some specific lots throughout the city, and we just kind of picked some, not quite randomly, but we looked at sites that DHCD is already looking at for some of these, and it shows that, first of all, even though it may be able to be used in many zoning categories, realistically, it's not going to be very impactful from a height perspective. But that was just a useful way to do a study. We wanted to share that with you all, just so you understand kind of how impactful this could be. Again, it would be just another option for developers if they're seeking to develop. I did see a question in the chat, and it said, is this only for new construction? And it wouldn't be. There's nothing precluding it in the legislation, but they would have to meet all those safety requirements. For equity, the impact of the proposed legislation would make smaller scale multifamily developments easier and more cost efficient to complete, allowing developers to work in neighborhoods that might not otherwise be feasible. The building types are well suited for infill lots that are predominantly found in higher need communities. As for engagement, various advocacy groups have been sharing information on this bill, including BALT POP, or People Oriented Places, and the Congress for New Urbanism, which held a single stair design competition in Baltimore this past May. For internal operations, the proposed legislation would have no impact to the planning department operations, but would require housing staff become familiar with the updated requirements so that they are correctly implemented. So next slide. The agenda was sent to over 17,000 unique emails on file with the planning department. A number of letters in both support and opposition were shared both before and after the August 7th meeting, and these are all available on the WIC site. Next slide. So recommendation is approval. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thanks. Okay. So first of all, I guess I was trying to decide what order to do this in. I guess I'll start with questions by the commission to the staff, to Ms. Audette. And then I have a couple of other things I want to add. And then, of course, we'll hear from anybody else who wants to speak. So are there questions from members of the commission to Ms. Audette? Anything over here? No? Okay. Mr. McCoach.
Caitlin, good afternoon. Thank you for that presentation. A quick question for you. Do I understand that across the board, all structures which would have a single stair regardless of construction type, would be required to have sprinklers?
That's already true.
If that's a yes.
Yes,
That's
yes.
already true, yeah.
Perfect, done.
Okay. Okay, are there other questions for Ms. Audette? Okay. So just sort of jumping off from that, I want to get one other thing sort of in the record, which was not covered by the staff because I think it's sort of a relatively late arrival. And first of all, I do want to also say, excellent presentation. Thank you for those examples, making it concrete with both some graphics, some diagrams, as well as some actual sites, and it is really, really helpful. So thank you for being responsive to the commission's requests. I did ask at the last meeting for the AIA to weigh in because I wanted to hear from the architectural community, which is responsible both for design and also for, in its own way, life safety issues for sure. Their letter is very positive. It's been posted to the site. Also, in particular, and I asked this question, but I know I was asking it on behalf of many people about the fire department. The fire department has supplied us, as of today, with their agency report to the city council on this. And in summary, their position is to support with amendments. I'm not going to read the entire report, of course, but their position is to support with amendments. I don't want to cherry pick bits and pieces of it, but they say that they support the intent of the bill. Single access building can offer significant advantages, particularly in Baltimore City, where housing demand, space constraints, and construction costs continue to impact the city. Unique opportunity to maximize efficiency. This could help better underutilized or difficult to develop areas. It also talks about promoting more affordable, diverse housing types and broader city goals. It also says, however, it is imperative that fire safety and accessibility requirements be carefully considered. Life safety must remain a top priority. BCFD emphasizes the need for clear code compliance, well-defined egress routes, adequate fire protection systems, and that the success will depend on a balance between development, innovation, and public safety. That is extremely sensible, in my view. And they do make 3 recommendations for amendments. One relates to a full sprinkler system. It's not totally clear to me how that relates to what's already in the code. They also have amendments regarding stairwell being inside or outside of the exit stairwell, and then a third item about the corridor layout of the building. They say recommend must include a corridor that separates the door of each apartment from the stairwell, meaning no apartment door can open directly onto the stairwell. And I will come back to those because I want to say something about where I think my suggestion for how the commission kind of process this sort of input from the fire department. But I just wanted to get in the record what the fire department's position is, because for me, that was in many respects the most important thing I was concerned about before we would get behind something like this. So I was very happy to receive timely, and thank you to the department, your sister agency, as well as the mayor's office for asking the fire department to give us something to work with at this hearing. So I'll stop there in terms of, I'll come back to a few things, but I'm going to ask whether anybody in the audience wants to be heard on the subject of the bill. Just either way, please raise your hand. I see 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands, 5 hands. Okay. Those of you who wish to speak in support, raise your hands. Okay. We'll do the support first, and I'll start with this gentleman here in the blue sweater, please. If you come up and introduce yourself. And again, if you've testified before, you have the privilege of testifying again for 3 minutes, but please don't overdo it. We have the record that we are both of these hearings, which are on the record, will be considered as part of the commission's deliberations and decision. Yes, sir.
I was going to start with good afternoon, but it's now good evening. Members of the commission, I am Tim Pula. I am a longtime Baltimorean and a 29-year veteran of real estate development in Baltimore City. I'm an urbanist. I've studied architecture, urban planning. I've studied this particular issue quite a bit. So I was very excited to see that Ryan introduced this idea.
Did I say that you'll have 3 minutes?
Yeah.
I just want to be sure.
You just took 20 seconds.
And you can have 10 seconds back. Please 20. Go ahead.
I urge you to support this legislation, okay? Single stair buildings are safe, There's lots of data from places like New York City, Seattle, the Netherlands, that has shown no decline in safety as a result of single-stair buildings. The single-stair buildings are the way that apartment buildings are built in all of the EU. They have lower fire, death, and injury rates than we do. And they also generally don't have sprinklers. I think it's important to understand, I won't go into why 2 or more stairs have made buildings bigger. It's a long explanation, but they have. And it's a compounding thing. And that has made it very difficult for many parcels throughout the city to be viable as multifamily buildings. And frankly, if they're not viable for multifamily development, they're not viable for anything because office is dead. Okay, you're not going to put huge distribution warehouses on some of these small parcels, right? So without multifamily housing, there are very few options to redevelop many, many parcels, thousands, right? So by granting this, we unlock the potential for many of these sites to be redeveloped. We unlock the potential for tens of thousands of new apartment units, which will help with affordability. It's the single biggest factor in making increased affordable housing is more units, increase the supply. And it'll remove barriers to entry to the real estate development market. Right now, if you don't have access to a lot of capital, or the people that have a lot of capital, it's very hard to be a developer of one of the current kind of multifamily buildings. Single stair will allow, the mom and pop developer who can't participate in this realm of development to do it again. Last thing I'd say is it'll allow for finer grained buildings, finer grained urbanism, and a much greater human scale type of building. Thank you.
10 seconds to spare. Yes, please, come on up. Again, your name for the record, any affiliation, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Emily Hovermail. I'm the Director of External Affairs at the Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership. I'm here today to voice our support for City Council Bill 250062. The Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership is a nonprofit organization that expands housing choices for low-income families who have historically been excluded from housing in well-resourced neighborhoods by helping them access and transition successfully to safe, healthy, and economically vibrant communities. As is well documented, Baltimore is in the midst of a housing affordability crisis. According to data from DHCD, more than half of renters are cost burdened and thousands of families are struggling to find homes they can afford. Over 20% of households spend more than half their income on housing, with the vast majority of those families being from extremely low income families earning less than half the area median income. One barrier to building affordable housing is our current building code, which has a requirement for 2 stairways in residential buildings over 3 stories, which adds significant costs and takes up valuable space, making it harder to build affordable units, especially on smaller lots. This bill will unlock new opportunities for small apartment buildings that are more affordable and better suited to diverse household needs. For the families we serve, this bill represents a chance for safe, stable, and affordable housing. It aligns with our mission to expand housing choices across Baltimore, and we urge you to support this legislation to help give our communities the tools they need to build the homes that make sense for their communities. And I have additional information and citations in my written testimony.
Thank you. Please give them to the team over there.
I've submitted it.
Questions for this person? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir.
Good evening. I'm Doug Schmidt, Principal of Workshop Development, Chair of the Baltimore Development Work Group, and a lifelong Baltimore resident. Since I have a 6 o'clock meeting and we're only 3 hours behind, I hope you don't mind if I speak generally about Bills 25, 62, 64, and 65. So I'd like folks to know that these are not developer-driven bills. These bills were put together by the council people. They did come to the development community and ask our opinion, and we're here today to offer our support. These are really economic development bills. The National Apartment Association rated Baltimore out of 50 cities as the 3rd worst in barriers for developing multifamily, and our antiquated processes, codes, and rules contribute to this rating. As an example, in 25064, there's a reduction in setbacks by a few feet and lot coverages. These changes make land use more efficient, and as we try to combat the high cost of housing, every little bit does help. To give some perspective, Baltimore's most iconic neighborhoods like Fells Point, Utah Place, Roland Park, Reservoir Hill were developed before any of these rules existed. Despite the lack of micromanagement, these are places that are a standard of excellence. Designers need the freedom to be able to do excellence in the future. We applaud Councilman Dorsey, Gray, and Blanchard's effort to update these ordinances. If we want to have a vibrant, growing city, we have to have a logical, efficient, and modernized development environment. The opposite of disinvestment is investment. We hope you vote for these bills and make investing in Baltimore easier.
Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman? Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think that was those are the folks who would raise their hand and testify in support. There were a few who wanted to testify in opposition. Ma'am, please. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please come up. I'm sorry, Ms. Floyd. We'll start with this lady in front. My fault. No. Please come. No, I understand.
Mine is just really a question.
Well, let's let this lady testify first, and then you'll certainly come up. Ma'am, I'm sorry, please. Just give us your name and any affiliation for the record, please.
I'm Nancy Moronic, and I really just have a comment on this. I'm not saying I'm for or against it, but I can't imagine being in a building that's up to 6 stories and a fire breaks out and all the frightened residents are trying to get out at one time. I think it will result in loss of life, probably. And I think any loss of life in Baltimore when lives are lost because of fires, it's very regrettable. This is one that can be avoided by not allowing this. That's basically all I have to say about that.
Sorry, questions for Ms. Moronic? Okay. Ms. Floyd, please.
Thanks. I'm just responding to something that was during the presentation. Can we go back, please, to the R8 example, the third example?
This one?
The last one. Next one.
This is the down.
No, it was an R8
Do you remember what address it was, ma'am?
No. No. The last
Keep going
there's
forward.
three
It's the
under
next
last
one.
Okay. So, and I apologize because my new phone won't allow me to access the code, so I would have looked at it by now.
Go right ahead.
But we have in our measurement, I believe we have in our measurement methodologies in the code, an exception or a provision that allows for you to have an extra unit if you have at least 50 or 51%. And I believe that applies in the R8. If that does, then that's an error in this presentation, which says you can only have 4 units. I believe you could have 5 units by right instead of 4, but I cannot check myself. But it's under the measurement methodologies.
Thank you. Okay, is it possible, is anyone on the staff able to comment on that?
That's,
Lot coverage, lot area.
yeah, lot area in the zoning code, when it's 3 units or higher, half of a lot area rounds up. If that was.
Yeah, this is not, there were probably mistakes. I apologize. I am COVID brain at the moment, so I apologize for any errors.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. Are there others in the audience who wish to testify? Councilman, I did not mean to skip you, and I apologize. I know last time you spoke at length, and you're certainly welcome to speak again on the bill that you've introduced, if you choose.
I don't actually have anything that I want to say, but I am here to answer any questions or whatever, if that exists.
Okay. Are there questions remaining for the councilman or that today's testimony has raised for you that you'd like to ask the sponsor?
Are people online, I'm assuming?
Oh, yeah.
I guess, I don't know if they're able to say they're testifying in this will.
Have folks raised their hands online as well?
At least 4, and yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my mistake then for not looking in your direction. Please stand by, Councilman. Mr. Tisa, I'll just leave it to you, and I know it's hard to tell sometimes which, so if you can, fine. If not, people can just tell us their position when they begin to
Unfortunately, I had
speak.
to just take them in.
That's perfectly
in order.
fine. Go
So
right ahead.
First in line chronologically, Julian F. I'll push the button. You'll unmute from your side. Julian, if you're talking, we can't hear you. You need to unmute from your side.
Me?
Yes, speak
There you
again. I
go.
think we can.
Okay, great.
Yes, if you just give us your name and any affiliation for the record, please.
Yes, Julian Frost, speaking in favor. My affiliation is with the Congress for the New Urbanism. So my name is Julian Frost. I've been one of the leading advocates for single-stair reform in Baltimore and the state of Maryland for the past 3 years. This May, I organized an architectural competition sponsored by AIA Baltimore, among others, that invited architects from across the region to design a mid-rise single-stair building on an infill lot in Baltimore City. The winning entries included a beautiful neoclassical courtyard building on West Redwood Street, a modern building near the Shot Tower Metro Station, and a 4-story contextual project nestled between the row houses of Federal Hill. I decided to take on this project to drum up interest and engagement around this bill. I wanted to give people a way to visualize what this single-stair reform would make possible in real life that wouldn't have been possible before. My initiative was met with universal excitement among the many architects, developers, real estate professionals, urban planners, and general enjoyers of the built environment who were present and commented on the entries afterwards. To those opposing the bill, I hope you'll take a look at the competition recap, which can be found at cnudc.org. A single-stair building is the most pure expression of a building. Bill 25-0062 will allow us to return to more traditional built forms that provide better dwellings and allow for more open space. Thank you all, especially Councilman Dorsey, Deputy Mayor Williams, and Caitlin Audette for your work in making Baltimore City the latest jurisdiction to make this intelligent and timely building code change.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the commission? Okay, if not, we'll move on. Ms. Chiso, to the next person.
All right, a CJW, if you can unmute and introduce yourself.
CJW.
Hello.
There you are. Please go ahead. Just introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Carson Ward. I'm a part of the Reservoir Hill Association, and I'm speaking in opposition. And also, just for the record, I know someone had mentioned development in Utah Place and Reservoir Hill, and I just want it to be very clear that that will be met with much resistance. But just want to say that this is a policy that directly jeopardizes both resident and first responder safety under the guise of developer convenience and cost cutting. Proponents of this change frequently point to New York City as a precedent, yet such comparisons are misleading. While New York City is often viewed as a model for urban development, it is critical to understand that the city's housing infrastructure, building codes, and regulatory frameworks are far more mature and robust. And that's the result of decades of proactive reform, particularly rooted in public safety. So one of the most transformative moments in New York City housing history came under the leadership of then Governor Theodore Roosevelt in the early 1900s to address deadly living conditions in overcrowded and poorly constructed tenements. This act fundamentally reshaped urban housing policy by requiring multiple means of egress, including safe and more accessible stairways and fire escapes, and also fireproofing structural materials to reduce the spread of flames. By contrast, Baltimore's housing infrastructure remains fragile, underregulated, and many neighborhoods are crumbling from decades of disinvestment. Baltimore has neither the regulatory strength nor the enforcement capacity to scale back safety policies. In fact, the opposite is true. The city is still catching up to meet basic housing safety standards. A single staircase policy, especially in a mid-rise building, poses a grave risk that the city is already struggling with, including high rates of housing vacancy and abandonment, increasing the likelihood of fire spread, limited fire department access and capacity. Recently, there was a fire in West Baltimore that took almost 10 hours to take out. There's uneven code enforcement and inspection capacity, especially in lower income neighborhoods, and a documented history of devastating residential fires and fatalities. So Baltimore lacks the redundancy and planning of New York City's emergency services. And in the event of a fire or a structural failure in a single staircase building, the escape route can become a fatal bottleneck, especially for elderly, disabled, and children. So it can also be a death trap for firefighters attempting to rescue. I do want to say, while the Baltimore City Fire Department supported this bill with amendments may seem significant at first glance, it is crucial to understand that the International Association of Firefighters' opposition to the policy represents a broader, more informed consensus based on extensive national experience and firefighter safety expertise. This isn't just about one city's immediate needs, it's about the safety of first responders and the long-term resilience of urban environments. And unlike local officials who may be swayed by political pressure, short-term costs, or developer interests, the International Association of Firefighters is focused on long-term safety for all cities, not just Baltimore, and their concerns extend across state lines, across
Ma'am,
cities, and across decades.
your time is up.
Yeah.
I don't want to cut you off, but can you wrap up for us, please?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So their opposition to IAFF is grounded on best practices, historical evidence, and an understanding of the impact on firefighter and civilian safety. And I do just want to say that this push seems like it's not about urban innovation, it's about profit margins and a way for developers to reduce construction costs, maximize unit count, and increase rental income, all while transferring the burden of the risk to residents and first responders without any safety nets, including just any,
Ma'am,
from New York.
I've got to ask you to stop.
Yeah. Of course. I just want to say in New York, they have a cap on how much, rent can cost to the tenant. And we don't have that here. So we would need those extra protections if you're going to push something like that.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Appreciate your testimony. Questions for the witness? Okay. Ms. Chiso, next, please.
Okay, Keandra Pryor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Keandra Pryor. I am the president of the Reservoir Hill Association. I live in Reservoir Hill, have been living there going on 8 years, and I live on Utah Place, so I can speak very clearly about how our housing is structured. Most of our housing on Utah Place actually, by the way it was built originally, have 2 stairwells, so I'm not sure why the gentleman before me, a few testimonies before me, cited Utah Place and Reservoir Hill as a great example because it actually opposes the idea that we only need single staircases when almost every home, including single family homes in Reservoir Hill, have 2 staircases. That being said, I just really urge the members of the Planning Commission to really review the research that's being cited by proponents of this change. The only robust study of single staircase safety is from the Pew Charitable Trust, which only studied modern buildings that were built after 1968. And so when we're thinking about changing our zoning code based on research, we really should just be proposing this for modern buildings built after 1968 or new builds. And I would just like to emphasize that all the visual examples that were given today were of new builds, whether it's in Seattle or in other cities. All of those buildings were built probably post-2000. Our concern really is for the buildings that will be retrofitted as single staircase multifamilies with additions on top. Because we're concerned about fire safety and general safety of the building. Even though there's going to be additional requirements in the building, they're not even as stringent as what we have seen in New York State and in Pennsylvania. I'd also I have a question about the exceptions for boarding houses. If it also would include rooming houses. And because our neighborhood, specifically in Reservoir Hill, is kind of a location where many folks that are in sober living conversions, they really invest a lot of money in sober living housing. I'm really concerned about my neighbors who are getting those services. Oftentimes, there are more than 11 or even up to 20 people per floor in those living situations. And I am concerned about people that are going to be placed in those situations for the possible fire hazard that could cause to those people. And since we don't, because we were sued because of ADA concerns about our zoning code and people resisting sober living in their communities, I just want to highlight that this is not about discriminating against people who require ADA support, but really thinking about their personal safety. We personally have seen around 20 people or more per floor. It's not dwelling units because sober living arrangements don't require dwelling units, but there's quite a few people trying to escape fire. So just putting that out there along with Carson's testimony about how other firefighters view this. I'm just really concerned that this is more of a political stance that our fire department has taken rather than a safety stance. And I really urge you to really think about the safety and the longevity of our city, where we see that code enforcement is not enforced, no matter what DHCD says. We volunteer to make sure. I'll wrap up. This will be my last statement.
Thank you very much.
Yes, as a individual, and many people who volunteer for community associations can attest, we are the backbone of code enforcement. We call in for code enforcement. We're the ones reporting to 311. We know that the city severely lacks code enforcement. And so although they are saying that they have the ability and the capability to enforce the code, we're the ones getting calls from neighbors, right? So I think there should be further investigation into that, no matter what stance you take, as to how the city can be better supported in that capacity.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very, very much. Any questions?
I have a question. Both this speaker and Ms. Ward before mentioned there's more robust regulation for buildings in New York. Can you point to the regulations you're talking about that are more restrictive?
Yes, I'm happy to speak on that. So Councilman Dorsey, when he presented in the previous hearing, shared it with us also, is that in New York City, all buildings that have the ability to be built with single staircases have to be constructed out of concrete and steel. That is not a requirement in this city, right? Also in Seattle and Portland, for you to have a single staircase, it has to be completely constructed of non-combustible material. The doorways have to vacuum seal. There have to be skylights in many cities. So there's a lot of additional regulations that will not be included in our code. And this is just based on me reading the research that was provided by proponents. This is not me doing alternative research. And I think that there's a lot of pick and choosing of our key examples rather than really looking into the recommendations from the cities that we're quoting or using as examples.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Tiso, is anybody still wishing?
At least three more. Chris Gwinnett coming your way. You should be able to unmute now.
Hello, this is Chris Gwinnett. I am a board member of the Hamden Community Council on the zoning committee of the same. But and a volunteer for Vault Pop. But I must be clear that my testimony is my own, and I am not representing any of these right now. And I want to say that I fully support the single stair bill. I really appreciate the effort that has gone into this and to trying to break down the barriers to building more housing in Baltimore. And just to address some of the other testimony I've heard about existing buildings, Europe has built single stair structures like this for decades, for more than a century. It's perfectly manageable. And I want to say that a lot of our city, like a lot of our most popular neighborhoods, like Mount Vernon, have these structures in them that are 5, 6 stories, only accessible by one single staircase up and down the building. Given the attractiveness of these neighborhoods, I believe it's an incredibly good decision to enable that kind of development once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Mr. Tiso, next, please.
All right, Jennifer Coons.
Yes, thanks very much. Jennifer Kunze. I'm the Maryland Organizing Director with Clean Water Action and Environmental Group, and I live in East Baltimore. And I'm calling in support of this bill. Out of the housing package, this has less direct impact on the environment than some of the others that you'll be hearing tonight. But in general, this bill makes possible types of infill development on types of lots that otherwise are very difficult, if not impossible. And developing infill development, making it possible for more people to live in the city rather than more sprawl development, especially, for example, building in the watershed of our drinking water reservoirs in the county, which is going to be a hot button topic up there, and could have direct impact on the safety of our water quality. Building these types of infill development, making more of these lots possible to build more units on has a very positive impact on the environment. So I encourage your support.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the commission? Mr. Tiso.
All right, Jed Weeks.
Thank you, Chair. Jed Weeks with Bakemore here. I just wanted to clarify, as mentioned, that the Pew study is one of the few robust and impartial studies of single stair. I heard the IAFF mentioned, and I'm just not sure if commissioners are familiar with that, but that's a labor union for firefighters that's charged, as labor unions are, with advocating for its members. And so they're not an impartial research center. It's their duty to advocate wholly in one direction for their membership, and that's what they're doing. So they're not looking to find a balance that improves access and affordability to housing without compromising life safety. They're just doing their duty as a union to advocate for their members. And so that's why it's so important to focus on the facts that these changes are not shown to impact life safety. They're only shown to add more needed housing and housing types. And that's why we support the legislation as Bakemore. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions from the commission? Hearing none. Mr. Tiso.
Liz Thornberry.
How many? It's perfectly fine. She's last. Okay. Ms. Thornberry, please.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of this bill from the perspective of disability access. One of the things that this bill does is to enable smaller lots to be constructed using a multifamily typology rather than a row home typology. And a row home typology, although there are many things to love about it, and it is certainly crucial to the neighborhood character of Baltimore, is a typology that's a big problem for people with mobility disabilities because they almost never have first floor bedrooms built in, whereas a multifamily typology not only enables, but in fact under federal regulations requires at least one disability access unit to be included. Ground floor units are required to have disability access. And so from my perspective, and I say this as someone who is the caretaker for someone with a significant disability, enabling small-scale multifamily housing is an important step towards increasing not just affordable housing overall, but specifically affordable housing that's accessible to people with mobility disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We got one more.
Okay, any questions for the prior speaker? Okay.
Ann Powell, coming your way. Ann, you'll have to unmute from your side. Okay, if you're talking to us, we're
all right, got it. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm Ann Powell. I am a Baltimore City resident. I am a registered architect, and I'm also a commissioner on CHAP. So I think I'm very much in support of this. I think it promotes development. It allows, in our city right now, what we have is a very high fixed cost to develop any single project. To bring the city services in and just the basics is very high. So it allows us to spread that across more units. It also promotes density, allowing more people in less space, which will support, I think, an improved economic condition. And it also promotes infill development, the missing teeth. We all know that whole block integrity is essential to neighborhood stabilization. So those are my kind of main points that I thought should be elevated here at the end of testimony. I want to thank Councilman Dorsey and Caitlin Audette and also Deputy Mayor Williams. Thank you all very much for your consideration and support.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the commission? Okay. Mr. Tiso? Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to close the public testimony, seeing no one else online or in the room. And to,
Unless you wanted the councilman.
oh, I thought you were only answering questions.
Well, now I have things to respond to.
We don't need.
I mean, come on, my name's been brought up. I got a few notes here. I want to clarify some things that were misstated, I think. In New York City, it's not single stair buildings that are required to be a concrete. It's all construction. And so the reason that that's relevant is that if the proposal were to only limit single stair construction here in Baltimore to concrete, it would be a complete non-start. It would mean that it would have no impact whatsoever, because the only reason that concrete construction works in New York City is because, one, the rent yields are so high in New York City that it can make the financing of higher costs of concrete construction work. And because everything is of concrete construction, there's a different cost market for labor and materials in New York than anywhere else, because they're the only place that requires everything to be of concrete construction. And Seattle, on the other hand, is the extreme opposite. And actually, this bill is more restrictive. I heard it said that we were somehow less restrictive than Seattle, who has been less restrictive than this for more than a half a century without incident, without concern, without cause for concern. Seattle allows all 5 types of construction without specifying A or B in type 3, for example, and they allow up to 6 stories in all type of construction, whereas we are limiting to type 3A rather, which is the exterior and interior being having a fire rating to it. And we're limiting type 5 construction here to just 4 units. Seattle allows type 5 construction up to 6 units. So we're actually being more restrictive than there. So I think that we've struck a meaningful balance between New York and Seattle in that respect. Look, if code enforcement is an issue, which it is, then the answer is to improve and increase code enforcement, not prohibit everything that could possibly require code enforcement, and to do so in a manner that isolates any one single type of development would be illogical, right? The logical conclusion then would be to say, stop renovating vacant row homes in Baltimore. Stop permitting new building construction of detached homes. Stop permitting new building construction of double-loaded corridor buildings. Don't do anything more because we can't already keep up with code enforcement. No, the answer has to be improve code enforcement, not prohibit the kinds of things that we need as a city. And then this question of post 1968 versus pre, and the whole concept of existing versus new construction. Let me remind everybody, existing single stair buildings are already permissible, permitted, and happening here in Baltimore City under the IEBC. So even if I'm renovating an existing building and it's permitted in a system of existing construction, not new construction, I can already do this in those buildings. But for some reason I can't do it with brand new construction that has these fire ratings and systems baked in from the very outset rather than retrofitted in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions for the councilman from the commission? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, well, to move this discussion along, I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the staff report recommending approval and therefore vote in support of this ordinance. I will want to make this comment. I am not, because I think the question could be asked, recommending that we do it, adopting the potential amendments from the fire department, et cetera. And there's a very specific reason for that. And it is that, you know, this commission, and I think we wrestle with this, the commission has a broader scope than perhaps other certain single departments, but there's a limit to that. And I just don't feel comfortable without really getting deeply into the fire code in a way that I don't feel qualified to do, to figure out whether those amendments make sense, don't make sense. One of them looks like, to me, just, you know, tangentially, looks like it's already in the bill or in the, you know, the regarding sprinklers. And I just don't think it's appropriate, and I don't feel comfortable unpacking all of that. So what I think I may have made, although I'm sure other people wanted it, a request for the fire department. I wanted that because the fire department said, this is a terrible idea, and here's why. I think I would feel equally irresponsible just saying, Planning Commission thinks it's a great idea. But in fact, the fire department report says support with amendments. They've made a couple of amendments. It's the appropriate place to
audio easily beyond max. You know.
You can on Linux. You just can't on Windows.
Yeah. Like.
Sorry, you got it. So I think that it's just we should stick with in this case what the Planning Commission is capable of doing. Now I'm hearing myself. And I just, so anyway, that is my recommendation is that we do it without, and that I think the appropriate venue for the fire department's concerns to be worked out are in the city council. Our report, like the other 4 or 5 or 7 or whatever it is entities to whom the bill is referred, is going to the council, and I'm confident that the city council committee and the full body there will be able to take into account the fire department's recommendations. I just feel like it's too much for this commission to start vetting the fire department's recommendations. Then this may not be an issue for anybody. I wanted to raise it because I think it's a reasonable question about, you know, here the fire department has made these recommendations. So my motion, which I'd ask for a second, is to accept the staff report recommendation of approval to support the bill. And I'd ask for a second, and then we'll have as much discussion as the commission would like to have on the subject. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, open for discussion. May I start with you, Mr. Vice Chair?
Sure. I would just add in support that my reading of the fire department's amendments is that they are reflective of what's in the bill. The sprinklers, the pressurized stairwells, and the fire ratings. There may be a minor discrepancy between 60-minute doors and 90-minute doors, but that's very minor. So I support the bill I think it's going to be impactful and transformative. The other thing I'd like to say for those who commented on first responder safety, which is something that I personally take very seriously, I think many of us do. In this city, we have lost more firefighters to vacant buildings than anything else, period. So, you know, something that's going to have such a potentially huge impact in bringing our buildings back into productive use, both downtown and in neighborhoods where people live next to vacant buildings and fear for fires as well. I think that this is going to have a very positive impact on safety. So I hope people will take that into consideration as well.
Thank you. Councilman.
Nothing else to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Griffin.
Nothing to add, only a comment. I agree. I think the place to work out the amendments is definitely the City Council. I think it's between the City Council and Department of Legislative Reference.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Building on what Councilman Dorsey mentioned, that even code enforcement separate from building inspection, which people have concerns. The issues that I'm aware of that people have is that people do work without permits at all, and then they buy, unfortunately, the property, and then they had to get permits retroactively, and there's concerns about that and issues because the wall's already been closed. That's a separate issue, and code enforcement is an issue which should be improved upon, but that's separate from the building inspection issue. The other point on the fire and first responder safety, I appreciate the concerns are raised and how you've all addressed them. And I'd go even a step further, that even if it weren't an incremental improvement to the safety, I think it's a trade-off. It's like life is trade-offs, and here's an example where it's a world in which you could say, make the whole plan out of a black box, make the whole building out of a fire station, have a fire station in the building to make it extra safe. But obviously that doesn't pass the cost-benefit analysis, and that's a political decision. And so that's where this ultimately is going to end up, is that it's a decision. That's why, and Jed Weeks mentioned this with the IAFF position statement, like they don't need to worry about the cost benefit. They just advocate for their members, and I respect that. That's their position, but they don't have to worry about the cost benefit of making it incrementally harder to build housing in this country and here in this city. So that's why, it's a no-brainer to support this, because I'm convinced also that this is a safe procedure, given all the different provisions in the building code that protect for fire safety and fire egress.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner McCoach.
Sure. I think when you ask life safety professionals, they'll tell you that sprinklers are by far the most important element that's made buildings safer in our generation. It's significant, and that's why I asked that question of Caitlin. I mean, that combined with the 2-hour separation, as well as for the community members that raised concerns about the safety of the elderly, having areas of refuge within those 2-hour staircases, we're creating a very, very safe environment. The design stuff is all gravy. Great, go nuts. But, safety, I think, is really what has to be our primary concern. So I think I like this bill because I think in aggregate, our buildings in Baltimore will become safer over time. When we start to add more sprinklered buildings, more 2-hour ratings around stairwells, I think overall, in a period of time, the city will benefit from this. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'm going to call for a vote. Anything further from anyone on the commission? Mr. Executive Secretary, please call the roll.
Is Robin Allen online?
She's not been in a while.
Okay. That's fine.
John Bullock?
Approved, and just want to note, I'm going to be leaving for about 20 minutes. I'll be online.
Okay.
Christine Griffin?
Approve.
Doug McCoach?
Approve.
Justin Williams?
Approve.
Eric Stevenson?
Approved.
And John Laria?
Approve. Thank you all very much. We'll move on to the next bill. Before you call that, I just want to say one thing. These issues come up like fire code and enforcement. The councilman had some good words to say about that. I think it's totally reasonable and appropriate for us to not just note those things, but to inquire about them. I think it's totally reasonable for the Planning Commission, which by charter is responsible for the physical development of the city, to inquire about whether our code enforcement and our inspections process is sufficiently resourced and sufficiently effective. We're not going to solve it necessarily ourselves, but I think it's perfectly reasonable. And when things like this come up and someone says, we shouldn't do this because of enforcement issues, I agree, as people seem to agree, that you can't run your decision-making around that. It doesn't mean you say, oh, well. So I think one of the things that I would like to do, and I'll talk with the director and others and deputy mayor, is when things like that happen, I think it's important for us to be able to say, we had this bill, we supported the bill for these reasons, but these things came up which are not unreasonable concerns. At the end of the day, the balance was struck in favor of supporting the bill, and we hope it's supported. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try and do something about some of those underlying issues. Yep. I think it's important to note that, because I appreciate people raising those concerns.
Yes, and I think that's more, in my mind, it's germane to the subsequent bills, which will involve more density, and that is the concern people have in communities, is like having neighbors. And I make the point often is that in Roland Park, where there are mixed or multifamily next to single family, people coexist fine, and that's because there's the class issues and the neighbors that they like. And so the concern people have, which is based on real lived experiences, when it's neighbors they don't like in multifamily buildings with absentee landlords. And so that is an issue where code enforcement needs to be, held to account. And we have, as a city, we need to do a better job in making people accountable and having transparency for the public when people report a code enforcement issue that we are following up. And I think it happens, we just don't report that well. And I've been working with the Environmental Control Board to have more tools to make it clear what's happening.
So, Mr. Director, let's talk about how we might communicate that as one of the outcomes of this meeting. And if you'd call the next bill, please.
Sure. The next bill is City Council Bill number 25-0064, Balkan Yard amendments to the Balkan Yard requirements citywide. Brandon Canoy will present.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good to see you for my third item of the night. We will try and go through this quickly, but also make sure that we don't skip over anything or gloss over anything. There have been no substantive changes or amendments to what was presented last time, so we'll try and go through it quickly, but also still include the same information. This is a citywide change to the zoning code requested by Councilmember Gray and supported by many of his colleagues in the City Council for the purpose of amending bulk and yard requirements in the various residential zoning districts. And just a quick highlight for folks who may have not seen proposed amendments before, if something is in brackets in the chat or in the text that we're going to see shortly, it has been removed or proposed to be removed. And if something is in all caps, it's proposed to be new. And there are two examples there if you want to quickly read through them. And then we will jump into the language of the amendments. You'll also see a little flag in the corner. If there are no changes proposed to this portion of the zoning tables, it'll say in the corner, same as current, and it'll flag it in that kind of pale minty green. And then if we jump to the next page where there are proposed changes, we've highlighted them and outlined them in red, and then the little corner flag is red and it says amended. Here in the low-density residential districts, the proposed change to maximum lot coverage, so this is just for the main structures, not for anything else, is increased by 10% across the board. So what was formerly 25% jumps to 35%, all the way up from 35 jumping to 45 in our R4 districts. Then the interior side yards in every district are requested to be reduced by 5 feet. So 20 reduce it to 15, 15 to 10, 10 to 5. And there are no 0-foot interior side yard. So this is any side yard you share with a neighbor, there's still a requirement to have something there. And then there is a change to the corner side yard. So this is obviously the corner lot on a street. There's a typo in there that's just a clerical error that we have flagged for correction. And there's another one on a successive slide. Then there are also footnotes that apply to this entire table. None of the footnotes for table 8-401, which is low-density residential, are proposed to change. Now we're jumping into medium and higher density residential and our row home districts. Right now, there's no proposed change to the minimum lot area for any of these uses, community managed open space gardens or farms, same for detached and semi-detached dwellings. Where the changes come into play here are a proposed reduction in the required square footage on a piece of property for multifamily dwellings in R5, 6, 7, and 8. This is not a requirement for a specific size of unit, but it's a requirement for how much land area you have to add an additional unit. So in R5, it's being reduced by 1,000 square feet. In R6, it's being reduced by 500 square feet. In R7, it's being reduced by 350 square feet. And in R8, it's being reduced by 250 square feet per unit. The language for residential care facilities and age-restricted residential care facilities in these districts are not changing, so it will still apply to similar multifamily dwellings. So even though this language is not changing, if we jump back one slide, we can see that these changes will somewhat impact any of those similar types of uses, so they'll still have the same minimum lot area required. And then there are no changes proposed for the required area for rooming houses, urban agriculture, or any other permitted use in the district. There are no changes on here to the proposed maximum building height, but one thing we do want to note is some of the language in the footnotes that we'll see shortly is proposed to change. Obviously, we'll discuss that as it comes out. And then for maximum lot coverage for row houses and multifamily, the proposal is to increase that by 10% in R5, 15% in R6, 20% in R7, and increase by 20% for row houses in R8. And then also the language of that proposed, of the footnote that this applies to, does also have some minor changes there. There's no proposed change to the maximum impervious surface, and we'll get to a little explainer about that. And the lot coverage is what the building and any additional structures on the property cover, and then the impervious surface regulates what's left over after you put a property on, after you put a building or structure on there. So we'll look at a typical lot. You're allowed by right currently 60% coverage of 100% of your lot, but then the rear yard is just a subsection, and the impervious surface requirement applies just to any of the required yards. So even though it says 65%, it's not 65% of the lot, it's 65% of 40% of the lot. And then the proposed change would bump up the allowable coverage by right to 80% in some cases. Your rear yard is still 100% of your rear yard. However, the impervious surface area required is not changing. It's just going to be a smaller percentage. So instead of 65% of 40%, it's 65% of 20%, which when you add all the numbers together or multiply them as you will, the proposed change would reduce the required green area to be left over by 7%, not a whole 20% as you would look if you just subtracted 80 from 60 and vice versa. And that's just because the way Baltimore City currently calculates impervious surface and property coverage under the zoning code, the house is considered separate. For stormwater regulations, that's calculated a little differently, but just for the zoning and how much of your property you can cover, this is how we regulate it currently. Now we'll jump into the minimum front yards for any of these districts. For the medium and high density residential, no proposed changes there. And then same for the front yards for multifamily dwellings and other uses in these districts. One note is the minimum interior side yard is proposed to be reduced by 5 feet across the board in all of these districts. And that is for detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and multifamily dwellings. And you'll also note there's a footnote 8 there that does have some new language, as footnote 8 is completely new in this. And then regulations on the corner side yard, generally reducing it by 10 feet anywhere it's applicable. There are some places, as you can see, where there's no corner side yard required, and we're not changing that. Then for row houses and multifamily in R8 districts, the proposed change is to reduce the required minimum rear yard by 8 feet for row houses and 13 feet for multifamily dwellings. And then we'll jump into the footnote changes. Footnote 1, which referred to the height, permissible height of certain structures, what is, as currently written, is a conditional use to go up to a maximum of 45 feet for a building. The proposed language here removes the conditional use and would just become permissible through staff review as opposed to review by the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals. Then for footnote 4, it's just clarifying the standard where 80% coverage applies versus 100% coverage. And then footnotes 8 and 9 are both new for a multifamily dwelling that's attached to another structure, so a semi-detached structure. It's clarifying where the interior side yard standard applies. Obviously, it doesn't apply to the part that's hooked up to another building. And then footnote 9 clarifying that if 100% lot coverage is allowed, there's not going to be a conflicting standard that also requires a rear yard, so you couldn't really cover 100%. This clarifies that you could. In general, this proposal is slated to align with general historic trends in the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals process. We've seen a lot of folks who try and come in and are looking to just increase their lot coverage by a certain amount to bring it up to modern living standards, modern expectations for what folks want to see in the market. And the threshold to get an approval by the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals requires developers and homeowners to show a practical difficulty. So if there is a reason why you couldn't follow our rules that wasn't created by the property owner, then that's the standard that's required. The proposed language in this amendment raises the bar before you have to come there. So it means that you're going to have to show an even greater practical difficulty before it's realistic that a board would grant any variances over and above the new higher threshold. And then the two main interpretations, I apologize, it looks like some of the formatting here bumped over, but on the housing access side, this proposal would allow for more effective reuse and redevelopment of existing structures as well as vacant lots. It also gives you greater flexibility on what you can do on a property before you have to come and get extra approval. That takes time, money, and resources. It allows for higher land utilization, so we can service more people with less infrastructure, which is a great goal to have, and it can help developers and current homeowners follow more modern expectations for housing size as families grow or as new developments come in. On the flip side, this would be a necessary trade-off between green area and development. This is something that every city wraps their head around, and it's just a trade-off how it's applied. And what this would do would reduce the green area required on individual properties by 7%, as we discussed on the math outline. This is most impactful in R7 and R8 districts, where the allowable lot coverage is higher and the required rear yard is smaller, which, if you've ever been in a small row house, sometimes it's really nice to have a little patch of green, but if it's not required for new projects, then it may not be provided. It's something that's nice to have, but it may reduce the desirability for folks who are coming in and looking to move to Baltimore, and it also reduces the net ability to manage stormwater through very passive means. One thing I do want to clarify during the presentation last time, we were talking about stormwater management. Most individual single-family dwellings are exempt from stormwater management standards if they're just a standalone single-family house. But if it's part of a larger development, then our other stormwater management standards apply. And the comparison for what we would be giving up and gaining in buildable area versus green space, this would be a total of up to, but no more than, about 13.8 million buildable square feet in R7 districts. However, that's distributed across something like 8 or 10% of the land area of the city. So realistically, it's only a couple hundred extra square feet per property, which can be the difference for certain species of plants to survive, but could also mean the difference between making your money back on a development and not. And then a gain of about 36 million buildable square feet in R8 with that same caveat. And then even though you'd be losing the about 14 million buildable square feet, gaining the 14 million buildable square feet, you would lose about 5 million square feet of green space in R7 districts and about 12.5 million in R8. Once again, distributed across multiple properties, something more like dozens of square feet that you'd be missing out on. In general, like we mentioned, it's just a trade-off between what we want to be able to build versus what we want to see unbuilt and maintained in more of a natural form. And it's something that, if approved, mainly impacts the areas which historically lack robust communal green space infrastructure, and instead sometimes only green space in the areas what you've got in your backyard. Right now, We currently have no affirmative requirement for green space. It's mostly what's left over, because right now we tell you how big you can build your house and how much of it, the remaining area you cover with like a parking pad or anything like that. Something that would be more of an affirmative requirement would be a green area ratio, which specifies, hey, you have to have X number of square feet of green space on your property. And there is an explainer that we put together with some help from the folks who worked on the green area ratio for Washington, D.C., and also a number of specific examples from the DC code in the little explainer we put together, which I'll run through here shortly. And this is something that we kind of included in the explainer, so I will quickly jump through that. Oh, that makes me a lot louder. What the DC version does is functionally it provides a menu of choices that developers can look at, and they can decide, well, I only have 200 square feet, and I can't really provide the 400 square feet I'm supposed to provide. But if I provide something that's a higher quality or better green space used on the site, I can bump up my 200 square feet to actually count for 400 square feet. And it's up to the developer to show, hey, I can meet it through planting X number more trees, or I can provide deeper soil that will let stuff thrive for much longer before any intervention's required. And most of the time that's in the function of a multiplier, which adds to their score so for them to reach the required square footage area on a piece of property. And the way that works is you can incentivize certain things by having a higher score for things you really want to see. So like preserving upper story, upper canopy trees can have a really high multiplier because you're like, we want to keep these, we want to make sure that folks are encouraged to maintain these wherever possible. But if somebody just wants to grade out a lot and put down some dirt, that provides a very low score because it's not the highest quality of green area provided. And then we did get a question from the commission asking us to compare the lot area requirements and changes for other cities. Best example we found that's comparable is Philadelphia's code, and the most comparable areas for us are R6 zoning, compares nicely with RSA4 from Philadelphia, both of which permit attached residential dwellings. Philadelphia has a minimum lot width requirement, which we currently don't have, but it also has a minimum lot area of 16,200 square feet. Currently, we require 1,500 square feet for an attached residential dwelling, but Philadelphia allows a smaller minimum front yard of 15 feet, where we currently require 20 or the average of the block. Philadelphia requires a 1 foot minimum side yard if applicable. We currently don't require any. We have the same minimum rear yard standards. However, they allow 50% coverage of attached residential structures on a piece of property, whereas we currently only allow 35. And they allow a maximum height of 38 feet, where we only require 35. More directly applicable in the R7 districts, where we're going to see the greatest impact of these changes, is RSA-5 in Philadelphia. It does not allow fully attached residential. However, it allows substantially more density than current Baltimore City standards for attached residential. Philadelphia allows a minimum lot area of 960 square feet for semi-detached structures, where in Baltimore, we require a minimum lot area of 2,000 square feet for semi-detached. And even for attached residential structures, we require 1,100 square feet compared to that 960. Philadelphia allows
That's
for
960 feet of lot area for a detached?
Semi-detached.
Semi-detached.
So hooked up on one side.
That makes sense. Okay.
And then comparing that to Baltimore's minimum lot area standard is less than half, so it's basically twice as dense. There's a minimum front yard requirement of 8 feet. Baltimore requires 20 feet or 10 feet, depending on whether you're detached or a row home. There's a minimum side yard requirement of 8 feet in Philadelphia, where we currently require 10, and then 15 or 0, depending on what's applicable. Minimum rear yard of 9 feet, and then here we require a minimum of 25, and then they allow a max occupied area of 75 to 80%, where we only allow 35 for semi-detached and 50 for attached in residential in R7 district. And then they have the same maximum height of 38 feet versus our 35 feet.
How do they address impervious areas?
They do it similarly to how we do it currently, with the building being separate and then the impervious area. So there's already a smaller fraction that Philadelphia requires. And I think that's actually a perfect way to open up for questions. We do know there is a second clerical error that we have language regarding the amendment of, but it's just not listed on this slide. It's in table 8-401, I believe.
So I'm sorry, this is the first of two clerical errors? Do you have or this is the second one? I'm sorry.
This is the first one we brought up in the first meeting. The second one is not listed on here. It got brought up after the last meeting.
And
one of the members of the public.
Will you tell us what it is?
It is, too far. Somewhere in here. There it is, R2 for detached dwellings.
Yeah.
It says 5 feet 10, so it would be 5 foot 10 inches as opposed to 5 feet.
What's that? The 10 is extraneous.
Yeah, the 10 is extraneous.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we appreciate folks catching that.
Yeah. So a couple of things quickly, threshold. One, just want to go back to clarify for folks who are listening to this. I think I want to tweak a little bit your comment about the variance standard. I understand what you're trying to say, but I want to be clear. Deputy Mayor can check me on this because I know he's a zoning aficionado. It is true, certainly, that if you change the law in this fashion, you would not have to go to the zoning board for things that today you have to go to the zoning board for. And I think you described it as sort of the higher threshold to go to the zoning board. I think that's probably a fair way of saying it. But I think you also said something that implied that somehow the standard was changing. And I don't. It's okay. I just want to be clear more for the record. It was not a big deal, but I just want to be clear. The standard for a variance is the standard for a variance. It's just simply a question of when do you need a variance? And you have to go higher before you, not higher, but denser, I guess, before you reach that. So first thing. Second, I really appreciate the green area ratio work. I think it's really worth discussing. I think it's probably too much for us to pack into this discussion, but I think we had asked about it because you and the director at the last meeting mentioned that some work was being done. So I think it's worth talking about that and seeing if that's something we might want to add as an augmentation. And then I don't want to, the vice chair did a much better job than I will at the last meeting regarding this whole question about green space. That slide with those numbers, 18 million, 27 million, it's a good math exercise, but at the end of the day, I'm not really sure what it teaches you in terms of, because you're it's over so many parcels, et cetera, et cetera. And then I do think, and this was really the point that you made at the last meeting, I think, green space is green space. Little postage stamp of green space in the backyard is not green space. It's an amenity for the homeowner. And I think at one point you said something about it could make it less desirable. And I guess my view of that is then people won't buy them. But that doesn't, someone has to figure out whether in the choice between something that's a little bit bigger, a little less, a little bit more dense, et cetera, and maybe a little less green space, at some point someone has to strike that balance. But I don't think it's fair for us to sort of say, is that more or less desirable? So those are just my couple of comments, but thank you. It's a very good presentation. It's complicated stuff, so for condensing it. So those are my couple of just comments quickly. Are there questions for Mr. Kanoy from the commission? Okay.
I'm sorry, I have one.
Go right ahead.
Because of all of the talk about green space and storm mitigation, has our Sustainability Commission had an opinion on this?
The commission in an official capacity, no, but we've been working with our sustainability staff to put this all together. So big shout out to them for helping point me in the right direction on this, and for the director for helping point me to a good example of what to look for different things.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for staff? Okay. Are there folks here who wish to be heard on the bill one way or the other? Just a moment. Get here in front. Is there as well? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So we have on the site a number of written letters, including letters of both opposition and support that have been submitted since the last meeting, and they're indicated as such. So please, I want to note that those are in the record, and now we'll hear from folks who want to testify. Are the folks, ma'am, are you testifying in support? And are opposed, and ma'am, and opposed? Well, let's hear from this lady first, and then we'll please again identify yourself.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Good evening. Again, for the record, my name is Emily Hilvermail, and I'm the Director of External Affairs at the Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership. I'll keep this really brief and just refer you to our written comments, but I'm here today to express support for the council bill, I'm sorry. Pardon me, 250064. By adjusting bulk and yard requirements, the bill would support development by creating more buildable space, allowing for more flexible use of residential lots, and help increase the overall housing supply. For the families we serve, this bill is a chance for more access to safe, stable, and affordable homes and communities where they can thrive. And with that, I would urge your support for the legislation as a practical step toward more equitable development and giving families more options for where and how they live. If you wouldn't mind terribly, just because of the time and I do need to leave, I just wanted to state for the record also our support for 250065. I know you asked not to condense the bills into one thing. We have submitted support for that legislation as well. I won't explain all of the details. You can refer to the written
You
testimony.
submit that in the record?
Absolutely.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for, any questions? Sorry. No questions. Thank you very much. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
sticking it out. We really appreciate it. Ma'am in front, if you wouldn't mind. Sir in front, if you wouldn't mind.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Tom Moronik. We live on Charles Meade Road in Baltimore City. We've lived in our home, which is a single-family home, and my wife tells me it's R1E, I think. It's a single-family home. Two things that bother me, a big deal. One, and it relates to this, and the second one relates not to us because we have lots of parking, but the row homes don't. That's the second bill. What bothers me here is we bought our home with the 10-foot setbacks to our neighbors on one side, we're on the corners, the other side. So what this bill would permit, for not just us, but for all of our neighbors, would be they could add an addition to the side of their house, which would decrease our property values because it's related to someone whose house is now closer to ours. So it seems to me that there has to be some sort of a provision here. I understand as all of the discussions before when they're showing for the single staircase thing, those were, it looks like commercial buildings or Darrow properties. And I understand you can't have setbacks there. But in areas like where we live, to have setbacks, reasonable setbacks, and I think a 10-foot setback is a reasonable one. So to make an adjustment to this bill that accommodates greater housing in a downtown area or in the city, but taking into consideration folks like us, who I've defined where we live as we're the cash cow for the city. We pay a high lot of taxes and don't require a lot of services from the city. But now, in effect, you're basically doing something that impacts our property value without any consideration of how we may be different. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for the gentleman? None. Thank you. Ma'am?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I thought.
Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
I thought you had designated the gentleman to speak, but if you both want to speak, please do. I'm sorry, Ms. Floyd. That's fine.
He's stolen a few of my
All right.
points.
Well, please don't reiterate them. We heard them. Apologies, Ms. Floyd. We'll have you after.
Shall I start? My husband and I and our two children moved to our house in what, I'm not sure if it's R1E or R1, but it does have 10-foot setbacks. And we wanted more space. We moved from a row home development, and the setback gave us more space. I feel like we invested not only in that property, but in the city, and expected the city to protect our investment. Well, all of a sudden, I worked, did a lot of, went to a lot of meetings when you were doing the Transform Baltimore and Rewrite. First of all, that was a huge amount of time and money spent on that, and a lot of press coverage about it. Nobody seems to know anything about these four bills that are coming before you. They're just finding out about this. I don't even think it should be voted on at this point. But anyway, I feel like it is it's causing our investment to be put at risk. I think it's going to cause a lot of people to leave the city because they too will see that their investment is now put at risk. And I just am opposed to this because I feel like while I support there being additional affordable housing, there are other ways to do it. This is not a good way. It is not going to be good for the city, I don't think. And I don't know any other city where all of a sudden they decrease the amount of green space. This is just bizarre. I mean, when I heard of this, which was in the Baltimore Sun just about a month ago or whatever, that was my first, I thought this is so bizarre. No one will, they're not going to give this any serious consideration. And then I didn't hear another thing about it until about 2 weeks ago when I received some information from one of the groups that was opposing it and laying out the information. And I thought, I cannot even believe that this is being taken seriously because there's so many other ways to achieve the affordable housing rather than ruining what is so great about Baltimore. The things that I compliment the zoning because I was president of the community association where we live, and zoning was a wonderful tool. It helped us keep peace among neighbors and keep the community safe. But this is something that I think is a very large mistake. And putting this along with the next bill that you're going to be talking about, the parking requirements, I can see if my neighbor, I'm sorry, I'll have to go to the bill that you're not talking about tonight, but if he converted his house into 4 units and each of those units had 2 cars, and that would be 8 cars that were added to the street. That's in one house. This just is going to be a total mess. And there's so many good things about Baltimore. Why ruin it? Sorry, that's about it, I think.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions from the commission? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, thank you. You have my previous written testimony and my previous appearance. I'm going to be a little more focused today. About a year ago, give or take, I sat in this room and I heard a woman beg this planning commission for help. I can only describe her as being distraught. her issue was that the city was about to allow someone to build a tremendously tall building right up to the alley behind her home. And she was explaining with great emotion, desperation, I would say, the impact of that on her home, her life, her health, all those things. And the Planning Commission members at the time said, ma'am, we appreciate your position and we understand, but we can't do anything because this is development by right. This bill is asking you to increase what can be done by right. And, you know, it didn't really get discussed last time, and it's difficult to understand this bill. So I made a model and I provided a PDF to the commissioners. I think you may have this. I hope you have it. And if I could ask Mr. Tizo if it's possible can you put it up right now? Is it? No, unfortunately. Oh, you can't. Okay, fine. But you all have it. Okay, fine. So what I did, you know, I'm not a computer graphic person. I'm a person who likes to touch things, and so build things too. What the heck? So I'm going to talk about the major changes in the R8 zone. Okay, what I've done in the top frame is shown you a typical type example where you have the 20-foot backyard that's required. You have about 30 feet of height, which is pretty standard, pretty normal. You know, there are a lot of different heights, and then you have those 6-foot rear fences, which is the highest fence that's allowed. People have had to go to the zoning board begging for a higher fence. So you can only have 6 feet high. So this bill allows the elimination of the rear yard in so many properties in the R8. So the second frame shows you what happens if somebody builds
Actually,
out.
Ms. Lloyd, stop. I remember reading your submission. I pulled it up again to refresh my recollection. I don't see the drawing. I don't know if
You don't have this?
I have the first email saying opposition to the bill, but I don't have that.
Okay.
Which-
All I had was a text thing. Yeah, can you make copies for them then?
Oh,
Or pass it.
okay. I thought you all had it electronically.
I have we have
I'm
your
sorry.
statement.
I thought that was.
We have your written text. I don't know if I cut off, maybe the.
You didn't. Mr. Tizo told me he had it, and I thought
we
there was a
have-
problem with the transmission.
We have
and
your
then we
text,
thought
we just
worked
didn't
it.
have the-
No, the
maybe the
text was from
attachment.
3 weeks ago.
You saw something like today or yesterday, which is fine.
Yeah, this was something we thought we had worked out, and I apologize.
I
Okay.
want to make sure we review it.
All right, so I'll bounce ahead a little bit, and then we can go back to the picture. This bill really goes after the R8 blocks in the city of Baltimore, and I cannot emphasize that enough. We had a map earlier of where these R8 blocks are. There are a lot of R8 properties in this city. And, you know, when you eliminate the rear yard, you know, even the R10 has a rear yard requirement. Even the R10 has a 10-foot rear yard requirement. Why are you being asked to eliminate the rear yard in the R8 district? Okay? Now, the other thing is that I read the staff report. Staff report didn't even mention the two impacts of the height and the elimination of the rear yard. I was shocked. Because to me, when I looked at this bill, those are, aside from the, density increase, these are the biggest impacts of this bill, and it's not even mentioned in the staff report. So when you see the PDF with the 4 frames, you're going to see a physical representation of what happens if someone mid-block uses this new by right power, authority, allowance, or whatever, permission, to just plunk down an addition covering the entire backyard. Then there's one that shows you what happens if they decide to use the 45 feet height allowance that you're now allowing by right in most R8 properties in the city. That's what this bill does. For the R8, it changes the row house height mid-block to 45 feet for almost so many, because it only depends on the street width. That's all, okay? So what I want to say today, and I know we're taking extra time, but maybe that's okay. I feel that planning in the city needs to respect and understand the difference between land that's for redevelopment and our existing row house blocks, which were developed according to plans that incorporated features designed for living with sunlight and air and privacy and space and good neighbor relations. Now, these are not old-fashioned, obsolete concepts. They are modern concepts. They're concepts we need to retain for a healthy city. So my conclusion is going to be the same as my conclusion last time, which is we need to start doing historic preservation zoning. The state code allows us to differentiate between what we want to zone to preserve and what we want to zone to build new. I have seen a brand new development in the R8 that goes all the way back to the alley. And it was planned that way because the open space is somewhere else. It's not in the back, it's on the side or something. So you can do these things for new development, but do not impose these things on the existing healthy row house blocks. And that is what I came to say tonight. Any questions?
I guess the question, thank you for this. I guess the question I have is, maybe this is to the staff, to Mr. Cano. I'm looking at, and maybe you can put it up there, but I'm looking at your PowerPoint on my screen. Can you go back to the charts, the rear yard chart for R8, which is what we're talking, yeah. So what is that saying is the R8 rear yard setback in the amended box?
The amendment reduces it to 12 feet or 0 feet when 100% lot coverage is allowed. So if you're only allowed to go to 80% coverage, you're required to provide a 12-foot setback.
So then the question, yeah, then.
And no structure type.
Yes, but so the next step is, but the 100% lot coverage is allowed when it's on an alley?
Correct. And then we can jump to that language.
That's
Where,
footnote 9.
oh, yep.
So it's kind of a two-step process, like I also had a question. So it's 9, so that's, which is when it's 100% lot coverage, and then so maybe it would help to show when it's 100% lot coverage.
Right.
Where'd you go?
I call this the footnote bill.
So that's regulated by footnote 4, the language of which does not change. And then that does discuss. The only change to footnote 4 is readdressing the 60 to 80, now 80 to 100.
Well, the language does change in footnote 4.
Yeah.
100% shows.
I apologize for that.
I guess other piece for everyone's reference, which they can find the actual provision, is if a lot is less than 80 feet deep, then there's other setback. In the current version of the code, you can reduce the setback accordingly. Let's find it so we have clear.
There are a lot of lots that are going to be eligible for that.
I think there could be value in defining alley as well, because there are alleys of varying widths. There are vehicular alleys, and there are also, footway alleys, and, the vehicular alleys do more to mitigate, spacing than a 24-inch alley does. So
There is a definition for alleys. I'm just pulling it
But
up.
I don't think it. I don't think it. Yeah, I don't think it. So you raised the point you make. Is that yes? If it were up to even a 3-foot alley or 2-foot alley, it would still allow what Ms. Floyd thinks is the problem.
10-foot alleys. I apologize, I didn't have time to make 2 rows back to back. I had an alley, but I
Very
don't have the
impressive.
2 rows.
This is
But you
actually
can-
impressive.
But this
This is
is
by
real,
hand.
but I want to say something. This is real sunlight.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Very high sun midday, okay? Which you can probably tell, but it's real sunlight, so I didn't have to, play around with flashlights or anything like that. Okay.
Is your issue the 100% or is your, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand whether the concern you're expressing is keep it the way it is, or, is there, what is the ultimate point that you're making? Is it that 100% is objectionable because of the drawing that you described? I mean, if it were 80% and not 100%, just for purpose of discussion.
I can't go there because all I can focus on is this, which wasn't even dealt with in the staff report. Sorry, I cannot believe it.
Well, you have to go there because I'm asking you. I need to understand. I'm just asking
My
you a question.
point is, this is really bad, and this is really what is going to be allowed by the bill.
I understand,
So-
but I'm asking you I'm trying to understand what the issue that you're highlighting is and what the sort of trigger point is. Is it the 100% lot coverage? Like, if it said 80%, I mean, what would happen then? Is it?
I would have spent my time differently, sir, and I would be prepared to answer the question, but I'm not prepared because I didn't spend my time working on that.
Well,
Mr.
Ms.
Tiso.
Floyd, I think you're being unfair. I'm asking you a question about what aspect of this is objectionable. If the answer is the bill is an objection, I said to you last time
The
that
height-
these conversations are
yes.
helpful when you come in with some sort of like, here's the issue and here's an analysis. So I just don't know what to do if I
didn't
object
come
to the
with a
bill.
solution. I admit, I did not come today with a solution. I came today with an observation about a big problem. Now, I could go.
Problems without solutions are not helpful.
This is where some of those solutions could be developed in this room. And this bill, I would suggest to you, is not ready for passage out of this planning commission. We could try to come up with something. Staff could try. We could all try to come up with some ideas. We could talk to people who are in these R8, thousands and thousands of R8 houses.
I think building on what the chair mentioned, I guess I differ. I don't expect you to have a solution, but I guess the question I think he's getting at is it the light issue? Because I would say, and I know I probably lean more for development than you do, but if it's 80%, you still have the same shadow
Okay,
impact.
let's
So if shadows are the concern, which is that, or is it more just too much in the backyard?
Let's say eliminating the side yard, eliminating the rear yard, and adding the extra height is the problem. So why are you eliminating, why not, one thing that you could have had here would be 12 feet, just stop it at 12 feet, That would be a big reduction. People could consider that, it would be a big reduction. But it wouldn't be reducing it, it wouldn't be eliminating it, and it wouldn't be going beyond what the R10 does. I don't understand. This doesn't seem rational to me.
Well, I mean, I guess the bill drafters had a rationale, and I guess I can't divine it entirely, but I know a lot of it was driven by the concerns the council members get is that they're hearing from their constituents that their homeowners and people who live in these buildings or homes want to expand, and they get denied at the zoning board because they want to do an addition to
Yeah,
their rear yard.
I want to see the data on that because basically, we could actually do a deep dive into the data on that and look at all the zoning board, cases for the past, year, half year, 6, whatever, and see how many people are really trying to take their little mid-block row house and go all the way back to the alley, or add more than, go beyond 35 feet. I question, frankly. I think people are trying to do little things, but I kind of question who's really asking for this extreme solution.
Okay.
I would like
All
to
right.
see the data on that.
Okay, all right. Other questions for Ms. Floyd before?
My question's for Mr. Tiso, actually. In the model that Ms. Floyd provided, on most R8 blocks, aren't 3 stories allowed on the corner?
Well, it's a height. So it depends on how you fit the height within that. So if you are on a corner and the streets are wider than, I believe it's 30 feet each, then you can, there it is.
Footnote 2.
Yeah, footnote 2, and then 3.
Yeah, maybe 3, yeah.
Okay, so depending on where you are. So if you're on the adjoining street that's 30 foot wide, you get the extra bump to 45. If you're on a corner, both streets have to meet that. So That was put in during Transform because folks wanted a lot of, vertical additions at the time, and they were routinely being approved. So again, the board was like, why are we sending all these cases to us if we're just, routinely approving them? Why don't you just fix the base code? There it is. So again, that they issued that same challenge to the council, and the bill is now before you again.
Eric, can you talk a little bit, or maybe that would be Caitlin, about how this fits or doesn't fit with the existing design manual?
Caitlin had to drop off because she was already running out of wind about an hour ago. The design manual at individual home scales is fairly mechanical. So it's more looking at not changing the front facade, too much, and things of that nature. If there's going to be vertical addition, it should be either incorporated or set back. Things like that. It's not intended to stop or prevent. It's just how to fit it into the existing context. So it's not really
Right.
the same
That's
as
what
the
I
zoning
was
limitation.
trying to get at. Like,
Right,
for-
but you still have to have that volume, right? If the zoning code doesn't allow it, then there's nothing that the design manual is going to give you in addition. It's just how you do things within the volume that the zoning code allows.
Right, what I'm asking is, the design manual would call for a setback on a third floor addition.
Unless it's all the way forward and incorporates with the facade. So there's rules in there, and that's, the architecture is the one thing I'm not proficient in that my division does, and all the design planners are gone for today. But yeah, so there are some rules of how that has to be done to incorporate the design.
I have comments or questions. Well, but I guess I'm sure people are online. I have nothing. Well, I don't know if you have anything for Ms. Floyd, but I appreciate the observation.
Okay, so there's no one else in the room. Are there folks online who wish to testify? Okay, so do you want to?
Well, my comment was, I guess it's not really a question, but it's an observation. If we're going to close the public testimony.
Seeing no other public testimony, I will close the public testimony, and I'm happy to hear from the commissioners.
Yeah,
I think.
And to avoid having a debate with Ms. Floyd, but I do appreciate the observation. I guess I would go the opposite way, where she had observed it was an attack on R8. I guess I could see the concern by the Marinick family, about the R1, where there's kind of an R1. There's just it's more suburban in feel, and when you walk through the streets and drive through it, versus R8, it already kind of is close quarters in Canton and Fells Point in those neighborhoods. So the difference between a 10-foot backyard or no backyard seems less impactful to the built environment to me. And I'm a row home guy. I lived in the waterfront homes most of my time here. That's just my observation. But I think ultimately, for conversation, I think this ultimately is arbitrary. This sort of is a political decision. I think this is, I'm familiar with what was driving this is the zoning board's change, and it's sort of the council members are closest to this, getting the concerns from their constituents about what they've been denied from doing at the zoning board. And I think by and large, it really has been the homeowners who have been denied because it's a row home is not unique and you can't make the justification as much. So for that reason, it's sort of ultimately arbitrary. So I'm comfortable with this, but welcome.
Would you like to make a motion to?
Well, I don't want to stifle debate, but we can keep going. So I'll move to accept.
We're not going to stifle debate if you make a motion.
I'll
We're only gonna
move
stifle debate if we stop.
accept the staff report and staff recommendation.
And there are including, I think we want to include, for the purpose of a motion, the two technical corrections. Right? Yes, sir? Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Is there a second on that motion, which we will debate?
Second.
Yeah, second from the councilman. All right. So the motion been made to accept the staff report with two technical amendments. Discussion. Anyone? Should we, we can just go around, but if calling on you is not going to help if you have nothing to say. Mr. Vice Chair, do you want to say anything? Okay, Mr. Councilman.
I'll just say I appreciate the robust conversation. I think my position is still where it's been, so thank you.
Okay. Commissioner? You made the motion, so
I have some comments.
please.
Okay. This is another one of those bills with best intentions, right? That's why it's been drafted, because we're trying to solve some problems. My problem, though, is that its justification is convenience and expediency. We want to make things easier for homeowners in order to move forward with amendments, changes to their homes, or, yeah, I think that's, mostly we're dealing with existing structures. Although new structures will also fall under these more liberal requirements. My issue is, it's kind of, I'm a one-issue guy on this one, and that is the climate action plan, multiple comprehensive plans, the green network plan. As far as I've been involved with the department, which goes back to 2000, there's never been a discussion about reducing open space. In fact, it's so contrary to every single policy this city's passed for 20 years. I can't believe that we're saying, well, we're going to do this because we want to help people out a little bit. Now, I have to say, I mean, I live in a community that has very strict mass and standards, bulk standards. And I can tell you, I've fought these side yard setback requirements, feeling very justified that they were too strict. I actually think leniency on some of these setbacks makes sense. But I just can't. The chart up there is a little bit disingenuous because of how Baltimore evaluates lot coverage. The building footprint is impervious. The allowable impervious area is impervious. Under this math, we're talking about 90%, 97% of a lot being covered with structures or paving. Great, 3%. That's great in a world where we have ever-increasing storms, we have flooding problems, we have infrastructure that's failing. So my own opinion is, I just don't think it's responsible. I think it's contrary to what we've been about in terms of the environment for 25 years here in the city. And so that's just, I would never be able to improve or to support the additional lot coverage. So that's, thank you.
Well, I mean, is that your only?
That's my only concern, because I do think there's a value to helping people. I can't tell you how many times I've done an addition and it needed to be another foot wider to fit a kitchen counter or a powder room. And I think that most homeowners would appreciate that kind of adaptability and flexibility. But God, we can't. This city, we'll never get it back. Once it's paved, once it's built, it's gone. Say goodbye to it. And I don't think that's going to be such a problem in our R1 through R4 neighborhoods. We're covered. We got protections. We've got covenants. The real impact is on the people that don't have those benefits. So if you want to vote for that and harm people who are least protected in that regard, I please do. It's your responsibility as commissioners. But I can't go there.
Here's my concern with that, Commissioner McCoach. And I'm a little bit conflicted, but as you described, at the different ends of the spectrum, our R1 and our R8 communities are affected differently.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and it's true that our R8 neighborhoods, they're already built, they're already paved, they're already impervious. And so, to me, it has the impact there is, to me, not as big as people are making it out to be, because these are already built out areas. Now, when we go to the other end of the spectrum, the R1s of the world, their concern is different, and I understand it, but these are folks arguing that a 10-foot setback or a 5-foot setback is insufficient when you know, there's 0 foot setback in my neighborhood, and that's fine there. And the idea that we just shouldn't cover up any more land in the city for environmental reasons is just not consistent with our goals to grow the city. And so I think, you know, it's also important to take into consideration that if this bill passes, that land does not all get covered, you know, in one day or 1 year. These are, you know, options. And I agree that we need to do, you know, more as a city to mitigate climate and stormwater runoff. But we need to do more to mitigate that, not just count on, you know, a postage stamp in a row house back lot that, you know, isn't getting mowed. You know, some other things I didn't bring up last time in the hearing. I mentioned a little bit how these green areas can sometimes be nuisances. You know, another thing that we have a major problem with in our denser neighborhoods is mosquitoes. And this is where they come from, these small, you know, spaces that collect water. So
Can I ask a question about your comment? So certainly the intent of this is not to address permeability. It's to address the building envelope.
Yes.
I mean, I experienced one in Highlandtown, and it's probably got a 30-foot setback already, maybe 40, and every yard is paved. So I'm wondering if we're not mixing apples and oranges here, trying to address a permeability issue with a bulk regulation.
I think you're getting back to the code enforcement issue, Mr. Director.
Or maybe a design manual issue. I'm kind of wrestling with that.
Well, in my head, I was thinking kind of the chair's point about the market deciding, because I'm looking at like the new NVR homes going for $800,000+, and they have options, and they've chosen not to have a green space in their backyards because the market dictates, and obviously the builders would be sensitive to what the market desires at a high price point, and even they decided to do total lot coverage and impervious surface. Another point, I guess, to counter, which I respect your opinion, so I do want to support, or I want to hear it out, but thinking to what you said, Vice Chair, even if it's grassy or dirt, it could be just as much runoff as a concrete, because there's no guarantee, and so that's not, we wouldn't guarantee that in our zoning code. So.
Okay. Well, I think
The other, just one quickly, I won't ramble on this one, in response to concerns about property values. I don't think that there's any evidence that a slight reduction in your neighbor's setback reduces your property value. In fact, I would suggest that increasing the square foot, or even the potential or right to increase the square footage of your property, would increase your property value. And even if your neighbor were to do so, their increased value would probably have a positive impact. So, you know, it's a complicated issue. There are a lot of issues to consider. I just want to keep us focused on the facts.
Thank you for saying that. I made note to myself, the same as that point where, I mean, I guess I maybe was speaking a little loosely, saying that was the only motivation. It was like to make it easier to build, but I think that's what was the motivation to change the tables, was that people were getting denied. And so people mostly in R1 districts, like Councilman Schleifer's district, he calls me all the time because he was mad that his constituents could not expand, like you said, a foot or two. And so
That's why we have the zoning board, we have hearings, we have conditions, we have many tools to accommodate people without going in a direction that cannot be turned back. That's kind of my point. But everybody's got a different set of values, right? So if it's, you guys, you know, so that's why we have a commission.
Mike is dead, and but that's how long we've been here. But want to say, in all candor, I don't necessarily speak for Councilman Schleifer, nor do we share the same priorities in many cases. But what I will say is one of the challenges that he and his constituents have run up against is that when they do go before BMZA, then the question becomes uniqueness, and then they can't really make an argument about that property being unique, and so they wind up getting denied, which then leads us to this process we deal with now.
Okay, I think the time has come. I don't want to cut anybody off, so if you feel really strongly that you want to say something else, I certainly will respect that. Anybody? If not, we're just going to take a vote. Mr. Executive Secretary, would you call a roll, please, on this item?
Robin Allen is gone. Okay. John Bullock. Approve. Christine Griffin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Disapprove.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson. And John Lario.
Approve. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next and final item.
The next and final item is City Council Bill Number 25-0065, zoning amendment to eliminate off-street parking requirements citywide. Brandon Canoy will present.
Once again, good evening, Commissioners. We'll zip through this one.
I'm sorry, what's your name again?
My name's Brandon Canoy. I work for the Planning Department. One quick thing I do want to mention that I failed to mention during the conversion as well. All of this information was prepared by Justin Walker, who's unable to be with us currently, and I want to make sure that I'm not taking credit for his great work. I'm just presenting it. So the request for this council bill is to remove the requirements for off-street parking minimums and instead replacing that with a parking maximum table that is calculated relatively the same way that our current code is. This is an impact. This would be citywide impact and doesn't necessarily target one specific area. This would remove all required parking in all land use categories. Developers may still provide them at the market rate up to a maximum amount, and that maximum is simply what the current standard is multiplied by 2. So if you're allowed to have 50 parking spaces, now the most you're allowed to provide is 100. It does still maintain the standards for parking space dimensions. So if you want to provide them, you still have to provide them up to our standard. And then same with bicycle parking and loading zone requirements. This conforms largely with the Environmental and Climate Justice Action Goal Recommendation 2.10 to remove parking minimums. That's in the comprehensive plan that was recently adopted by this board. It also highlights the Transportation Equity Goal Number 2, Recommendation 2.04 to reduce or eliminate the parking minimums in TOD zoning, and amend the parking requirements for Goal 2, Recommendation 2.07, to amend the parking requirements to mitigate impacts that parking lots have on existing green canopies wherever they exist. What we're going to do is we're going to walk through section by section and quickly explain the changes, and then noting again that anything in brackets is proposed to be removed, and then all caps is new language. Renumbering is going to be shown as the existing new section left of the slide, and then the replacement is shown on the right. There's no change to this language here for describing what the language is, other than in section 1, noting that it removes the line areas with the appropriate number of spaces in proportion to the needs of the proposed use, and instead just simplifying it to provide accessible, attractive, secure, and well-maintained off-street parking and loading areas, and then going into the other sections. These areas are going to change quite substantially. So right now, the existing code, general applicability for existing off-street parking facilities, that is proposed to be removed, and section 16-201 will be replaced by cascading upwards. What's currently section 16-206 is just the prohibited uses of off-street parking and loading spaces. So instead of setting that you cannot remove parking spaces to go below the minimum currently, that's just being struck out because it would be no longer applicable. Same with damaging any damage sustained to a parking structure, and making sure that a non-conforming use could still provide up to that point. Instead, Now it's being replaced by computation of bicycle parking requirements and loading facilities requirements that are still in our city code. Then removing the expansions or additions to existing structures because those would no longer be applicable with this proposed change, and instead renumbering the accessible parking requirements to make sure that the city still complies with all ADA guidance and fun stuff like that to make sure that we can provide accessible parking spaces to the folks who need them. Change in use is being removed because parking calculations would no longer be tied to the use of a property, and instead this is implementing the parking maximum standard that is, once again, double what the current minimum requirement is. And then this is removing a minor language on off-street bicycle parking, just to more align it with the general goal of bicycle parking can be anywhere. It can be off to the side of the street. It can be within a building, all that sort of stuff. And then changing from must to shall, so that way it's a prescriptive. Then this is just clarifying the design standards for off-street parking for anything that is provided voluntarily, so that way we can make sure to still provide the same high-quality design guidance that we provide currently, just codifying that a little more clearly and prohibiting off-street parking in the front or corner of most properties. And access, just noting that all off-street parking facilities need to have vehicular access to a street as opposed to all required off-street parking. It's no longer compulsory to provide that parking, but if you do provide it, it has to have access on a street. And this is noting that the standard that governs this has now been moved to section 16-401, and 404 is still numbered for driveways. And then for drive-through stacking spaces, if a driveway is provided or a drive-through is provided, there are still a number of required stacking spaces for folks to line up, even though the rest of the parking area would no longer be required for things like a drive-through food or anything like that. On the existing side, what is proposed to be removed is just general standards for any sort of shared or collective parking, lane bank future parking, where a property owner could elect to set aside some land in case parking is needed. That's no longer required if they're providing below the minimum, because there is no minimum anymore. And then changing the standards for exemptions and reductions of requirements because those are no longer applicable. Same for compact substitution spaces and offsets for bicycle parking, because now only bicycle parking is required. And then this is changing the standard for the off-street parking minimums and instead recast it as parking maximums for each of these districts. So you could provide voluntarily up to this amount of parking spaces, but anything more than that would require additional action, seeking relief from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. The equity pieces that we looked at when reviewing this is that there is a burden on car-free households for anything being built or redeveloped, that they're still required to provide parking spaces, and then that is an additional cost that a homeowner or developer needs to maintain, even if they if they choose to not have a car. And so we want to make sure that that is something that's completely voluntary, as opposed to half the cost of the car being required for something that you don't even use. It also allows our sites to be much more flexible and follow market decisions for how much parking to provide. And especially if it's going to be somewhere in the nebulous middle where a lot of parking requirements really are, it allows folks to provide what they need because they're the experts on what kind of parking their uses require. Because right now, the same parking standard for retail applies to both antique stores and also a convenience store, which Obviously, there are two different levels of traffic demand for those kinds of uses, but they are still classified as the same thing with the current rules.
Keep going.
And this would just eliminate that and allow the antique store to provide 1 or 2 parking stalls, but then the convenience store could provide many more, up to the maximum. And it would also support housing development to remove barriers for affordable market rate housing, and allows you to more adaptively reuse existing structures, and stops you if you wanted to redevelop a property, but then the cost of providing a parking area would be substantial, then you could seek relief from the zoning board. That's no longer required from this because you're no longer required to provide it. And it allows just housing development in general to be more flexible and responsive to what folks are wanting. So developers can provide houses without substantial vehicle parking for folks that choose to have fewer vehicles, and then other places can provide more as needed. What we've seen is on the impact of removing different parking minimums in various cities. The majority of the new homes permitted in Seattle and Buffalo utilizing the flexible code, you can see that there's a substantial desire for parking that responds much more quickly to the market as opposed to a blanket minimum. The majority of properties complied with what the market wanted as opposed to what the standard requires. And then then also providing context on, even though there's no minimum required, a lot of developments will still provide the required parking. In Seattle and Buffalo, you can see Seattle, 70% of developments still provided off-street parking, even though it was not required. And then Buffalo was a greater 83% of developments still provide parking, even though it's not required. They're just allowed to be much more flexible with the kind of parking they provide. And with that, come on. We're recommending approval. That's the next slide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's start with whether there are any questions from the commission for Mr. Kanoy or the staff.
It's a question, but maybe more for the bill sponsor to consider while I'm asking you to give it some thought is, and I should have phrased this earlier, so I'm not going to expect an answer. On the maximum parking table that now will be in place, do you know if that was just that was kind of just flipping, with simple math of what the old table had and multiplied it by 2?
Correct, it was.
So the question is so the most calls I've gotten on this issue have been industrial, like warehouses and kind of offices that have tried to expand, and then they got stymied by having, they couldn't have the parking they needed because it was more than double, because some of it's kind of wonky based on like storage and space. And so my question for consideration, which I won't necessarily push today, but thinking through is if, in industrial zones, could we have a higher threshold or no threshold with the rationale that most of these places are going to have trucks and you don't necessarily want the same bike or pedestrian infrastructure because there'll be trucks are the primary thing we want to care about in industrial zones. So that's something to throw out there, but and I don't know if you have a reaction, but that's what I'm thinking about now.
Yeah. Definitely something to consider, and we can look into it.
Are there other questions for staff? Okay, let me just note before we turn to public testimony and award the Moronics, is it the Moronics? Moronic, I'm sorry, award the Moronics the longevity award for today's Planning Commission hearing. There are both support and opposition letters in the file from the last meeting. There are additional letters in support and opposition that have been added since. These are all available both to the commission and to the public. I just want to note once again that we've received a significant number of letters and they're all on the record, and I know that I've reviewed them. I'm sure other folks have done the same. So let me acknowledge those, and let me ask I'm thinking that perhaps you want to be heard since you're here, in which case you're more than welcome to come up, one or both of you, as you see fit. And I have to ask you to reintroduce yourself. Just for the record.
I'm Dr. Thomas Moronic. I'm a college professor, retired, so you kind of understand that. Parking is not a problem that we have to deal with where we live. But we used to live in Rogers Forge, and I know what parking is like in Rogers Forge as a row home community. When I looked at the slide about Buffalo and Seattle, I wonder how many of those homes in both of those cities are row homes. This is a row home community city, the city that, when Mr. Tsai, is that how you pronounce his name? Tiso, he had a Zoom session and we all listened to him. And I asked him, I said, what's the impact, the likely impact on row houses? He said, well, one of the places where we expect to see some changes will be single-family row houses being made into 2 units. Now, I hope none of you guys pass out your phone numbers when there's a snowstorm and people in Baltimore don't have a place to park. They don't have a place to park now in lots of the cities, particularly go in there in the evening, the streets are jammed. And it gets worse in at snow time. And if you double the number of residents in any of those homes, that just magnifies a problem that I think you've got here. So, and nobody's going to redo a row home and say, well, now I'm going to provide off-street parking. They're not. They're going to have 2 houses and no parking. So I suggest you to address this thing in terms of long-term impact on the row home community, which is what we are here in Baltimore. Thank you.
Questions for the doctor? I was just asking if anybody had questions. Okay. Ma'am, are you also going to be testifying on this?
Well, heck yeah.
Might as well. Well, I'm still Nancy Moronic. I didn't expire while I was here today. I've already made my point, I think. I just think that it's going to be chaotic. And these changes aren't going to be so impactful maybe immediately. But guess what? Once they start taking root, there's no turning back. Once you've built on land that it was once green, or you're reduced setbacks, or you allow parking unrestricted, is going to be a very chaotic situation. Of course, a lot of the people that are voting for this may not be around to take the consequence of people's anger about it, but there are a lot of people who are going to have to live with a situation that is not good. So anyway, thank you for hearing me.
Of course, and thank you both seriously for spending this much time with us and letting us hear your thoughts. Particularly, I might point out, particularly when you have several times said, this may not really affect us, but you're concerned about the larger issues for the city, which is really extraordinary. So thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
Not a question, but a comment too, for the record. I do appreciate your comment from the last hearing, but it's more germane here that if there were a conversion with your neighbor, I'm assuming the street name, I've worked with Bologna Giddings, if there were a conversion that would have potential 8 or more cars, and that's something I hadn't necessarily contemplated, so I appreciate that. And so I'm saying in this part, this hearing on this bill, to reiterate that point you made. So thank you.
Well, thank you for hearing us.
Did you want, yeah, please come on up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joshua Spokes. I am the Director of Legislative Affairs for Councilman Blanchard and District 11. I'm not going to continue to belabor any points that have already been made, aside from the fact that Mr. Kanoy has already made, which is that this is about offering flexibility. It's about offering flexibility to people who are building homes. It's about offering flexibility to people who are running businesses here, who are looking to expand their business and might not be able to, in the case of having to face an arbitrary, in most cases, parking minimum. A lot of these parking minimums were drawn up in the 60s. And if you go back and look at the history of how they were calculated, there's no real scientific basis to them. In that sense, and then to kind of point to the data here, in other cities that have already done this, and Denver was most recently added to the list of cities that have eliminated parking minimums. So we wouldn't be a first mover here, we wouldn't be a 10th mover, we'd be kind of in the middle, which I think is where we want to be. Seattle and Buffalo, they're still building parking in 70 and 80% of places. And I would note that Buffalo does have a substantial number of row homes in it. It is a relatively dense East Coast city. Seattle also does have a number of row homes, so there's that as well. In Baltimore, we have more than 50% of households have either 0 or 1 car. And so I think it's important to note that as well. And then to say that, no one will end up building parking, that's simply not the case. In areas where folks who, a builder feels like they need to have parking in order to attract tenants, they will do so. And so once again, kind of hitting on our tagline here, from Birmingham to Buffalo, cities across the United States have already made this change, recognizing that outdated parking requirements raise rents and waste valuable urban land. And to kind of come back to the point that was being made about permeable surfaces, we currently mandate permeable surfaces. We are mandating mandated thousands of permeable surfaces across the city. This removes that requirement. And then also I wanted to clarify on the parking maximums. Those are already in the zoning code. We are not adding those in. The zoning code currently says that the parking maximums sit at 2 times the parking minimum. So that is not being changed. If there are certain uses that, that need a higher parking maximum, like industrial areas, certainly that's something that Councilman Blanchard can discuss with you.
I was saying for that one, just take it back
Yeah.
to the boss. I know it's not, I wasn't clear that it's existing law basically, but maybe it's something that is brought up now with this bill to make an amendment to add it, the committee, if the councilman supports that sort of thing.
Understood. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them at this time.
Are there questions for Mr. Spokes on behalf of the council sponsor?
Give your number to the residents for who are mad on the snow days, but not really a question.
Okay. Are there folks online, Austin, who wish to be heard?
5 people.
5 people. You can call them in any order you wish.
We have Keandra Pryor up, and I'm going to unmute.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say I had my hand raised for the previous discussion as well, and I wasn't called on. And I just want to say, for someone who's been here, maybe not as long as the previous speakers, but since 2 p.m., it's very disappointing that it sounds like everything that we say is falling on deaf ears, and it was purposeful. There was no purpose in being here, but I just do want to thank very much Commissioner McCoach for speaking to what I was going to speak to after study from not only the EPA, but from DPW on the impact of impervious surfaces on our city. It's very sad to know that it doesn't matter what environmental scientists have suggested or believe, or how much millions of dollars we spend on studies. At the end of the day, money speaks, and we will go with whoever will buy our land and be able to do that. Not even with the highest bidder, honestly, the lowest bidder. Our standards are so low. I will say and echo what has been said in the chat. Eliminating parking minimums does nothing to deal with the actual issue, which is the complete lack of public transportation infrastructure in our city, without any kind of partnership at the state level for improving our lack of access to a real connected public transportation infrastructure. Eliminating parking minimums will do very little to nothing for the environment. And it's a slap in the face to really look at these slides that are pretending as if environmental concerns are driving these decisions, when we believe that all land and how we treat all pieces of land, whether they're privately or publicly owned, doesn't impact our heat island, doesn't impact our storm management, when the EPA, the DPW, anyone who has studied anything about the environment would say otherwise. But again, I'm really proud to still live in this city. I'm proud of someone like Commissioner McCoach who spoke against the herd. I'm sure there's plenty of pressure from the mayor since he has proposed all of these bills. You all have been appointed by the mayor. I imagine that there's immense pressure to go with whatever is being said and told to you, or whatever developers believe, or whoever cuts the biggest check. But I'm very proud for, even when it's just one person out of many who will speak from their heart, from their knowledge, from reality about what the world will be like in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, if we do not take seriously how our individual actions will impact every single one of us. So really hope that we do reduce cars. This is not the way. And I look forward to approving this bill, because we know you're going to approve all of them. Thanks.
Okay, next, please.
All right, looks like we have Michael up.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Michael Sapanik. I'm president of BaltPop, Baltimoreans for People-Oriented Places. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I spoke and I've testified last time, and I also submitted written testimony, but I wanted to bring up one more bit. I understand there's probably going to be a temptation to, possibly play it safe here, a temptation to believe that any good that comes of passing or approving or, this bill is really not worth the risk. And the thinking might be that people just won't tolerate a lack of convenient parking. And while I agree that some won't, plenty of others will. And they do today. I just consider the simple and long-running example that is the 32nd Street Farmers Market. That market takes place in a parking lot. It expressly happens at the expense of parking, and by temporarily at least eliminating that parking. The conventional wisdom would have us believe that convenient and easy parking is absolutely required for such an event to take place and succeed. And yet the market only exists by virtue of it occupying that same parking and making it unavailable for its intended use. Anyone who chooses to drive to the market, they need to either find street parking or park at a lot a couple blocks away, and they have to walk. And that's hardly convenient. And yet the market is hugely successful, and it has been for decades. I think it's like 45 years now. I dare say that many nearby residents choose to live in that neighborhood because of the market. For, 163 hours of each week, that parking lot sits rather unproductive and very much uninspiring. But for 5 hours each Saturday throughout the year, it explodes with activity, community, prosperity, and productivity by virtue of that parking actually being removed. And that community is at its best when the parking lot really disappears. And the ultimate kicker here is that the 32nd Street Farmers Market would not exist if it were forced to provide parking. It never would have advanced beyond a gleam in someone's eye. Are there some people who choose to avoid that market because parking is, quote unquote, a hassle? Probably. And yet there's obviously a critical mass of people for whom a lack of convenient parking in no way deters them from shopping at or living near that market. So for many, the resultant walkability of the neighborhood is what literally makes them want to live there. And I think it's very valuable just to keep that example in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Is he wearing his T-shirt?
No,
I think the more important question is whether he's had dinner. Yes, Austin, who's next, please?
Hello, Jennifer Kunze here again. I'm the Maryland Organizing Director with Clean Water Action, and I live in East Baltimore. And here in strong support of this bill, this is really, really important for making progress on environmental issues as well as for equity in the city. It's just illogical to require that that when housing is being developed, there's a mandated amount of parking that must be provided. When so many households in the community do not own cars or only own one car, it's inequitable to require that households that either can't afford a car or choose not to have a car effectively have to subsidize households that can afford and choose to have a car by making mandatory parking a required part of development. And eliminating this requirement is very good for water quality. The impervious surfaces that make up parking lots contribute significantly to stormwater runoff that causes flooding, sewage backups, and so on. So very strongly support this bill. Hope that you'll vote a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Hearing none. Next, please.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Thornberry. I live in Wyman Park and I do not own a car. And I would just like to reiterate the previous speaker's point that the 30% of Baltimore households who do not own a car at all are subsidizing those who do. And that those households who don't are on average significantly poorer than households that do own a car. And so mandating parking is a subsidy of the wealthy by the poor. I don't think that as a city, that's a value that we have. And I look forward to moving closer to our values by ending the parking mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions? Hearing none. Austin, next, please.
And last but not least, we have a CJW. You can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Carson Ward of the Reservoir Hill Association. I just want to put on the record that I intend to submit a PIA request to see how often Baltimore City Planning Commission approves bills, especially in cases where there is strong opposition, insufficient analysis, or a clear conflict of interest, as there is a legal standing, and to challenge the decisions of their processes in support of what Keandra had said earlier, especially as we are wondering if a member is voting on matters in which they have a financial stake, or if you're failing to consider public input. And that is a problem, especially when you consider who are you making decisions for. And I also just want to call out that while someone had, mentioned the farmers market, we are dealing with an issue in Baltimore City that we're all aware of, which is clear vacants across the city. And there are multiple spaces that could host a farmer's market as well as plots of land, but now we're cutting back on the plots of land. So I just don't know how to make sense of this all. And so I just want to say that on the record, if there is a clear cut where you all are approving these bills, that could be a legal problem for you. So thank you.
Questions? Oh, no. Okay. Is there anybody else? Austin, online?
That is it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I just want to say a couple things quickly, then we certainly can hear from folks and we can entertain a motion, which I might make myself. First of all, just a couple factual things. These are not the mayor's bills. These bills are introduced by 3 separate council members, including, as you heard for this bill, Councilman Blanchard, whose legislative director was here. So just to correct the record, I think the mayor has introduced the next bill coming up, which is the coming up whenever it gets scheduled, which is the bill that relates to single-family zoning. Second, I really don't think, and I'm not saying this in a defensive way, I'm saying it, I think, in a to reflect what we've heard. These are not, in my view, bills that are intended to, that are developer bills. I think we've heard this. It's not about development. It's not about profit motive. And even people who disagree about the potential impact should see clearly that this is not about that. It's about a good faith discussion about whether these policies, these public policies, these land use policies are going to help the city grow. And people can have good faith discussions about that. Part of the problem, I think, is that it doesn't affect everybody exactly the same. So if you feel particularly concerned about it because you feel like you live in a parking tight neighborhood, you might feel differently. And then you have folks like the Moronics who've been here who are genuinely concerned about things that aren't even going to affect them. So you've got people across, all across the board. But I don't think this is not a exercise about profit motive. I think it's unfortunate for people to look at that as much as we can have a good faith discussion about the merits. For me, this is, I spent a lot of time on transit issues, and one of the folks who just testified talked about how important it is. And it is absolutely true that we should have a better transit system. And it's absolutely true that if we had a better transit system, we might be in a different place. New York has a great transit system. People don't think about cars as much. That's an extreme example, but it sort of proves the point. We don't have that. We don't have anything like that. We're not going to have it anytime soon. So what I'm trying to do in my job here, and I would encourage others to do as well, is it's like the fierce urgency of now. It's like, what can we do now? What can we do now to try and make things better in this city? And we should all be working on improving the transit system. But right now, we have within our, at the moment, we have this jurisdiction. It's really the council and the mayor who have the ultimate jurisdiction. We can try to do things to accelerate investment and create vitality in the city, and try and jumpstart some of this stuff. So I don't, I said this about the last meeting, about the last bill, which was the bulk bill. I don't actually know for sure if those are exactly the right numbers. I just know the current numbers are wrong. I don't know exactly if this is the right solution to off-street parking, but I recognize that our current approach to off-street parking is wrong. And I just don't know exactly what that answer is. And I'll say the same thing I said at the last meeting, which is, fortunately, we're not amending the United States Constitution, right? And I think it's been said several times here, once you make this decision, you've made it forever. You've made it until such time as someone decides it was a bad decision. And I'm not saying that's easy. I'm not saying it's like, we'll just change it on a whim. But it is an available option for us. And what I'm interested in here, as we try and weigh in on these complicated land use and economic development policies, is shaking some stuff up and trying to do some of these things for which there is absolutely sound policy basis. Is it going to bounce exactly the way we want it to? Is it going to work in Baltimore exactly the way it did in other places? I don't really know. But I am confident that we should be doing these things to try and make the city more vibrant and to try and change. It's not really change, it's frankly sustain a positive trajectory that we find ourselves on right now. So that's why I'm excited about these bills. I have some of the same concerns about whether there's potentially going to be an unforeseeable negative consequence. But it can't stop us from getting in there and trying to do some things. And these bills, to me, really feel like those are opportunities. And that's why I appreciate the council members introducing them. That's why I appreciate the discussion and all of this testimony totally in good faith by everybody expressing their sort of pros and cons. So that's just where I come down. And it won't surprise you then to say that I'm going to move that we adopt the staff report on this, that we approve the bill, that we send it to the council. Of course, the debate will continue there, and all sorts of people, if not more, will come to the council, I'm sure, on all of these bills and on the one to follow. But I think for us as a planning commission who are concerned about the physical growth of the city, economic development, growing the place, moving us forward, these are very solid things, including this one. And so that's the motion. I'd ask for a second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Happy to hear, looking forward to hearing from everybody else on the commission. Mr. Vice Chair, can I start with you?
I would just like to say that, again, I live in an R8 neighborhood, and unlike the Moronics, this will affect me. I enjoy parking on my block every day right now, only because of the vacancy in my neighborhood. And so I have to choose if I want to keep my parking space or if I want to keep the vacant houses. And so I choose, you know what I meant. I choose growth over convenience. And so that's why I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Councilman?
Not a whole lot to add, but I will say I think one of the things that's worth emphasizing is that we're focusing on new constructions and no one's parking is actually being taken away from them. So again, I'm approving.
It's not new construction.
Yeah, I also live in an R8, and I just feel like there are a lot of cars already parked on the street. The streets are packed, at least in my neighborhood. And I feel like density is important. It's important for the businesses. It's important for the restaurants. The more density we have, the more that neighborhood thrives. And for that reason, I think people will figure out their parking, or they won't have a car. They'll bicycle, they'll walk. It's a very walkable area. So I think they'll figure it out. I lived in Boston for a long time, and parking was much worse there, and people love living there.
Thank you. The random comments that I was going to make me snarkier, but to the point that Dr. Moronic made about during snowstorms that there'll be calls to council members, but I can't remember the last snowstorm because which is maybe, I don't know if it's climate change related, but that's just a sign of the times of where things go. I do recognize the point they make, though, is that there will be conflicts, and this is where I think it is a RPP issue, and there might be need, and this is where I think it would be productive conversation and comment from the community on how to improve the residential parking permit system and how if there's ways to do things differently, more effectively. I think enforcement needs to be better, and we should hold ourselves, and this, to your point, Mr. Chair, before about holding other city agencies accountable. This is an area where we could and should do better, because there will be impacts on the edges on some neighborhoods, and people who had, like the Moronics mentioned, they invested on one set of understandings, and then there will be potentially a change in their day-to-day lives with parking. But I think, like everyone else said before, the trade-off's worth it, given that there's an imperative and a need to grow and keep our trajectory going. And just one more point on, actually 2 points, that I appreciate BRHP a lot coming to testify in favor of these in the housing advocates and environmental support also, which helps me to refute and defend the assertion about being ethically in the pocket of developers, and also make the point that developers who are powerful benefit from the status quo, that when it's harder to build things, it helps developers who are connected. This sort of legislation making it easier and moving the needle to make it easier to develop and make improvements to property actually make it harder for developers because they lose that benefit they have from being connected. So that's all that, and I would support this legislation.
Thank you. Commissioner Skoch?
Sure. In 2008, when I left this department, I went down to D.C. Took the train a lot, occasional drive. And while I was there, it was Harriet Tregoning. I'm sure you remember Chris. Who was a hell of a good planning director. And we used to laugh because Harriet had the war on cars. She was like ruthless. And part of her agenda, which I think was really successful, was her move to establishing maximum parking. And you would have thought the world was going to end in 2008, and it didn't. People figured it out. So I think, in a way, I'm intrigued by this because I don't think I've ever heard of anything that amenitized parking more than this legislation. If you have a garage, guess what? You probably have $20,000 more value in your property. If you have a lot without a parking space, you have an option. You don't have a mandate to provide parking. And I think that's good. It's good for individual choice. And I think that we have a robust street network that would, in most neighborhoods, not really, at least with the current densities, not really have a problem absorbing the parking. Yeah, there's going to be neighborhoods, row house neighborhoods, Canton, Bolton Hill, it's going to be tough. But again, using Boston or DC as an example, people will sort this out. And if it drives them to get on a bike or complain about transit, that's okay too. So it has my endorsement.
Thanks very much. Okay, I think we're ready to vote. So I'm going to ask the Executive Secretary to call the roll, please.
We have a motion?
I made the motion, and it was seconded by
John Bullock?
Approved.
Christine Griffin?
Approve.
Doug McCoach?
Approved.
Justin Williams?
Approve.
Eric Stevenson? And John Larry?
Approve. That concludes the agenda. Does anybody have any new business? Mr. Executive Secretary, anything from you for us? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, well, I will take a motion to adjourn then from a commissioner. Who would like to make that motion?
Motion to adjourn.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, aye. Opposed, nay. We are adjourned. Thank you all very, very much.